Out of Cruel Space, Part 276. A Scion of Many Worlds. The first impression Grandmother Bell has of Jasper is big. He's a big one, a very big one. Second is that his antennae are very, very twitchy, because they just do not stop, and her first impulse is to tie down the annoying things. That or get a hat on the big idiot. The second impression is that he's inquisitive. He's looking down a strange device made of several metal tubes and examining it closely. His knife-like fingers handle the bronze object with ease. Well, I certainly hadn't expected results so quickly, Lady Dusk. It would mean more if you would turn to look, Brianna says in an annoyed tone. I wish I could, but this is a very dangerous tool if poorly made. Jasper replies as he examines the object with his antenna, eyes, and runs his claws up and down it. If anyone's missed a single error, this could kill a lot of our own girls. Is that a rotary gun? Brianna asks as Jasper turns to unveil the monster of a machine he's holding. Yep. After Terry gained the memories, she decided she wanted her own gun. I'm just making sure she doesn't kill herself with it, Jasper remarks before setting the weapon down. She's made it up to acceptable specs and has enough ammunition to cut down an entire army. If we let her run wild, she'll empty the city by herself. Scary. Brianna remarks even as Jasper steps away from the enormous weapon and seems to somehow become bigger as he walks up to them. How can anything that big even fly? So, you are the Dusk family. Welcome to our forward camp, ladies. I apologize for not snapping to attention, but the more powerful a weapon, the more precise it has to be, lest it turn upon you. And this 6-barrel rotary gun is the most precise and powerful weapon on the entire planet. So I apologize that I couldn't give a more formal greeting, but lives depend on my precision. Grandmother Bell walks right up to him and gives him a whack on the shin. The clunk as the walking stick hits the armor is resounding. Please don't do that. We're trying to catch the city by surprise. You are a strange one, aren't you? She asks, and he kneels down to be closer to her level. He still towers above her. I should hope so. My situation goes beyond the merely bizarre and incredible into the outright absurd, so long as you admit it. She notes before reaching up and grabbing some of the fur around his neck. She then tries to pull him down but makes no progress. I've already given you far more leeway than I should by letting that strike go uncontested. I'm just an hour away from committing either a decapitation strike against all of Miru or a straight-up coup. What do you want? You're just asking? Do I look like the type who avoids his problems? No, you don't, though you also look like something from a drunken dream, so this could go any which way. She replies, and he chuckles. In all seriousness, though, boy, what are you planning? Say you grab the throne and crown, with all the council and empress hanging from the walls or lounging in cells as you desire. What happens next? Next, I get talking with the nearby nations and start either preparing to invade them or calm them down as appropriate. The Greenstone Alliance would probably be easily appeased, and her snort of derision cuts him off. If you have something to tell me, then please say it. It's personal with the Greenstone, believe me. I'd like to, but you telling me why and what form it takes would help my faith. Jasper remarks, and she huffs. It was my own grandmother's time. We were arguing for the bronze needed to cast a few more bells. We were making them at the time, and not just selling them as they were when I gained command of the family. Okay, that's brought up several questions, but those are for later. What did your grandmother see? See? Nothing. What she heard were the riots of the northern provinces rising to such a crescendo that there was simply no way for war to not break out. Miru has always been divided, right down the elemental lines. The elements of earth, fire, wind, and water are seen as the common dirty elements, things that are naturally felt and not ephemeral. Did you just tell me that the reason that people consider light and darkness higher elements is because people can't just pick them up and walk off with them? Jasper asks incredulously. Do you have to make it sound so stupid? I'm not sure how else to say it. It is stupid. All systems start out meritocratic in the beginning. Basic nobles are simply the better warriors that force others to obey, leveraging protection for resources. But elements? By my understanding, isn't it possible for an erementa to spontaneously produce an erementa of another element? He asks, and there's a pause. Oh, what now? We don't change our elements generation to generation. Where did you hear that? Grandmother Bell asks, and Jasper considers her for a moment before sighing. So that was lost as well. Well, if eternal life and unending prosperity isn't enough of a shock, that's one that'll kick the societal norms around. Here, at least, Jasper remarks. I have access to information about Aramenta beyond Lochron. If they have children with anything other than an Aramenta of their exact element, then the child's elemental attribute is random. There have been cases of fire and earth Aramenta coming together to form air or water Aramenta, or even other elements that I've not seen here upon Lochron. Where are the ice Aramenta or the plant and energy attuned Aramenta? They're all missing, lost elements? Wait. How does one have children with, wait, right, you're a male. You could, oh, is that what you meant by stirrings? Grandmother Bell asks her now quickly mortified daughter. Jasper snorts in amusement before dropping his voice a few degrees into a deep, rumbling bass. Would this have been part of it? He asks Brianna, whose eyes widen as she feels her bones vibrate from the sheer deep strength of his voice. Oh, that was something like a bog singer, but clearly aimed at a woman and not a beast. Grandmother Bell remarks. The rebellions, ma'am? Jasper asks, his voice still deep. Oh, say ma'am again. I like the sound of it out of your mouth, she says with a smile. As for the rebellion, the mountains and rivers are far away from the capital, and the peoples working there, harvesting the fish, mining and quarrying were all fairly upset with how little they were getting paid for how much labor they were doing. Most of the northern half of the empire at the time was just manufacture and hard labor, with the mountains as a physical defense and generations of grudges against the light and dark. It must have been exciting to get out of that. Jasper notes. The term keeping your head down is something I'm told was very literal at the time. Grandmother Bell explains. Up north, there's nothing but bad blood, and they've had no chance to vent it. It's boiled for at least 3 generations, if not 4 or 5 at this point. That's very, very hard to push aside. It is. Jasper remarks, rubbing at his chin with his claws. However, difficult and impossible are 2 very different things. And how do you propose to do things? If I'm openly disrespectful to the crown of Miru, that should win me many points. If it's clearly a trophy but not a prize. He considers, slowly standing up straight as he begins to consider. Yes, that could work. A position of power that is also at least somewhat on their side, at least visually. I've seen that look. Granted, on far less furry faces. You're cooking up something you think is devious. I am. Are you willing to share? I don't completely know where you stand in all this, though. You're the family of one of my commanders, but blood relations only go so far in a system based on merit. Merit. What's she done that impressed you so? Without even the training on how to hold a knife properly, she kept hundreds of people together and moving through terrain that was unknown when it wasn't actively hostile. After that, she proved herself to have an amazing head for numbers and took well to the training I offered to up her martial skill. That's a great deal to be impressed by. He says, and Grandmother Bell lets out a sound of amusement. So you think you can just walk in and take over? I think that if I show there's no way to beat me, there's a good chance it all ends. So you're looking for a way to boast? Whole nations are born on pride, it seems. Or in this case brought to heel by a calculated crushing of it. From what I understand, you have personally been in the palace. Anything you tell me can help, especially the acoustics or visuals. I need a place and way to dramatically throw down the Empress and the Council. Without that, it gets much harder, and more people have to die. You're waging war and you're trying to stop people from dying? Grandmother Bell asks incredulously. The prize I'm fighting for is the Miru Nation. A nation is made up of people, not stones and water and dirt. So yes, I would like to preserve the thing I'm trying to take. It's the people you value? Giselle asks, cutting off her own mother before she can ask the same question. There are more worlds and nations than can be counted. People beyond measure and impossible resources and wealth to be plundered and taken if you're in the mind to take and steal. I, however, value integrity and honor. The Council and Empress are borderline insane with their cruelty and callousness to others. My mission here is rescue, to save as many lives as possible. To do that, I perversely must wage war on a world, in order to deflate tensions so that a genocidal campaign of self-slaughter doesn't throw itself across the planet. The whole planet's holding a knife to its own throat, and if I have to break fingers to stop it from killing itself, I will. Explain your reason, creature. Grandmother Bell orders him, and he sighs. Every single nation is poking at each other and trying to provoke the others into a war, trying to be the defender from unjustified attack. This is because of the good intentions of the grand midwives. Preventing war is laudable, but when the forced peace, simply a threat of doom that presses down on the pressure rather than easing tensions, it just builds and builds like a dammed river that's about to burst free. A river? Think of war and violence like a river that threatens to sweep away a town. You can divert it and ease it off. You can build the town high so it can resist the raging waters, or you can dam it and try to hold it back. All of these have problems. The diversion just means the problem is elsewhere and may very well sweep away another town. Reinforcing the town means the river still sweeps through and may still very well destroy the community. Damming it off can apparently hold it all back, but without some way to get rid of all that water, your dam will eventually be broken under the pressure of the river, and it will try to flow over it. I'm trying to drain the dam somewhat so that it doesn't immediately burst and sweep all the hatred, frustration, greed, and rage down to wipe out the village when my people arrive. And why would the arrival of your people break the dam? Because our metaphorical dam is the threat of extinction due to the grand midwives refusing to aid whatever aggressor nations there are. But my people arriving makes that threat utterly impotent, and they are coming. There's no stopping it. I can request a delay or two, but they are coming. So you see damnation approaching and seek to turn it aside. Our way of life is about to end, isn't it? Yes, that if nothing else is what I guarantee. Everything changes, and very soon, Jasper says. Not for the better? Change is always a two-sided sword, but in this case, yes, it is for the better. What you know as the Age of Miracles is the common day around the galaxy. My people are planning to bring that back. But it comes with knowledge and power that can cause the hatreds and grudges of old to turn in an orgy of murder, and that's why you're trying to bleed it off. Is this your fault? Is this something you've done and are trying to redeem yourself for? She asks sternly, and he looks away. His presence isn't shameful, but it is considering. He's thinking. No, although I am a central figure to things. I was brought to this world against my will. My people are coming to rescue me, and they're bringing supplies to rescue everyone. But the political situation is nothing short of an apocalyptic war just waiting to start. You can bring as much food as you want to a starving people, but there are always people who will take their cutlery and use it to slit the throats of their neighbors. And those lunatics have had far too long to breathe their poison into the minds of those around them. I need to rip them out and start purifying the wound in the very soul of this world. If the whole war lady, oh pardon, warlord thing doesn't work out, you may have a future as an orator or poet. I can help you. Grandmother Bell says, and he smiles. There is an enchantment in the throne room. It's to make public events as public as possible, and it forces a shift onto the protective wards around the city. It forces them to broadcast what can be seen. And when my family was raised to nobility, they had a brand new invention of it sending out sound as well. Oh my God, I can put my coup on public viewing and have the entire capital witness things as they happen. Yes, you want to take the city bloodlessly? That's how. Show them that I want control but not death. He says, and she nods. It's built into the ceiling of the room. I don't know how it works. I understand market prices and haggling, not bizarre magical nonsense. But my granddaughter tells me you're some kind of magician on top of everything, so that may be enough. Yes, this is an enormous help. I will have to take some time to learn the system, though. Thank you, truly. You may have just saved many lives, he says, stepping back and away. Excuse me. The sooner I learn how to control that systems, the better. Once again, welcome to our camp. Feel free to pass through to Aridus Valley if you want some distance from the siege and coup. Lady Brianna Dusk knows her way around. His piece set his wings fold up from under his cloak, and in all defiance of those who have ever seen an Earthanian flight, he slams them downwards and launches up as if suddenly hurled from a bow. The fellow doesn't even fly right and fully intends to conquer Miru. What a day, not even dawn and it's already full up, Grandmother Bell remarks wryly. Out of Cruel Space, Part 277. A Scion of Many Worlds. Milady, milady, you must wake up. No day that starts with the servants in a panic is one to look forward to. That was something she had learned as child. Be it holy clerics of the Lux Way or the filthy earth born that carry out her chamber pot. If they're in a bad mood, it's a bad day. She'll have to have this one banished from the keep. Her voice is grating. What? What is it? She asks, rising from the silken sheets. The Earthani are a useless people, cowardly and craven. But the silk they spin is smooth and elegant beyond compare. The whole race does not deserve the very thing they create, but perversely there's simply no point to enslaving or waging war upon them. Too delicate. A stressed Earthani cannot spin silk, and without the silk an Earthani is just worthless. More so than even the lesser elements, for they at the very least hold the strength of elements. That and that alone is the only reason she chose to heed the advice of her council and not have every Earthani in the Miru borders executed for what that abomination had said to her. She was a generous queen, so generous it was nigh absurd at times. Milady, please, there's trouble afoot. Someone has usurped your name and used it to call the council. The throne lays in pieces and none can approach it, the serving girl says as she rises up, before the sun. The sun has yet to truly rise. This is completely unacceptable. Get out, she orders, and the simpering plebeian pauses. Out. Oh, of course, milady, I will abide in the... Out of the palace, you incompetent twit, and be thankful I'm not having you killed. Get out or face the burn of sacred light. She screams at the fool, who rapidly runs out of the room. She pulls off her blindfold. The only thing even mildly useful in darkness is sleep. Already in a foul mood, she throws the blindfold with the twin sun decorations that are to go over her eyes to the side as she leaves the bed. Then her next challenge presents itself. Her personal servant was just banished from the palace. It takes a few minutes, after shouting at the guards, to have another servant sent up. She was contemplating proper execution when the shrinking fool of a water girl enters and with shivering fingers helps her dress. Thankfully, the girl is quiet and in appropriate levels of awe to serve her correctly. Shimmering white and yellow gown, jewelry enough to pay a noble house's ransom, and the holy crown of Miru upon her brow, she is the very image of royal authority and prestige as she strides into the throne room, as she should be, as she was raised to be, as the clerics of the Luxway taught her to be, since the day she was brought forth from her divine mother to bless this sinful world with sacred light, as her mother was, and her mother's mother. The attempted rising of the filthy Darkborn and the wretched northern peasants rebelling aside her family has ruled Miru through an age of flawless rule. I am here. What small absurdity is occurring? She announces as the doors to her throne room are opened. She pauses. Her throne, the glorious seat of power made of flawlessly varnished wood, glittering gold and inlaid with every known jewel upon the world, is broken. The armrests have been snapped off and the upper half of the backrest has been cracked and leans backwards instead of stretching upwards to frame the majesty of the Miru queen. What has happened to my throne? She demands in a fury. Milady, some force has activated the audience wards. The whole of Luxembourg is seeing this, her light-born general states walking up to her as she rushes up to the throne, a symbol of her family's immense power, and she slams into something mere paces away from the throne. She staggers back and falls, her holy crown falling from her divine brow and bouncing upon the marble floors. It does not bounce twice, and instead rises up as if gripped by something. Then it begins to shift in the air, twirling as if a gigantic black spear appears in the air, twirling the crown around itself as she rises up to recover her dignity. Then the spear is joined by two others, followed by a fur-covered palm. An Earthani hand of unnatural size. The cloak of invisibility fades over the enormous figure sitting in her throne. So massive in size, the throne was cracked and broken to accommodate their impossible size. The figure is only an Earthani in the loosest description imaginable. Impossible size aside, the creature is dressed for war and regards her without fear. It cannot be an Earthani, This is not an Earthani. It is something else that is feigning at being an Earthani for some absurd reason. It is something she recognizes from mere days ago. You, she spits, and the not Earthani smiles. Me, he replies. I don't think we were properly introduced last time we spoke, child. I am dead. Be smote, she decries before unleashing her holy power upon the impertinent vandal. The entire chamber is engulfed in sacred golden light, and she presses her power against the fool who dared to insult her. Then she allows the power to fade and turns around, not even deigning to look at the ashes she had reduced her foe to. Get a servant to clean that up. I've already bathed today. The Earthani states behind her, and she turns to see the Titan unharmed by her barrage of holy energies in spite of the sheer damage to the surrounding floor and the wall behind. Care to try again? The mockery is like a slap across the face. She flushes in rage and narrows her eyes before drawing on the power that is her birthright. Her sacred will bends and shatters the power of the world around her, and she focuses it clearly this time. This time she will burn clean through the fool's impertinent head. The beam of purest power lances out and crashes against the tip of the monster's antenna. The horror's antenna refuses to burn and parts her holy power like a blade parting flesh. She presses harder and harder, but the merest twitch of the creature's head adornment appears to be enough to throw back her sacred power. What manner of demon can do this? Perhaps if your counsel assisted you? The Earthani asks and is instantly bombarded by thin but immensely powerful beams of light from all in the chamber. No, that's not quite enough, is it? You're all still just manipulating radiation wavelengths and intensities. Try something else. Of what madness do you speak, monster? Her general, Lady Bright, demands. I speak of the very substance of light itself, you ignorant infant, or do you not understand the very element that you trumpet as the grandest? The Earthani demands. Light is light, the very essence of divinity. Light is electromagnetic radiation. A fairly pure form of energy, yes, but there is purer. The Earthani states and then reaches down with the right antenna to pluck the crown from their clawed hand. The holy crown of the Miru Empire slides down the antenna to rest, upside down, upon the head of the Earthani monster. Yo, dare! I dare, he replies before pausing. This is rather awkward, though. In all our belittling and insulting of one another, by word or action, we never actually introduced ourselves. I am Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue, at your service. At my service? Is this your idea of serving? I am relieving you of the burden of command and the chains of leadership. A very generous service, if I do say so myself. The beast states with the Earthani trill an outright purr in their voice. Though you have yet to give me your name, rather rude of you to refuse after being given mine. I have half a mind to take this up with the clerics who raised you. They've clearly failed to teach proper manners, especially when you're addressing your betters. My betters? Oh, there is an echo in here. The statement is accompanied by an infuriating grin that sets her already burning blood to a purest boil. Times. For the love of God, do not laugh, Jasper. Or if you do, at least make it an evil one. He had expected more of a fight, better resistance. But it appears that the higher-end light Aramenta hate getting their hands dirty. He's almost entirely focused on just dissipating the light harmlessly. If someone were to try and stab him, they'd make it much further. What kind of monster are you? The queen demands him, and he shrugs. An undaunted one. He replies casually as he reaches up to adjust his new headwear. The supposed spikes on the thing are sun-patterned and thankfully blunt. It's a little uncomfortable, but not too bad, especially when he adjusts it to the side so it's nowhere near his eyes. What does that even mean? That I am a member of the Undaunted. He answers in a very unhelpful way. The beams of light start to taper off as many of the counselors either realize that they're going all of nowhere with their attempt or tire themselves out. It seems a fairly even split between the two, to be honest. There's a few more minutes with little Miss Empress switching around the light she's trying to blast him with to all sorts of different intensities to try and catch him off guard that he finally gets tired of waiting. Seeing as how no one here seems to have the mental faculties to ask the correct questions, I'll simply state that the Undaunted are coming. I'm a mere foot soldier to their number. although I will likely test fairly high after all this is over. Be silent! The queen screams in fury, and he rolls his eyes as he shifts himself on the broken throne. Cushions, that's what he needs for the chair. Child, it's been several minutes that you've bombarded me without end. If you had the capacity to harm me, I would have been wounded in the first few moments. Jasper says as he shifts again. Goodness gracious, this chair is full of splinters. That's because you broke it. The child screams at him, and he sighs before rising up. Fine. You want to be a tantruming child? Let's treat you like a tantruming child. He snarls, suddenly vanishing to appear behind her and grab the child by the shoulder. He bends her over his knee and swats her on the rear. She screams in protest, and he smacks her again. He counts to 10 as he smacks her, not too hard, but hard enough that even through the royal gown and whatever undergarments she has on, she's going to be feeling it. But he hasn't cut her. Are you finished acting like a petulant brat? You can't do this. I'm the Holy Empress of Miru. She sobs at him through the tears, and he rolls his eyes. You were the Empress of Miru, but my army surrounds the city. I have your crown and throne. The sheer aggression with which you treat your neighbors divided your army to such a degree that there was not enough left to defend you here. The policies of how you treat your own people gave me that army from the people you've thrown away and betrayed for the sake of ego. I win. What? To blood a force of night slayers your army. Jasper trails off as the general football tackles into his side and crumples to the floor. You all right there? Oh, not your best moment. Work on physically attacking in case you elemental tricks fail. He chides her as he stands up with the now former queen in his grip. Anyways, to blood a force of night slayers your army, likely at the command of the idiot that ran into me, had hundreds of innocent women were pulled from their homes in the poorer districts of this very city, including a noblewoman that was from a family that fell out of favor to act as a leader of sorts. Lady Dusk, don't mention that family around me. The Empress whimpers a little as he walks up to the throne and sits in it again, still holding the teenager out at arm's length. I will mention them because I actually met them and like them. Have you met them? They're filthy dark? That's a no. You have no experience with them at all, and you judge them as beneath you. That is not a good thing, child. Stop calling me child. I will continue to call you child because you are a child. You have not grown up in maturity since you were a very spoiled little girl, and you have been taught all the wrong things in life. In all honesty, a newborn babe may be better educated than you, because for all the baby doesn't know, at least it doesn't hold false assumptions about nearly every aspect of existence. The clerics of Lux did you no favors in your education, nor your mother, nor grandmother, nor any of your ancestry. I am a girl like any other, just fortunate to be born to a high-ranking family. There is no sacred thing to a person's blood or ancestry. The only reason your line has prominence is a now atrophied skill for violence back in the days when might made all things right. Where are the guards? She demands, and he sighs. Now you ask for the guards? That should have been done the moment you bumped into me. They're busy. I'm fairly certain you ignore every other thing I say, so hopefully you will understand me this time when I say my army surrounds your city. We have many cannons pointed directly at your walls, just waiting to unload. Of course, they're watching us now. So the very moment that this ends poorly, the walls come down and hundreds die in moments. And I'm not talking about my own forces. They're just... The former queen begins, and Jasper roughly shakes her. Those in the position of leadership must be worthy to lead. I am here because you are not. You are not some goddess descended unto this world. There is no greater inherent value to one form of element over another. There is nothing to be gained in unending antagonism of others, unless you are willing to commit, and being a belligerent ass to your major trading partners can only starve your people. There are many other mistakes you have made that I am aware of, but that is a nice little summation of your flaws. But you are not a goddess. You are a young woman, barely more than a girl at best. And I only mean that physically. You have been spoiled with the best of foods and unending praise until you've internalized and learned to believe all the pretty little lies that the preachers and the clerics have fed to you for their own gain. You're their puppet figurehead, and you never even knew it. I'm no puppet. Yet you dance so well to their strings. They heap some empty praise upon you, and you agree to whatever they want. If it turns out well, then they reap the rewards. If it turns out poorly, as things have today, then they shift all the blame onto you. Jasper explains before his unoccupied hand snaps out and catches a blade that crashes into view, followed by a light-based Araminta holding it. I was wondering when your babysitting assassins would show up. What? The former queen asks as Jasper tosses back the assassins so hard they skid back into a distant wall and go still. Oh, come on, girl. Use your brain. I just told you that you were a puppet to the church. What do you do when a puppet gets unruly? He asks before suddenly tossing her into his lap, and then a sword comes out and he slices through empty air. Two halves alight, Araminta falls both to the floor and to visibility. Sister Glitter? The former queen asks in a heartbroken tone, as Jasper flicks the blood off his sword and sheathes it. The confused and infuriated child turns around and grabs him around the neck with a scream. It does nothing to him but make noise. His massive claw falls upon her back and she crumples like a puppet with its strings cut. Foolish child. Perhaps just killing you would have been more merciful. There are many bombardments anew from the council, and this time they don't even reach him. It takes a lot more focus to form a force field that keeps out physical attacks and light-based attacks simultaneously. There is much work to do to remake the Age of Miracles. The belligerence of these fools is just one small issue. That none of them think to change the color of the light they try to bombard him with to pass through the force field is telling. Very telling indeed. You will cease your useless attacks or taste my steel. Jasper threatens, and nothing occurs. The bombardment continues. Very well then. He rises up and carefully places the former queen to the side and draws his two swords. Then rushes forwards, and two lives are lost in a heartbeat with a swing of each blade. The blades are thrown and two more lives are snuffed out, and corpses pinned to the walls. Then he rushes towards the now very panicked remains with his claws alone. Out of Cruel Space, Part 278. A Scion of Many Worlds. Riots in the streets and rage in the heart. Even before he physically saw the Temple of the Luxway in daylight, for the first time it was already under siege, not from his forces, but from the infuriated masses. Further proof that the whole world is set to destroy itself. Thankfully, as more of a mobile mountain than a man, Jasper has little issue moving through the readily parting crowd. The former empress had been brought to her room and placed under house arrest. All the notes and minutes from the previous administration were being pored over by several Aridus Valley scholars who were not only thrilled to be part of history, but eager to figure out more about the neighboring country, especially as several of them were refugees from Miru to escape persecution. The temple is almost Greek, like in its design, with tall columns of marble holding up a garden of flowers above the heads of the masses below. A few people look like they're trying to get themselves killed as they're attacking the bases of the pillars in rage. He lets out a sigh. Calm! There must be calm! I know you cry for justice. I know there is rage in your hearts. But rage poorly directed can only harm the innocent. You there, stop chipping at the pillars. If they come down, where do you think all the stone will go? Jasper bellows over the din of the crowd. The crowd begins talking to him. More screaming demands, actually. Do something about the Luxway. Who are you? What are you? Some of the more interesting ones demand what took him so long. He holds up his clawed hands, still somewhat smeared in the gore from dealing with the council. You've seen my willingness to deal with the corruption. Allow me some minutes to handle the Luxway. I will seek out the cruel and controlling who would lay you low and separate them from the convenient fools they have duped in order to bolster their power. But there are bitches of light in there. How one is born does not determine their character. It is the choices you make that matter. Now please, allow me through, he calls out, and the crowd parts before him. Thank you. He walks up to the barred door of the temple, noting that it used to have more banners, but the infuriated crowd has already torn them off. Many of the windows are broken due to thrown rocks, and the door is barred. It takes him only a few moments to push it open with, at first, an audible groan from the wooden pillar they've used to bar it before it snaps entirely. As the massive halves of the wooden pillar clatter to the floor, he walks in swiftly, his starry cloak flowing behind him with ease. There are screams of terror from many of the younger sisters of the order, and they all back away. Where are the masters of your order? I'm not looking to kill the women who were seeking to better their lives or find purpose in religion, but those who would take advantage of those such as you. He says loud enough for the echo to carry back to the crowd behind him. He can hear them muttering already. They went down, my lord. There's a meeting room in the wine cellar. They vanished some time ago. Let me guess, it's a small passageway that barely has room for a single sister standing alone. Yes? One of them asks. Almost clever. I'm too large to follow through such a thing. Thankfully, I have a dear friend who's as fierce as she is small. Magrica, as small as I am fierce? I'm not even half that small. Magrica mocks from the outside. She had been bored and fluttering around the city, watching the riots for entertainment, and had been swooping down for a bit of brawling when someone was stupid enough to throw something at her. I take it you heard everything, my dear? I did. Can I break bones if they're really stupid? I suspect you might have to either way. Just get them to me alive. I have questions for the fools, he says, and the tiny figure blurs past him as a streak of dark blue. A few doors are ripped out of their frames as she passes, and the crashing sound continues as she quickly finds the way down, and there's the noise of shattering stone as she literally hits the basement and then keeps going. What was that? Magrica, the massive, metak monster hunter of the mountain clans and my lover. Now then, can one of you show me to the offices? I'd like to have a look through at what the high ladies of your order were planning. What makes you think they were planning anything? One of the sisters asks, aware that the designed acoustics of the temple's main hall means the entire crowd is hearing even the most casual conversation. Generations of abuse to the point that half the kingdom breaks away to form the Greenstone Alliance. The systematic destruction of any house that asks for peace or even patience with neighboring nations. The increasing power of the Lux Way, the grooming of the empresses after they were declared holy, the damming of several key rivers that lead to the Goldlands that then result in droughts which leads to famine and then piracy as the tensions with the Bright Dawn Archipelago and Greenstone Alliance grow ever higher. If they're not planning something with all that in movement, and much more besides, then they're so downright incompetent, we need to figure out what they're trying to do so we can get ahead of whatever disaster their stupidity leads to next. But someone is grasping at the strings of power, and they don't seem to care how many lives become unraveled in their attempt. Jasper says as he steps through, "Well, I've never been in this temple before. Show me to the chambers of the highest sisters." But no one's. One of the youngest sisters begins, and Jasper tries not to roll his eyes. "Anna, the Luxway isn't surviving this. Follow me, Lord Blue. I'll show you the way." Another one says, "She's a little older looking and is clearly giving the crowd outside more considering than fearful looks. You seem to have things a bit more figured out. One of my best friends is airborne. Let me bring out a bottle of wine to split with Sky, and I'll give you a full tour of the temple." "Deal," Jasper says with a smile. "Fantastic. I'll show you to the Grand Lady's chamber. She keeps the best stuff in there anyways," she continues with a smile of her own. "Star," someone shouts from the crowd, and she turns to the crowd and raises her arms. "Sky, get over here. We're showing Blue here around the temple and walking out with the good stuff." Star shouts, and there's a bit of laughter from the crowd as an Air Aramenta in a maid uniform rushes over the crowd and all but literally flies in to hug her friend. "All right, sweet moment aside, let's go get me the information, and you too that wine," Jasper remarks, and Sister Anna grabs his cloak before he can leave. "Yes? What's going to happen to us?" The Lux Way is over. With the Empress as their pawn, they had done horrible things to Miru and its surrounding nations. But I need to know if it was idiocy or cruelty, of if there's somehow a yet still unseen manipulator beyond even them. Jasper tells her, "And us? You were fooled by them as well. You're a victim here too, a different sort than the ones outside, but a victim nonetheless. But how will I get them to forgive me? Have you tried asking for forgiveness? Jasper says gently, and she looks surprised before stepping back with a nod. Star leads him, and Sky deeper into the building. He has to crouch through the doorways, but the rooms are built up so high that he has room to stand in most of them. Although the stairs are kind of tricky, they're spiral-styled, and he almost has to slither up with the metal of his armor scraping along the walls. It's near the top of the building at the back that the office of the head of the order lies. Thankfully, it's an ostentatious mess with big double doors leading in. He only has his antenna swept back as he walks in. Books, scrolls, gilding all over the place, and he can already sense an echo that shows a hidden doorway not too far away. That sounds like a great place to start. Right. Well, most of her official stuff is in her desk here, and hey, that wall doesn't. Star starts to explain as Jasper steps up to a nearby wall, pushes in a brick somewhat, and it follows a clicks into something. There's no further movement, and he pushes on the wall somewhat, and it starts to turn to show a doorway so thin that he can't even slip in turning sideways. How did you find that? Sky asks incredulously. My antennae are an entire set of sensory organs. I can see in different ways with them. The door was obvious. He remarks before sticking his head through. It's a tiny little office that he simply cannot fit in at all, so he does the smart thing and levitates some of the papers towards himself. Blah blah. The cell in Greenstone is working towards dissolving the faith in the lesser elements and slowly working a proper Lux sister into a position of power, blah blabbity blah. The deliberate drought in Goldlands has opened up numerous opportunities. Oh yes, we've got our perpetrator, but the motive isn't mentioned, he remarks, scanning the papers as he reads. Wait, the Order has people in Greenstone? Star asks. Apparently, at least one sister of the Order. Jasper notes passing her the pages before levitating another handful to himself out of the office. These ones are for the hidden expenditures and a list of stolen artifacts and relics. Something about a flying boat? There's a functional spaceship on this world? A what? Star and Sky both ask at once. Somewhere there's at least a partially functional spaceship. This is insane. If they had that, they could have called for help and regained the Age of Miracles, or copied it and used it for obscene levels of advantages against others. Jasper exclaims, putting those papers to the side onto the desk and summoning yet more to his hand. He scans through two more handfuls fast before coming up on something more interesting than an extensive listing of bribery and blackmail. Apparently, the damn documents weren't so much ordered as just set down wherever the head of this order thought was best. Here we go. Instructions that each head of the order must follow. Hidden within the highest chamber, there is a device of sacred purpose and divine strength that is the key to enormous power on a massive scale. He reads out loud and gives his impromptu assistants a sideways look. I can't fit up there. I'd be very appreciative if you two would be my hands for getting this key. Promise to keep reading out loud and you have a deal. Sky says, and Star gives her friend a slight cheer. I'll even use silly voices. It's in the bell tower. Hidden under the symbol of Miru, stick your fingers into the stonework and use the symbol to turn things in this direction. He indicates clockwise by turning his hand that way. After that, the front should come off and you'll find the device inside. Bring it to me. I need to read more of this. I'll be back in a bit. Also, can I have another bottle? Sky asks and Jasper nods. Yes, just please bring it here. Why don't you go in by the side? Star asks and Jasper sighs. Because I'm trying not to cause too much damage as I do these things. Yes, I could slam into the side of the bell tower and start ripping it apart to get at what's inside, but then the people down below will have glass shards and stone raining down on them. Not a good thing. Also, in the years to come, this will become a cultural site, a way to remember the past. I want it preserved for that, if nothing else. Why would we want to remember this? If you don't remember the past, how will you learn from it? Out of Cruel Space, Part 279. A scion of many worlds. His eyebrows go up in surprise to see the device that Sky brings in. It's clunkier than even the models made on Earth, but it's unmistakable. A communicator. Son of a bitch, they have one of these, he mutters, holding out his hand for the device. He holds the small depression on the side, and it activates and asks for a password. This model isn't the best security-wise, as it shows the number of letters required. Not that he needs to guess. The letter for the next head of the order had the password in it. He types in Luxmaru Lux, and it's accepted. There are several applications on it already. The mapping one has his eyebrows go up, as the device projects a three-dimensional image of Lacron. Two major continental masses, several strains of archipelago that are a few thousand, if not millions of years away from crunching together to form a few mini-continents. Is that the world? Star asks in shock. It is. This device is a communicator. It has other nicknames and uses, but its first purpose is to facilitate communication. This one has the basic communication, but it has something that it's in control of, or several somethings, and there is also this map and an archive in it. Now, the question about this map it's showing is if it's somehow in real time, if the map is being updated as we look at it. He says poking at the general place of the Auritus Valley. It zooms in and he pokes again and again to zoom in further and further. Fuck me, we've got satellites in orbit. He mutters as he sees the city of tents and makeshift cabins in the valley. Why? What's wrong? Those tents were set up several days ago. This map is not only recent, but very recent. Yet there's dust on this device, meaning it's being updated even when sealed away. There is something high above us, watching from above. The raging cunts have tech from your age of miracles, and instead of trying to make more of it, so that everyone can prosper, they hoarded it to themselves. He explains as his hand shakes, and he struggles to not crush the communicator in reflex. He's trilling again, but low and even. He takes a deep breath, holds it for a 10 count, and then lets it go, calm again. He brushes at the map and it dissolves to the next highest magnification. He presses on the screen slightly and exits out of the map app entirely. He checks the archive. There are hundreds, if not thousands of entries. The latest is titled 1679, the current year since the crash landing of the colony ship. He pokes it. It's an audio recording. The training of the Empress has proceeded exceptionally well. She leaves the temple for the final time this day, only to re-enter for official duties. She is certain of her divinity and believes herself above mortal concerns. She's willing to listen, if appropriately flattered, and looks every bit the goddess come to this sinful world. She will be the perfect rallying point and figurehead behind the reunification of the empire, with sister Lightbringers subverting things in the filthy land of Greenstone. We have an excellent chance of having a reunited empire again. After that, we can begin our plans to bring the whole of Lacron under our divine light. He pauses the playback and spares a moment to pat the very pale and very scared-looking Star on the shoulder. Are you all right? She shakes her head in response. Anything I can do to help? No, I see. Anyways, this device is effectively a smoking gun and proof positive of my accusations. Did you know? Star asks, and he pauses. I was just throwing out accusation after accusation at first, attacking their credibility. I didn't expect to be so right. I expected to be righteous, but not right. Hell, the assassins in the throne room were aiming for me, but I cast aspersions and really blackened the bitches. But this is somehow worse. If you have the power to save a life without risking your own and actively choose not to, then you've good as killed them yourself. Really? Well, yes and no. Things are complicated when saving lives comes in. Generally, you should if you can, but if you're just going to make it so that someone else needs to rescue two people instead, then you really, really shouldn't. And that can be hard to judge. He admits. No, I mean the accusations. That you didn't know about it all, and were just throwing out nonsense. That's now somehow true. Mostly. I was throwing suspicion around, pinning the blame of numerous terrible things on someone that seemed in charge to make me more righteous. It could have all just been tragic accidents and misunderstandings, but it's looking less and less likely. He says before dispelling the archive app. I'll have the whole city listen to the archives along with me. We won't get anything better for an admission of guilt than these. I suppose not. Star notes as she sniffs a bit, the last of her world crashing on her. The brave face she showed earlier finally starting to crack. Sky gives her a hug, and they just start to hold each other for comfort. The treachery of the higher-ups clearly hitting very hard. The control app is interesting, but something to look into a little later. Jasper says to try and distract them. Right now, I'm wondering if someone is perhaps listening in. The second statement was directed to the communicator, as he had noticed that the communication app was defaulting to on without notification. A clever little ruse that would be childishly simple to pull off, and if someone had little idea what communicators were like, then they would assume off was on and on was off, effectively allowing someone to listen in whenever, and make them think that they had no one to talk to. Something that would only work if the device was held in some reverence and no one spent time to actually fiddle with it until they figured it out. What do you mean? Sky asks, and he grins. I think my mother, Morgana Skitterway, is listening in. He says, and there's a tiny sound, not even something he can hear, but there's a distinct distortion in the electromagnetic waves around the device to show that it picked up something. Your mother? You're tied to all this, in a very roundabout way. I am both her second-born son and her firstborn reborn simultaneously. However, she didn't expect me to actually live rather than be an eternally sleeping monument to shut up! Dr. Skitterway bellows from the other side. Hello, Mother, Jasper remarks blandly. How's your health? Stop calling me Mother. Genetically, you are. Shut up. Furthermore, you brought me into existence when you took a copy of my brother's mind and placed it in the eternally sleeping corpse of your son's clone. You've had a hand in... She canceled the call. For a scientist and scholar that has been learning and expanding their knowledge for longer than most cultures on Lochran have lived, she's very much not in control of herself. Jasper notes. What was that? Star asks as she finishes drying her eyes. Girl's tough. She's not in a survival state and she's still bouncing back at incredible speed. She'll make it fine. My mother, sort of. It's complicated. Can you explain it simply? Sky asks and he considers. Long ago she had a son. Her first child was a son. That is rare, unusually rare, so she thought herself lucky. She's a cautious type, so she created a blank slate clone. Think of it like a second body that never wakes up unless needed. Basically, if her son got hurt, there was a double of everything from arms and legs to stomach and heart. Then there was a tragic accident, and her son Emmanuel Skitterway died. There was no recovering from it. That's horrible. But that doesn't explain everything. I don't know everything. Sometime much later, after keeping the clone body alive and unaging for some reason, she places a copy of my brother Horace's mind into the clone and launches it in a pod to Lochran. That's how I was born. A copy of a dead man with the mind of a living one. All I know is that she gets really, really upset when I call her mother, and she's clearly been watching Lochran. She's likely watching even now, but, well, I don't know. What do you think? Sky asks, and he just shrugs. Could be anything. It's why I'm telling anyone who asks about it. Maybe someone will have a bright idea about what the hell is going on. Jasper admits before chuckling. I'm afraid I'm better at inspiring speeches, tactics, and fighting than I am at philosophizing or trying to probe the recesses of a living mind. Jasper admits before poking at the final function of the device. It quickly gives him an up-to-date readout of something called a scurry. It's in good shape, but apparently buried under a lot of rock and stone. Its teleportation beacon is working fine and... Hello, there are apparently people in it in the midst of regenerative comas. From the looks of this, I have about a day and a half before I need to get to them. So this is something for later. Jasper muses out loud as he reads things out. 4 people are growing younger and stronger as we speak. However, I'm not seeing any headbands. Were there any deaths in the order lately? Several elders retired last week. They claimed that training the Empress was their final service to the order and would now retire in peace. Star says, and he nods. Well, now we know where they are. What are they doing? They're growing younger. This is one of the things lost from the Age of Miracles. Again, it's another thing they could have shared with others. Effectively, everyone who's died of old age is their fault. What? Sky demands in a shocked tone. It's one of the things lost from the Age of Miracles, healing comas. The ability to restore yourself from every injury in the span of a week by simply sleeping with the axiom around you buoying you up. However, I'm not seeing the mind retention bands, which means that these sleeping elders are losing their minds and memories as we speak. Jasper explains, and both girls stare at him. One job finishes and another 15 arise. He then starts gathering up all the papers and files and places them on the desk. Come on, you two. I have a few announcements to make, and then some scholars from the Star Seekers will be combing through all this mess. Grab your wine. We're teleporting down rather than squeezing through that stairwell again. But it's a nice stairwell. Star mocks him and he snorts. All the nicer for the gouges I've no doubt carved into the stone of the building. It's going to be hard enough to preserve any part of this place without wrecking it myself. Why are you so set on keeping this place in one piece? First off, the building itself did nothing wrong. It's a perfectly serviceable building. We can easily remake it into a school or a hospital or even a shelter for the downtrodden. Secondly, as the communicator and the secret passages and chambers have proven, it has secrets. It's best we find them and see if they're of use. Finally, he's cut off by a crashing noise and screams of rage. Finally, it's an offer of peace to those that believed in the Lux Way but weren't in on any conspiracy. He finishes before tucking away the communicator and then puts his hands on his shoulders. Let's get downstairs. He teleports all three of them into the main sanctuary, some meters off the floor, and gently flutters down, careful to avoid the growing crowd. He turns just in time to catch one of the heads of the order being bonked on the top of the head for spitting at him. "Did you have any trouble, my dear?" Jasper asks Magrica, who shrugs. "They're pretty quick with the light, but that trick you taught me for dealing with light users worked well. Not much point to blinding me if I'm not using my eyes to find you." Magrica remarks with a grin. "Yay, there's not much stopping a Metak when she wants blood. You girls are too quick and too strong to really stay in the way of." Jasper notes and she preens a little. "Not to mention, disarming you even in the most literal of senses only pisses you girls off. I got an armless auntie and everything. She's scary sometimes," Magrica adds. "Well, yeah. Compared to having your arms ripped out, nothing really hurts anymore," Jasper concedes. "Now then, as for you ladies, I think we have to have a little bit of a chat. The looks that he's getting from the captured heads of the Lux Way go from hateful to shocked when he pulls out the communicator. One in particular gets his attention. Ah, so you're the one who's been adding to this. Unfortunately for you, I know exactly what it is and what it's capable of." Out of Cruel Space, Part 280. A scion of many worlds. The fallout had been horrific. Everyone had wanted a piece of the heads, especially once he got the audio diary playing. It had revelations for the population, it had revelations for him. The Lux Way was not the only group on the planet with advanced technology in reserve somewhere, but in this part of the continent, they were the major players. There were at least 4 more on the world, with the Grand Midwives counting as one. This meant 3 more known parties that had their heads up their asses and an unfair advantage over the rest of the population. Most interesting had been a series of specific audio logs, all in the voices of the women in question, and several missing parties, presumably the girls undergoing a regenerative coma at the time. It was a self-introduction and an explanation of their goals and ideals. Those had gone over about as well as a farmer catching a fox in his henhouse. End results: mass executions. They had all been given an even sweep of elemental death. One was given to him, and he had been merciful by slicing their head in half with a blurring, fast swing of his claws. He didn't even have gore on him, a relief as someone being force-fed a fireball or so much water that their stomach cavity burst was horrific. One was slowly crushed under stones. A dark Arumenta had reached in and simply removed a heart. The Wind Girls had an idea born of the Water Girls, or perhaps it was the other way, where they force-fed an obscene amount of air to shred the lungs of the one they got. These girls were nasty when pissed. The worst of it was there was no way he could stop it without completely destroying his own position and power. But he was able to argue that the underlings were innocent rubes these witches had used. A revolution, but one that was almost entirely bloodless. 12 deaths, including the council he had massacred, which meant technically he had killed 7 of the 12. It both did and didn't bother him, mostly in how much it didn't bother him. The old banners and flag were having the symbol of the undaunted painted onto them. Everything had come together, but it revealed just how much more work there was to do. There was at least another piece of technology in the nearby Bright Dawn archipelago, and it's pirate, not pirate bullshit. The Greenstone Alliance still has infiltrators, and the Goldlands needs those rivers undammed, and their feathers unruffled. And that's if, big if, they don't have their own special brand of infiltration. Then comes the other half of this one continent. The northern mountains were thankfully a job already done if Magrica's to be believed. They were too focused on living their best lives to have conspiracies, and they lived there because it was a place away from everyone's drama and stupidity that had a lot of game, a lot of resources, and a lot of room for their young ones to grow up and their elderly to retire to. There was a loose collection of city-states with a patrolling army that refused to call itself a proper nation, despite having all the components of an actual nation up to and including currency and a unified justice system, moral values, and even accent. That one's going to be annoying. Either the people have their heads up their asses and are deliberately ignoring the definition of a nation or are being kept disunified and snobby by someone else. Next to it was a series of two major archipelago chains that allowed fairly easy crossing over the ocean to the next continent over which he had little, if any, information about. But the archipelagos were where the majority of the Jorgwa were located. Apparently, the crocodilian species liked swimming over the entire freaking ocean. Who could have guessed? Beyond that, there was apparently a major slaver empire, a large roving horde of marauders, that Lady Aelur is very ashamed to be descended from, a pair of empires with rigid caste systems that are both declaring themselves the grand rulers above all, and at this rate, a partridge in a pear tree. Somewhere in the midst of all this mess was Morgana Skitterway, observing everything, and tapping all the advanced communication networks that the conspiracies use to keep things going. In addition to whatever else she's got in her web, such as the satellites high above that are literally watching the world. Couple that with some strategically placed drones or basic droids with listening devices, and you've got a nigh-perfect observation network. Especially if the satellites can see through walls, things were moving along much more smoothly now. According to the heads of the Starseekers, some of the information that they'd been getting out of the radio was enough to seriously accelerate their next harvest, and they were soon to have another bumper crop. So that's a possible logistical nightmare solved, but he still had a fair amount of his army out and hunting in order to bring in extra food. Apparently those without moderately to very high positions of power were missing meals due to the drought in the Goldlands. That was a mess to take care of yesterday. He needed to get the lifelines of the nation back up and running, which meant diplomacy, which also means somehow convincing them that yes, he has conquered Miru, but that also means convincing the armies he's in charge and getting them back from provoking the nearby kingdoms. There's a lot to do. First things first, end the chaos in the capital and get his hands on all the visual expressions of Miru authority he can. After that, he can use them to do something about the armies and possibly the neighboring nations as well. He really doesn't want to leave a series of dead bodies wherever he goes. But first, quell the chaos. His army is in the city and in the process of mounting their cannons at strategically advantageous positions, as well as reuniting with family when they have a few moments to breathe after all the work. Then there was the question of the former empress. Apparently she had been privy to the broadcasted audio diaries and was now refusing to leave her bed. She had nothing left. Her mother has been dead for years. The Luxway had been her family, and ruling the empire of Miru had been her whole purpose in life. At this rate, she would do something stupid just to get killed alongside the pillars of her worldview. Perhaps that would be a good place to start? Show the city that there's a more civilized approach to a shift in power. They had their blood. Now it was time to build anew and repair what had been broken. Then after that, he had to see to the ship. That one was going to be something else. It was a downright archaeological treasure, and it was being used. Not that he could complain, as he still has the communicator on him. He had changed the password, though. Excuse me, He says to the guards in front of the former empress's chamber, "Time to get things moving, and if she can't rule an empire, then being a symbol of its rebirth may help. Who knows? She may be a better idol than ruler?" Either way, he needs to do something before a dark whisper of a child taking her own life in despair becomes a thing. He unclasps his weapon belt and lays the swords to the side, then vanishes into the girls' chambers. He's greeted by a scream and a pillow flying to his face. It impacts and then drops into his waiting hand. "I don't think you should be throwing a down pillow around. You're a monster," she screams. Is that a physical observation, an emotional reaction, or teenage angst? He asks flatly. The door opens behind him as he talks as the guards start watching. Clearly, they don't trust him with her, which is reasonable. He's a grown-ass man that just entered the room of a child. Not that they have much concept for the other reasons why this is suspicious as hell. "Everything was fine until you showed up." Okay, so it's either emotional or teenage, which, to be honest, is pretty much the same shit in two piles. For whom? For you? Deceived and manipulated your whole life? Perhaps your counsel, whom were also dancing to unknown strings and slowly ripping the world around you apart. Certainly not for the people, betrayed and abused by routine. It wasn't even all that good for your malefactors. Their idiot obsession with the least stable forms of power possible led them to their own ruin, and lives full of paranoia and distrust where their own beds and meals are suspect. He rants, and she looks shocked. How is any of that fine? How is being lied to and controlled by people who don't care about you okay? At what concentration of power is it a fair trade-off for a life full of paranoia and pain? This system was horrible. It just had a thin gilding on it to make it look acceptable. He catches another pillow to the face. "You know you're going to need something heavier if you're planning on actually hurting me." "You're immune to light, you monster!" "Nothing should be immune to light," she protests. According to whom? The women that manipulated and controlled you your whole life? The women that deliberately kept others ignorant and weak for their own benefit? Those women? He demands, and this time outright dodges as he does not want her chamber pot anywhere near him. Okay, that's it. He tosses the pillows onto the bed and stomps forward even as she scurries away in fear. Then he abruptly teleports beside her and grabs her, prompting laser beams to try and start boring into him. He lets her do it for a few moments. Then he gives her a shake and starts addling the local axiom out of its natural setting, agitating it to move in certain ways that have nothing to do with light. He puts her down in a chair and points a claw in her face. "You are going to sit there, and you are going to listen, or by God, I will spank you again, child." She gazes up at him sulkily. "I understand that you are confused and frightened. That's fine. That's understandable. I'd be shocked if you weren't. But there are limits and lines not to be crossed. Nod if you understand." She nods. "Good. I'm going to be sending you to Aridus Valley to learn under the scholars of the Order of the Starseekers. You have spent most of your life in training for your role. Going back into the role of a student should feel like putting on a properly broken pair of boots more than anything else. They're savages. Barring those without technology and secrets left over from the Age of Miracles, they're the most learned and wise people I have met upon this world. Furthermore, they're in steady contact with my people, the Undaunted. This is just an invasion, isn't it? A huge farce to destabilize my nation and people before you roll your real army in. Monster. No, I'm the first of a rescue operation. My people come with the intent of healing and teaching, not destruction. Pretty words from a monster that murdered my council." She spits at him. Righteous indignation from the brat who hated them all. He spits back. He then takes a deep breath and stands up fully while running a claw over his head to think. Fighting her isn't going to help. She's a petulant little brat hat, was never told no, and never had even the concept of a daddy to keep her on the straight. And his mind starts churning and he smiles. Yes, that would work. What would work? She asks, having picked up on his tone, and is suddenly nervous. I've been speaking of mercy and restraint, and I'd like to think I've led a wonderful example. However, there is more I can do. I'm going to make you my personal project, he says with a grin. What? She demands, and he nods. You need direction. I need to show people that I'm more than just a killing machine aimed at acceptable targets, so I'm going to adopt you. You will be my daughter, and I will break your wretched habits, shatter your delusions, and mold you into a proper and decent person. I'll need to speak with Admiral Cistern to ensure that he can have the paperwork ready. You are not my mother, nor shall you ever be. Of course not. I'm a male. I'd be your father, he remarks. Traditionally on Earth, fathers are more disciplinarians than nurturers, something you desperately need. I'm plenty disciplined. You can't just suddenly declare yourself my parent and expect that to work. Why not? I walked into armies and declared myself the leader. I walked into the throne room and declared myself ruler. It seems to work around here, he notes with a chuckle. I am not your child, too bad. Soon enough you legally will be. He then ruffles her hair and she starts clawing at his arm in return. Adorable. Now to the first order of business. What's your name? What? Your name was never mentioned in any of the audio logs, and everyone always refers to you as Queen or Empress. Either way, it's annoying me, and I need your proper name before I adopt you. Or I'll name you myself and I'll be naming you after both of my mothers. What? Yeah, you don't look like a Chandise Morgana. Maybe a Morgana Chandise? He muses, scratching his chin in thought. How do you not know my name? She screeches at him. No one's used it. He protests and she screams in frustration. This was clearly off to a roaring start, literally. Out of Cruel Space, Part 281. A Scion of Many Worlds. Zavia Enlightened Luxon Divine Ascendant. That's really your name? He asks her blankly, and she glares up at him. Do you think me some kind of peasant with only a clan and personal name? Or even like your little metak? She trails off as his eyes narrow at the insult to Magrica. She then rallies herself. I am more important. I have many names. You're more important than most. You have many names as well. How is this hard to understand? Names I gave myself. I am a copy of a simple soliter placed in the copied body of a dead man. I took a name related to the original so I would be myself, and then I took the names of the dead man to both honor his memory and torment his mother who denies me. Names only have the power you give them. They're empty noise if they mean nothing. But that's not how things are. How are things then? He asks, and she takes on an arrogant look before suddenly deflating. He raises an eyebrow. You're supposed to cover yourself in glory to show the entire world how great you are. Yet, hey, where's my crown? It was bothering me. I tossed it onto the throne and forgot about it, he says with a shrug. What? It bounced around as I moved. Sooner or later it was going to get my eye. He remarks wryly. But that crown is a sacred symbol of office. Symbol of office? For what? For a small piece of dirt on a single planet that's descendant of a spaceship crash? For a society that wasn't able to pull itself back up due to corruption and incompetence? It's a chunk of metal to be worn on the head, of less value than the breastplate I wear, and it's almost entirely ornamental. But it was worn by my mother, and her mother and hers back for generations, Zavia protests. Yes, and it was placed on your heads by the Lux Order to serve as a symbol they could use to control Miru, which worked so well that the country split in half, is surrounded by enemies on all sides and staring down a famine. Oh, and has been conquered by me, using disaffected Miru citizens. How wonderful. She just grumbles to herself under her breath and then refuses to elaborate when he looks to her for clarification. Yes, now that we've established that sarcasm is yet another weapon in my arsenal, let's get your new accommodations squared away. He remarks and she looks confused. What's wrong with the palace? All my things are here, she says, gesturing around the room to where her ornamental and highly impractical dresses are, to the mounds of jewelry on the vanity and silk-covered bed and feather-stuffed pillows. I don't trust you in the palace. Furthermore, this room is far too decadent. Get your most practical clothing packed. I'm having you move to the Aridus Valley. The scholars of the Order of Starseekers will see to a more proper and rational education. You've had your head filled with nonsense. And if I refuse to go, I am willing to drag you there stark naked through the countryside towards Aridus Valley. Are you willing to put up with that? He asks, since she just stares at him for a few moments. No, she mutters, looking away. Good. Gather your most practical clothing. Things are going to be very different for you from here on out. I will return in a few hours after checking in on some things that have come up. He says before leaving the room and closing the door behind him. She can still hear him through the thick wooden boards, organizing for things to be cleaned up and assuring them that she's not going to be here much longer to make a mess. Wretched beast. Still, it may be of use. She then considered things through. The monster thought her soft and foolish. Pah, what an imbecile. It was clear in many ways that the creature was being manipulated by some outside party. It's well known that part of the process in which beasts become higher beings is to shed the male sex, to learn to control their reproductive capacity. A male is a sign of lesser existence. It's why she had that idiot who claimed to be seeking a way to create male erumenta executed. To have such a thing happen would drag down the entirety of the world. Now, she just needs a way to dispose of this thing, no doubt specifically made to counter the Holy Lux way. But how to do it? He's immune to light, and to use darkness is wicked. But none of the lesser elements would likely come close. They're just too frail to do anything. What to do? Tom sorting things out. You know, she's plotting against you, Grandmother Bell notes. She'd been putting the priorities in the castle in order. She was a tough old broad that had no delusions about how bad things could get if the logistics weren't taken care of. No doubt. But she's a spoiled brat with no idea how things work. She's as obvious as a thunderstorm and perhaps half as good at planning. She has few allies and will gain fewer in the Aridus Valley. There are few poisons on this world she can make use of, and she only knows how to use light as a form of attack. Something she knows I can render myself immune to. Poison? Poison. Right, that's not something we think about much. Why would your mind go to that so quickly? Grandmother Bell asks before grinning. Unless you're the type to eat rotting food in desperation. Most prefer to go hungry instead. I have the mind and memories of a human. Poisons are a very real danger on their homeworld of Earth. How so? What kind of world has a lot of things rotting? She asks, and he shakes his head. It's not that. Earth is in cruel space, a part of the galaxy where the axiom just can't be used. Because of that, there's a lot of different adaptations for survival. Where most animals evolve axiom use, in some way they need other tricks there. Poison is one of them, or rather venom, as it's a type of poison made to be forced into another creature to kill it, usually with a bite. Of course, there are other types. Poisons that stay in the body of a creature that makes attacking it for meat useless as you only have something tainted and deadly, even if you do kill the animal. I wonder why it's not more common if it's both a sword and shield. Oh, that's easy. It doesn't always work, but it's very draining to do. Jasper continues. Anyways, have you... From that dirty look, I'm going to assume no. I've barely started, you giant galoot. Unlike you, I actually need to think things through. Ouch. Very well, I'll be back in a few hours. Will that be enough time? He asks, and she nods. So he nods back and pulls out the communicator he got earlier. He brings up the ship control and activates the transportation on him. There's no immediate teleportation, but he can sense something trying to yank at him through the axiom. He then aligns his own axiom with it and throws energy behind it until he simply vanishes. He reappears in a dusty cargo bay with numerous religious symbols relating to the Lux Way painted on the walls. Symbols of the sun and sunbeams all over the place. Hopefully the vandalism hasn't destroyed anything. Blessedly, the shuttle has the galactic standard scale of things, which is to accommodate the larger races, mostly because the smaller races can still get around in places where larger beings are more comfortable, but not the other way around. It takes a bit of wandering to find the helm. Bits of religious paraphernalia are all over the place, and he has to brush a bit aside to activate the holographic terminals. It spends a few moments asking for a key, and he places the communicator on the console. It works. All right, ship classification. A scurry shuttle. This is the fifth one attached to the Nest, colony ship, that brought the ancestors of this world here. It's capable of short jaunts into space, and is mostly an atmospheric craft, but can make limited trips into space, mostly to provide transport to and from orbital installations or vessels. It has a series of unsent status reports. What's the most recent one say? He mutters out loud as he goes through the reports. The flight systems are still in urgent need of repair. The amount of weight on top of the shuttle has only increased in the last 5 years. His eyes widen and eyebrows go up. But not beyond the tolerance of the engines at even 25% power? How tough is this little bastard? He blurs through the specifications of the ship and almost curses. It's a transport only. No weapons, minimal shields, but tough as all hell and easily repaired. Medical bay included, as it was apparently going to be repurposed into an ambulance along with the others. A bit of digging and the nest was going to be transformed into a massive hub of industry, manufacturing, education, and healthcare, with the scurry shuttles acting as public transport in the case of number 1 and 2, and the remainder being ambulances. Good plans that went to hell. He downloads a copy of the blueprints into the communicator and turns off the terminal. Time to take a look at the sleepers, maybe take a whack or 3 at the engines. Although why none of them tried to repair the engines just confuses him. It wasn't like the information was hard to figure out. He then churns it over in his mind and considers things a little more. He turns on the communicator's main function without sending it to anywhere specific. So what do you know about this? He asks into the nothingness. Know about what? A strange voice asks after a while. Oh, you're someone new. Who am I speaking to? I'm Nurse Cornflower. Who are you? I am Sergeant Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue. I must admit I was expecting my mother. His speech is interrupted to hear a sudden sharp gasp of breath. Is there something you feel I should know? Do you have any idea what kind of mental state that woman is in? I'm afraid not. My situation is very, very odd, and I'm working with conjecture and guesswork for the most part. I'm not officially her doctor. She doesn't have much respect for the soft sciences. But studying the behavior of others is a soft science, isn't it? He asks, and there's a sigh. I'm willing to listen if you want to talk. I'd say thank you, but you no doubt are fishing for information. Can you blame me? My situation is truly bizarre. Look, out of respect for my employer, I can't say much, but I can tell you that she doesn't react well to unexpected developments, often growing infuriated and testing things over and over until she gets what she wants or understands exactly what happened. And my behavior has been completely unexpected. Yes. Look, I'm here because spending several years to a decade learning under Dr. Skitterway is as good as a master's in medicine and several other fields as well. I'm training to be a diagnostician and have a degree in psychology. I don't know much. You know more than me. Is there anything more you can tell me without risking yourself or angering her? Jasper asks, and there's a pause. No, I've said too much as is. I'm terminating the connection now, she says, and the line goes dead. He starts to look away, but immediately a text message arrives. You're actually helping her. Please keep it up. The communicator then forcibly resets itself, and there's no hint of the message on his phone. He notes clucking his proboscis a little in thought. He considers things and considers some other things that deliberately clunk with the known information. Has she never let herself grieve? Has she never recovered from the loss of her son? But why? There are so many whys left unanswered. His calling her mother is helping her? How? Why? He just got an answer, mostly to a question he hadn't bothered to ask, but it just raised several more. Although the information that she has little respect for soft sciences would explain why she hasn't gone to therapy, which to be fair would be a science softer than butter, with so many different races, standards and religions all setting different standards for what is a proper mindset. To say nothing of how do you perform proper psychological therapy on a full conversion cyborg or a mind clone like himself. No doubt, examining him would make an entire thesis for several psychology majors. He pockets the communicator and quickly finds the medical section. 2 entire cargo bays dedicated to preserving lives and linked but able to be separated in case someone has a virulent disease. The 4 missing heads of the Luxway are here, looking to be just barely out of their teens as they sleep in front of him. They sleep in almost the mummy style, but with an iron and leather tome in each of their hands. The books are covered in locks and very solidly sealed. There are further books on different beds, no doubt for the other, now dead, members of the order. He pulls them out of the grips of the girls and sits on a nearby bed to flip through them after breaking the locks with ease. Personal journals, behavioral hints and secret plans, who to trust, who not to trust, and other such things, including the location of personal fortunes and a list at who owes who favors and how to take advantage of that. There are numerous little plots and minefields that these four vicious bitches have been up to. Perhaps when they wake up, they would have slept away these poisonous attitudes. If so, he's willing to burn the books and allow things to be forgotten. After he gets the hidden resources, he's going to have to pay some people for food very shortly, and the personal treasuries of conspiratorial lunatics will be a great start to that. Out of Cruel Space, Part 282. A scion of many worlds. All I'm saying is that what does an oversized insect know of Erumenta concerns? When have you ever known an Earthani to be anything but an easily frightened? What the light was that? Zavia's wheedling at the guards is interrupted as something enormous flies overhead. It's easily twice the size of any ship in any harbor, but there is nothing on it to hint how it can fly. I don't know. The guard finally answers her, after so much time trying to get the idiot firewoman to say something. Get back in your room. When Lord Blue returns, he will be informed of your attempts of sabotage. Sabotage? Me? She asks, trying to sound innocent. Yes, trying to downplay my commanding effort is attempted sabotage. Attempted because it was such a bad attempt that there's no way it could work, but attempted all the same. The guard says, all but forcing her into her room and closing the door behind her. She huffs at this. The stupid peasant was, to think I used to look up to this girl. The guard's disappointed mutter brings her up short. It had been through the closed door, but clearer than anything. She tries to dismiss things, but much of what she had learned, and the sense of sheer disappointment from the woman, brought her up short. Had this woman been a true believer? Possibly. There was an enormous amount of support for the Luxway among the Fireborn, had this woman been. She pushes the thoughts from her mind and crosses the room to the balcony. Perhaps she can get another view of... Yes, the thing is still out there, hovering over the harbor and slowly lowering down. She focuses upon the sacred light, and it enhances her ability to see, the foresight of her ancestors, and the ability to... It's the wretched Earthani again. The beast is walking out of the thing shortly, followed by several confused-looking... Wait, she recognizes them. Sisters Lumen, Glare, Bloom, and Joy. But they're young. No, it can't be. None of the elder sisters had ever had children, having devoted their lives to the order. It had to be coincidence. Yes, mere coincidence. The order was benevolent. If they had some kind of miracle, they would have mastered it for the greatness of Miru. Time. Down. The crowd's innumerable questions and shouting drowns him out. Calm down. Not as effective. It's clear that adding his voice to the din won't let him be heard, so he does the smarter thing and remotely accesses the ship. It turns out there's a required feature in any craft designed for atmospheric travel. The horn. Everyone goes silent as a blaring noise so loud that nearby windows rattle blasts forth from the strange object. Then Jasper finds another aspect to it and grins. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now? The thing is talking! It's a golem! Isn't that the Earthani's voice? All right, that's enough of babbling over me. Yes, this is Jasper using the ship's broadcast system to be heard over you all. He says into the communicator, not even bothering to keep the enormous smile off his face. And yes, this is a ship, a minor starship as starships go, but a starship nonetheless. He continues. Now before you ask, yes, this is an artifact left over from the Age of Miracles. Yes? The masters of the Lux Way were using some of its secrets to maintain power, and from what I've been able to peruse from their private journals, they never bothered to repair it, for fear of provoking others in doing the same with their own artifacts and starting a war they couldn't win. This device is not a weapon, quite the opposite. Its original intention was to assist in the saving of lives, something it shall be used for again. Across the city, whatever conversation there was remaining dies away. What is he planning? I have found the original plans of your ancestors from the Age of Miracles. They are good, they are sound, and if not for tragedy, they would have worked. So I shall continue them. I shall honor the memory of the people that built this world. This ship was made to ferry the sick and wounded to a place of healing. Though that place of healing never had the chance to be born, the ship still has advanced facilities that can heal wounds and fight disease. We shall turn it into a house of healing itself. We shall have it soar from place to place, bringing succor and salvation to all. And so, upon this day, I christen this craft the Salvation, for that is what it is and what it shall bring. Hey, I'm getting pretty good at this speechifying thing. Maybe I might... Oh shit, it's still on. There's a scrambling noise following the muttering announcement, and after it sinks in that the ship caught and broadcasted his more private thoughts, a laugh bubbles over the city. Times, Devaya mutters having by an imbecile. Zavaya mutters having caught the announcement. She refuses to believe the Lux way. There's no way such a thing would have been kept from her, kept from her mother or grandmother. In those few short, golden years, there would have been something to hint at such a thing. No, this must be some kind of plot to further destroy the good name of the Lux way. It had to be. It just had to. She has to remind herself she's in public. Even captured and treated like an incompetent, it would not do for anyone to see her weep. She has to focus her mind elsewhere. Try to learn who or what might have created this bizarre Earthani. It was clearly unnatural, even admitted it was. According to what she had overheard, when the treacherous soldiers began speaking to the serving staff, the beast outright admitted that some mysterious watcher had crafted his body and then copied his mind from another to craft him. Her attention is drawn away from inwards contemplation as the beast begins speaking again. All right, back onto serious affairs. I have found the remainder of the heads of the Lux way. They were undergoing a process to cheat death and grow younger, but they were using it improperly and slowly losing their memories. I have taken the liberty of removing the journals and diaries they used to regain their old selves and spoken to their new selves. They have agreed to operate the Salvation as a free house of healing for all, as what memories they have retained include much on how to run it. It shall move from major city to major city on monthly basis. Let all who come here be healed. For those that doubt their level of skill, do not fret, for I will be bringing in trained healing masters from the Star Seekers to ensure that no matter what ails you, that there shall be healing and comfort found. A free hospital? Where is he going to get the resources for that? And I understand, Jasper says. Okay, I understand. Perhaps he's already losing control of the situation. It would be wonderfully poetic if the usurping wretch were torn apart on their first day as a tyrant. Enough. Their memories are wiped and gone. Whoever they were when they began the healing sleep has been reduced to nothing more than a dream. Those women are dead, and I will not have the innocent slaughtered for the crimes of the guilty. We are not animals, we are not savages, and we will not be descending into such barbarism. To punish one person for the crimes of another is wrong. Well, that was passionate. Are her people digging into a deep and dirty wound? Why does it matter? Because redemption is important. It's sacred and solemn, and had I the power, then all I had killed would be alive and given the chance to make amends for all they have done. A dead person is nothing but a loss. With life, there are chances anew to make amends and build. The dead are simply dead. His latest little rant brings about a pause, and she focuses. Perhaps this is the moment where all the obvious lies finally turn against the wretch. Instead, there's a cheer that resounds, and sisters Lumen, Glare, Bloom and Joy are embraced by the crowd. What black magic is this? Why do they love him? What has he done to earn this? There is more, he announces, and she groans. Every time the beast opens his mouth, it somehow cements itself among her people all the more. I have the locations of the personal fortunes of the Lux Way. You have all been staring into the jaws of a famine. I shall personally see to it that the entire fortune is used to feed you all. Let the threat of famine fall. Let us all find our bellies full and our futures bright. Relief already pours forth from the Aridus Valley. But I say more. Let there be even more for all. After I ensure that civil war does not tear Miru asunder, I will go to the Goldlands and barter for the food needed to ensure that we all are fed, then to Greenstone to broker peace. After that, the Bright Dawn Archipelago will be persuaded to crack down on the piracy. And should they fail to see reason, then they shall see our strength. He continues, And there's no mistaking the cheering and adulation as anything but imbeciles. Why can't they see just how suspicious and unreliable such a creature is? The beast is scary. It cares nothing for our traditions or ways. Why do they love it? She demands and is cut off by a knocking at her door. She turns away to ignore the knocking, but it persists. In fact, it more than persists. It grows to be completely insistent and utterly annoying. Just a constant knocking sound that outright compels her to answer the damnable door. Finally, I was wondering if you were deaf. The Lyrak woman on the other side states. She's wearing the cloak of the Star Seekers and carrying a bag with books to her side. Well, if they're sending a scholar with tomes, then this is actually a fair treatment. No merely preoccupied. I take it you're my jailer's choice of teacher? She asks the animal walking like a woman. I volunteered for the duty. I've taught many stubborn students in my times. I know the fur covers it, but I'm old. I've seen many students become masters, and a tragically misinformed royal child will be an excellent capstone to my career. Oh, excellent. I always wanted to be a random goal for a complete stranger. A teenage moodiness makes me feel young again. She remarks with a sigh of longing. I've broken worse than you, little girl. I don't even need the switch anymore. Zavaya's eyes narrow at the threat from the furry creature whose bushy tail swings back and forth a little. Now then, where do you want to begin? At the beginning? What are you even here for? Well, to start, I'm going to quiz you on what you know about the world, mathematics, logistics, and history to begin with. After that, we go into alchemy, or rather chemistry, as Lord Blue insists it's actually called. There's astrology and arithmetic. Not to mention, we need to check up on your levels of reading and writing and many other subjects beyond it. It won't do for someone who considers themselves royalty to be ignorant and naive. If you're to lead, then you must understand of what you speak and make the wisest and most rational decisions possible. And you think that the Lux Way has not prepared me? That half a dozen women dedicated to my upbringing would be lax in any field? Yes, the Lux Way, even at its best, was overly concerned with Aramenta affairs, and while you and your people are a significant portion of the world, there is more to the world than the Aramenta. Knowing how to deal with the Metak is important when you have vicious beasts on the borders. My own kind are often the traitors you will see beyond the Jorgwa and Fossa. How do you deal with the distant slaver states? There is much we need to test to see if you're willing to face the world. And does Lord Blue, as you call him, have this knowledge? Lord Blue has dealt with every situation sent his way with aplomb. He has proven himself time and again to be extremely competent in dealing with new situations and extremely well educated in numerous fields. The Lyrak explains, and Zavaya's eyes narrow in frustration. Out of Cruel Space, Part 283. A scion of many worlds. The fact he honestly could not find a better way to repatriate all the wandering armies than flying up with the crown, and then engaging in a duel of balance with the leading champion and general, sometimes simultaneously, was something he felt more than a little disappointed in. He had spent more years being taught than a lot of these soldiers had been alive, and he still couldn't find a better answer. Although that's something else he'll have to change, where the age of majority is on the world. 13 is too young to be recruited as a soldier or sent to work in mines. It took him roughly 2 days of steady flying, dueling, and declaring himself to get the armies moving, and many of them wanted to sign up for his specialized training. It would take about a week for everything to settle there, but he wanted to keep striking while the iron was hot, or in this case, blazing, as news of what he was doing and who he was had begun to spread. He had to ask numerous people to take off the false antenna already, but he could hear the whispers, especially as apparently he'd been getting some hidden help from the grand midwives. They had been telling at least part of his story, that he was literally sent from the heavens. That bit of information was making him really uncomfortable with how it's being taken way out of context, or rather how, no matter how much he gives context, it doesn't get better. Beyond what's no doubt some cult of the moth kicking off, he also has to deal with Zavaya. She's pissed, and apparently in the midst of a temper tantrum. Being told in no uncertain terms that her tutor has a lot of work to do has not helped her ego or temper. Gotta keep the momentum, keep things moving. He mutters to himself as he flies down to overlook the dam. First things first, he needs the Goldlands to end their drought. For that, this dam needs to go. The Her River was a source for many of the streams across the Goldlands, and it started near the Greenstone border. The other river, the Woe River, was dammed in Greenstone, but unleashing just one would do a lot to ease tensions. The mines did not need the dams. The dams were a form of cultural warfare without actually drawing blood and earning the ire of the midwives. Clever, but short-sighted. Much of this world was just that. Clever, but not stable in its cleverness. What's your opinion, Mistress Gwen? He asks of the architect he brought with him from Aridus. The middle-aged Fosa is a reserved woman with little to say. I think tearing it all down is a very poor choice to make, she says, clearly examining the structure. It's crude but strong. Made from a single massive slab of solid stone, no doubt conjured by Earth Aramenta. Well, yes. I don't want to flood the dried river. I need to know the best place to put in a deliberate leak so this reservoir is drained into a proper river once more. The Goldlands need the water. Gwen lets out a humming sound and walks up to the dam. Then she starts doing something. Something that sets Jasper's teeth on edge and causes his wings to flicker in irritation. He can't hear it, but she's clearly toying with sound waves. Not good. We need an expert. Gwen mutters to herself. He catches it anyways. What kind of expert do you recommend? Jasper calls to her, and she shoots him a dirty look. You're not the only one with excellent hearing. Can you cut this stone without cracking it? She asks, and he considers for a moment before nodding. She points to a spot near the base of the dam. There, then. Cut a hole as large as your head, but stand to the side. Right. The water pressure. This should be interesting. He notes fluttering down to the mostly dry riverbed. He steps from stone to stone before coming upon the sheer wall that eats away at half the valley. He thinks of how best to proceed. Transmutation. Yes, that is what he will do. His claws meet the stone just to the left of the place indicated, and he feels out the stone. The work is impressive, but dangerous. Any level of sabotage and the entire dam comes apart. He ponders only for a moment why anyone in their right mind would build something so massive to be so flimsy. Then it comes to him. Casus belli. The destruction of important infrastructure would be all the excuse Miru would need to hammer down on Greenstone without losing favor with the Grand Midwives. All the while the Goldlands suffer. No doubt both sides would be tempted to attack the other dam, but with Erumena on both sides of the equation, then they would all see the trap. So the dams would stand, the Goldlands go through drought, and the tensions ratchet ever upwards as both Greenstone and Miru begin to slowly starve with less and less food from their major grain and fruit importer. Clever ideas, poor long-term planning. He mutters and Gwen gives him an odd look but doesn't ask. He focuses his antenna reaching out and touching the wall as well as he concentrates to get a feel for the entire structure. He crouches down and moves his right claw to the side, spreading the fingers apart and focusing. At first, the transformation is slow, getting him used to the sensation of conjuring a thick steel pipe coated with zinc. The transformation is slow at first, slowly altering the face of the dam until the second half. He can feel the stone starting to give way, so he rushes the back half quickly. The roar of the water exploding outwards is more than a little shocking, and the sheer spray of water makes him back up from the spout of water before something regrettable happens. You let it crack, Gwen says, and he looks at her in alarm. Under the metal, there's a slight crack. The dam will give way in time. I see. Could we safely drain more so the effect is lessened? I don't think I can close it back up. He asks and she considers. Will you be using metal again? I am unsure how it affects things. It reinforces the tunnels. It's called galvanized steel. Purified iron covered in a thin layer of zinc. A fair amount was used on a lot of old ships that were taken apart to make the Dauntless. She simply hums as she considers things. The naturally glowing markings on her person seem to flicker ever so slightly as she's wrapped in thought. She holds up her hand to forestall any questions and points to the massive spout of water ripping out of the pipe. He watches for a few moments before his eyebrows go up to see an enormous amount of kicked-up sediments start to fly out with the rest of the water as it turns the white stream nearly pitch black. Was that your main concern? He asks as a few larger chunks that are likely dead animals fly by. No, one of many. Now quiet, I must listen. She says, and he nods before walking up to stand beside her. He closes his eyes and opens his ears further. Perhaps there's something he can learn here? There is, of course, the sound of rushing water, but underneath it is an almost chime-like sound of all the water ringing the metal. There's a creaking in the stone and the gouging, gunky sound of the water and sediment hitting the riverbed some distance away. The breeze overhead and his own breathing are powerful sounds as well, but he can sense that they're not what he's looking for, although the question of what he's looking for is unanswered. Two more like the first, each one of your body lengths higher than the first, and as far apart as your extended elbows. Gwen says, and his eyes snap open to regard the task at hand. Very well, he says, fluttering up to just above the spouting black water and sludge, and uses axiom to push himself against the wall without falling. He really doesn't want to have to clean that disgusting mess of dead animals, rotting plant life, and dirt out of his armor, clothing, or fur. He reaches out and puts his hands over parts of the wall, like trying to do a push-up before glancing down to Gwen. She nods, and he focuses. It's easier now that he has had his practice run down below, and with that ease, he's suddenly between three massive spouts of water before he simply teleports, rather than try to worm around the shooting water. The upper spouts are much cleaner than the first one, which is spewing out what almost looks like tar at this point. The stink of it is really starting to get offensive, but the larger amount of water from above is starting to wash backwards and hopefully clean out and spread the gunk around. Despite the stink, it's likely going to be amazing for growing plants. What's your opinion? Jasper asks Gwen, who considers the sounds surrounding her, and after a short while nodding. It's working, she says tersely. Water, Aramenta, or Yorgwa will be needed to unclog them when they get stuck. Yes, it's only a matter of time before something big clogs a pipe. Jasper agrees, and as if by magic, the lowest pipe suddenly loses almost half of its power as something starts blocking it from the other side. Of course. Excuse me. Gwen simply watches in interest as Jasper gathers the purer water shooting out above towards himself and compresses his sample into a piece the size of a marble. He moves it forwards and back a few times to line everything up, then launches the hyper-pressurized sphere of water straight up the pipe and crashing into whatever's blocking it. On the other end, there's a gout of cleaner water for a moment. As the sphere detonates and clears the blockage, then the black gunk of sediments returns. So how long until this dam's water can reach the Goldlands? And after that, how long until we can dismantle the dam entirely? First hint, we'll reach the Goldlands tomorrow. The river will seem full in 3 days. It will be weeks before the dam can be taken apart. She answers him and he nods. Right, thank you for your time, Mistress Gwen. I did promise to bring you anywhere you so choose, so where would you like to go? He offers and she thinks. The city of Battlement Cliffs to the east. My family is there and it's been years since I've seen any of them. Gwen says, and he nods before gently picking her up. Just point the way, ma'am, he says, and she points to the right. His wings snap out and they launch into the sky. The flight is uneventful, but it does give him an excellent view of the non-unified city-states of the East. They're spaced out about 3 days' travel from each other, with small villages and rest stops between them at about a day's travel. This is a part of culture that's going to die. With the Undaunted bringing technology and knowledge, the ability to travel will grow immensely. As they approach the sea, she points down to a city with a strange mountain cut in half to the west of it. The cut is oddly clean. He swoops down and sets her down in the city square, staring straight at the giant cliff. There's a strange sheen to the cliff, and there's a great deal of earth and sand below it. Something's up here. Or rather, something was up a long time ago, long enough for plant life to overgrow all of it, all but the cliff made of melted stones, doesn't have anything growing up it. Too smooth for vines to find purchase. And why are you staring at the battlement? Gwen asks, and he considers. I think this place might have been hit with some kind of weapon. He says, gesturing up at the cliff, that cut in the stone is perfectly straight, rare enough in nature, but it's also smoothed over from melted stone. Rare as well and usually exclusive to straight edges as flowing substances push out in all directions. I think this area was struck with a powerful heat-based weapon, such as a plasma shot or laser barrage. Why, though? What use is attacking a large mining area? Mining? Jasper asks, and Gwen nods before pointing down. There are very large deposits of many metals, some of them mixed together, or alloyed in unusual ways here. She says, and he really starts thinking. A place hit with thermal weapon fire, a place with a lot of metal in it. Was this an installation hit by orbital bombardment? Are there other places like this? Towns with large areas of melted rock and excellent mining? A baker's dozen, Gwen answers, and he nods. Now things are starting to make sense. The accident that stranded the colonists may very well not have been an accident. They may have run into some petty warlord or pirate gang and gotten into a fight with the defenses on the world. 13 in total. Even a well-armed and well-piloted ship would likely lose 13 on one, especially if it was a huge colony ship. I'm going to have to take a look at all of them. This could be very interesting, he realizes. He's already a warlord, a ruler, a father, a religious figure, and a son. Perhaps he'll add archaeologists to that list? Out of Cruel Space, Part 284. A scion of many worlds. Two evenly spaced hexagons with the largest deposit dead center to all of them. I have to say, Sergeant Blue, that is compelling evidence of prior habitation and would be a great indicator of what might have brought the colony ship down. Perfect straight lines and geometrical formations rarely appear in nature. Couple those with the unnatural stone formations nearby, and we have a clear indicator. Gerald Lore remarks, and there's a snort. Is there something you'd like to add, Franklin? Clear indicator, nothing. It's a defensive battery for an outpost. The centermost component is the main communication and defensive hub. It would have been the first target, and some scattered but far less effective fire would have come from the other 12 portions. Its nickname is the Shield. How common are they? It's considered basic infrastructure on any planet that needs defensive grids. They're shelters against orbital bombardment, but they're not perfect. With so many moving parts, there's a reputation for failing after constant bombardment, but they take up so much attention and resources to get through that they're still built to this day. You helped set one up, didn't you? 3, but yes. The central-most deposit is in a vaguely circular shape, isn't it? Franklin asks. No. Although there is a strange pattern to the mines where most of the upper deposits were spread out heading northwards before concentrating around its southernmost point going down. Then the bombardment was at an angle, which means the ship was south of the shield and bombarding northwards. Granted, bombardment-scale weapons can hit from halfway around the planet, so that won't narrow down a search region. What are the odds of there being something still salvageable? Something preserved in an underground cavern is very different than something shot down and exposed to the elements, Jasper asks. Could go any way. Lore begins. For all the failures of axiom-based engineering, they are built to last. Short of being deliberately damaged and exposed to truly extreme elements, most of it should be functional. So there are more pieces of tech to get beyond some communicators and shuttles. By the way, how's that flying hospital of yours working? Vernon asks into the call. Once I managed to get the idea of proper triage down, it went fairly smoothly. If your life is in jeopardy or you're in a lot of pain, then you're going to the front of the line. If it can wait, then so can you. Beyond that, the upper class are eager to make use of it, which is wiping away any trepidation the less fortunate have. Nothing like seeing the popular and powerful want something to make you want it yourself. Do you need anything else set up, or were you just asking advice? Not really, no, but it does. Wait, do you have a passenger manifest for the Nest? The colony ship that came here? Jasper suddenly has an idea. Yay, we pulled up everything about the planet when this whole mess showed up. Why? All right, I want both a readout of the races on board that ship and known pirate sightings in the region. We have nothing confirmed on the pirates. You're in wild space and a full day's out from frontier space. Reports are as sketchy as they come. Mostly just a few confirmed ship sightings and a few insurance claims. Lore says as he taps a few buttons audibly over the call. As for the colony ship, we have Aramenta, of course, a few families of Earthani and Nagasha, a conglomeration of Lyrak entrepreneurs, a flight of Saramali warriors, and that's all. You said there's also Foza, Metok, and Jorgwa? Yes. Curious and seemingly proof positive in either a huge number of stowaways or the planet already having some level of occupation when the ship was brought down. But which was it? An unregistered claim or an attack? Jasper asks out loud. Does it matter at this point? In practical terms, it could only maybe be used for some form of blackmail or browbeating. Regardless, do you think there's some more that I might be able to salvage from this world that could be of use? There were several armories and a solid plasma and laser array on the ship. However, I would be truly shocked if they weren't looted down to the very bolts in the walls in the intervening years. Of course, the fact that they haven't been replicated or studied from means they were broken, lost, or hidden. So there's a chance, but you're not going to find them in one big bundle. They'll be spread out and part of some ancient story passed down from mother to daughter to make them feel like their family line is some secret line with a grand destiny. So look to the pompous? Jasper asks. Maybe, but if you're burning for ranged firepower, you really should be talking more to me, little brother. I've got an armory here. I can teleport things to you and arm you up in a hurry. Horace offers, and Jasper thinks for a moment. No. If I pull out a laser or plasma pistol, then everyone who has one hidden in the walls will yank theirs out too, and the death toll will go through the roof. Even if it's just accidental discharge or detonating the weapon by being an idiot with it. We'll bring them out when we know we have more than anyone else. For that, I need the undaunted here. I'm coming, don't you worry. The problem is that frontier space alone is a long ways out from any axiom lanes, and you're in wild space, which is even further. Horace explains, still, if you need anything else, do not hesitate to ask. Just information, brother. By the way, have you been keeping up with the self-enhancement? Yes, the Canador recruits I'm training with are a touch shorter than me now. Jesus, we're monsters, Jasper says with a grin. Monsters, I tell you. Monsters! Jasper continues melodramatically, and there's a round of chuckling. I'll start feeling like a monster when I can't buy off-the-shelf clothing. Hell, it takes only 3 minutes with a sewing machine to cover the tail hole in Canador clothes. Hell, I'm not even into the big and tall sections when I left Centris. Horace remarks. Well, the galaxy is going to be a little shocked to find an Earthani as big as you bumbling around. Think I might start a new fad? Oh, maybe. Who's to say in a galaxy like this? Horace asks. All right, I've got 1,050 things to do, so if anyone has any more advice for me, now's the time. Don't piss into the wind. Franklin says, and there's an involuntary snort from Jasper. Is that just you being a smartass or practical? A bit of both. But if you need it for practical advice, then you need a lot more than pithy sayings to help you out. Is Franklin's comeback. The more thought-provoking bit can be seen as check which way things are going before deciding to become part of it. You've rushed in a few times and gotten into some big fights for it. You're also now in charge of a lot of people. You keep rushing in and you might drag an entire nation into ruin. You've described to us a few situations where people were fairly clever in one way or another, but it then backfired because the long-term ramifications weren't thought about. You need to think at least 5 years ahead when you lead a lot of people. Right, so was it a good idea or a bad idea to open up the dam on the Her River? It was a sign of good faith, a sign that you want to deal with things fairly. But it was also a fairly powerful bargaining chip spent ahead of time. On one hand, you seem much more reasonable now. On the other, you've lost a good way to twist their arm. Hopefully they won't send a belligerent asshole as an ambassador when I arrive to speak with them. Don't jinx yourself, brother. Horace chides him, and Jasper almost winces. Right. Well, if I'm screwing myself over, then I'll need to end the call before I make anything worse. Sorry for interrupting whatever you guys were up to. Jasper apologizes. Don't be. I was running out of excuses to avoid being dragged to a bar by some of the dumber soldiers. Gerald remarks. I was actually planning out the next harvest. There's a lot to be said for axiom-accelerated crops, Franklin responds. It was a standard day at the village. Although there are more and more young recruits signing up, now that it's well known that you don't need to be traumatized to become a sorcerer, everyone wants it. Vernon adds in, so you do spend time doing something other than your wife. Good to know. Horace needles at him. Everyone keeps throwing out comments like that, as if I'm somehow to be ashamed for being in love. All I hear is jealousy. Vernon replies with an amused tinge in his voice. Shit, he's onto us, Gerald remarks, and there's some chuckling. All right, you cretins keep yourselves out of trouble. Tall order, yes, but at least make a token effort. Franklin says, and then there's the slight beep of someone leaving the call. The rest leave in short order and Jasper sets the radio down on the little pedestal. It was being used by all sorts of members of the Starseekers in order to help with their research and understanding. They even had a fairly comprehensive map of the known galaxy filled in by both official records that the Dauntless has access to, but humanity's own knowledge of their little slice of the galaxy. Ironically, it was probably one of the most complete maps in the galaxy, as it had the most up-to-date information on cruel space, as there had been a lot of information based on sensor readings from the Lance as it made its way through both ways. Oh, excuse me. Jasper says as before he can open the door, someone else does, and a sworn sister of the Starseekers freezes looking up at his gigantic frame. He simply teleports to the opposite side. Enjoy. The Nagasha woman stares at him for a while as he weaves through the halls and then around a corner and out of sight. His destination is set, and he finds his way to the library. He doesn't physically touch the books. The printing presses the girls are designing are still very rough and ready, and as such these handwritten books are worth more than their weight in gold. Still, Axiom allows him to withdraw and then read the tome without risking his jagged claws cutting it. Golden Grain Sways, History of the Goldlands. The title is right to the point and exactly what he needs. With the Grand Midwives, Starseekers and Miru, he's been reactive. No longer. From here on out, he goes in with more cards than overwhelming power, sheer bullshit and audacity. Granted, it's like having 3 jokers in your hand, but he'd like some aces and kings. Something reliable and still very useful. Hell, a bunch of 10s would work great. Just so long as he has something where he can reliably predict the outcome. Oh, great, he mutters as he comes across an early passage warning that the women of the Goldlands are mildly infamous for holding grudges far longer than reasonable. That's going to be an utter pain in the ass. Very practical, accepting their grudges, and they tend to hide them behind smiles. Wonderful. Hopefully there's a bit here in how they actually manifest the grudges. Is he going to find something nasty in his tea? Maybe they'll spit in his food or something? Jasper pauses for a moment when he realizes he's pining for someone to try and stab him, as it would be less hassle than someone just being rude. The moment of mental vertigo subsides, and he goes back to reading. Oh, just great. Generations of predation from bandits, and never being able to raise an army of their own due to a distinct lack of metals. Metals which they've traded for at a huge loss for all the food. Great. Just great. So it's a nation of grudge-holding farmers who've been shafted for generations and know it, and now some fucking idiots have blocked off their main water supplies. Just fucking great. Fucking powder keg. All I've done is disarmed a 4th at best. Fuck! He mutters, running a hand over his head and feeling as his claws flatten his antenna, and he takes a deep breath. He doesn't even have Miru fully disarmed. It could still go up at any moment if he shows himself as anything less than unstoppable and invulnerable. He cracks his neck and starts reading again, his mind already churning. More strong arm tactics it is then. And all this is to just untangle the mess that's Miru, Greenstone, Goldlands, and Bright Dawn. There's still the metric ton of idiot city-states and a whole other continent. It has 3 empires, one an outright slaver kingdom, and they're all dealing with the local version of the Mongol hordes, but with wings. Thankfully, he can fly too. Out of Cruel Space, Part 285. A scion of many worlds. I see the assassins have succeeded. The dignitary says the moment Jasper enters the room. He pauses to process the connotations of that statement for a moment before sighing. Gonna be one of those days. Well, that's certainly a way to start negotiations. And no, I'm not part of any assassination plot. My name is Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue, and I'm a third party that came in, broke the Miru throne, took its crown, and then confined the former empress to her bedroom like a spoiled child. Jasper says, walking into the guarded room as the woman suddenly smiles. The heir Araminta is beaming at him like he had offered her a favorite sweet and a bouquet of roses. So the rumors are true. A giant Earthani descended from on high and made a complete mockery of the crown and empire. How wonderful. I've not lost any size in the slightest. Actually, I'm fairly certain I've grown larger. Rumors and facts are very distantly related at best. An incredible story with a giant Earthani can just sort of happen when there's something as odd as a giant Earthani around, let alone one that seems so unusual in personality. If you want the story, I'm sure that one of the grand midwives can start the tale. I'm here to talk business. Oh, by all means. What new demand does Miru have to make of us now? Are we going to get new plows in exchange for an entire ship's worth of grain again? The dignitary asks, and Jasper shakes his head. No, not at all. Of course. You want it as reward for letting the Her River flow again, aren't you? Well, isn't that just precious? Drop the attitude, lady. Before I conquered the nation, I had nothing to do with any of its policies or decisions, and my first act in relation to the Goldlands was to personally go and put holes in the dam so the water could drain out and put a stop to the drought. Let me guess. The rest of the water is a ransom for good behavior. No, all the water that flows to you is yours. It's just letting everything that's built up go at once will cause a flood. You don't fix a stupid mistake someone else made by doing something equally stupid with opposite intentions. Oh, so I'm stupid to want those dams gone? Well, isn't that nice? Nothing wrong with wanting them gone. But doing it all at once will only cause more harm. You need to think ahead to pull ahead. And now I can't think either. Isn't it just wonderful what you Grand Miru people think of us poor metal-deprived Goldlanders? The dignitary asks, and Jasper's left eye twitches ever so slightly. All right, before this farce goes any further, you need to know that I am completely unmoved and unimpressed by the Grand Midwives' threat to stop the reproduction in Meru. I am personally capable of ensuring another generation, and that's without the fact that there are others of similar capabilities on their way to reinforce me. The Grand Midwives recognize this and have decided to side with my faction of the Undaunted. Jasper says in an even tone, and the dignitary goes still for a moment before scoffing. I don't believe you. Ask one of the midwives. I'll wait until you have your answer. Oh, and you'll wait on my pleasure? How lovely, I think I'll do just that. She says, getting up and walking out of the room, and so he waits. No doubt she's taking her time with 50 other things before getting back to him. That's fine. The woman's been just grabbing more and more rope to hang herself with for when the big realization happens. Every minute she wastes is another insult he can leverage to cut through more and more bullshit. He just has to put up with it, which, to be fair, is no small feat. Odd that not moving is harder than almost any physical action he can recall taking. Of course, the Undaunted training was more intense, but it would take actual torture to surpass that madness. After the 2-hour mark, a pitcher of water with some fruit cuts floating in it and a glass are brought in for him. He tries some and instantly finds that his proboscis is going numb. Poison, of course. Another, much bigger, point of leverage. Although granted, if they try to kill him again, he's just going to start killing people until the Goldlands surrender. His patience is wearing very, very thin. With nothing better to do, he sticks his proboscis back into the drink without drinking anything and gets a feel for exactly what kind of poison it is. It takes him nearly a half hour to puzzle it out. Some of the fruit juices have deliberately been allowed to fester. This has changed the chemical makeup of the fruit juice to something inedible and not unlike alcohol, but absolutely foul. Perhaps not lethal, in fact likely not lethal at all. But a deliberate insult designed to make him look stupid with a literally slack jaw due to the numbness. Thankfully, at his size, it's just a loss of feeling in his unusual body part. It doesn't actually travel beyond the pointed hose that has replaced his tongue, so he slowly drains the glass, then the entire pitcher, slowly stabbing the bits of previously floating fruit to eat, peel, and all. He then contemplates the pins and needles, feeling as sensation returns to his proboscis, and starts to wish he brought a book, or the communicator. Either one would be a godsend. Then there's a sense of outright panic from not too far away. He hears an exclamation of shock at the edge of his hearing, and there's some fast talking he can't quite make out in response. It seems that the dignitary has finally bumped into a grand midwife and decided to ask her about him. Possibly out of personal amusement, there's the sound of sprinting, and the door is thrown open by the dignitary, who openly stares at him. Please come in. Have a seat. Do not talk. Because first you need to understand the many mistakes you have made by playing your little games. He says, gesturing to the seat she used earlier. She walks in with a somewhat shocked expression on her face and reveals that a Nagasha woman wearing a white coat is slithering up fast. No doubt the reason was based on doctor precedent, but the grand midwives wore white lab coats in the field, made them fairly easy to spot in a crowd. "It is you, the Starborn," the Nagasha exclaims. I'm going to have a talk with you after this to figure out exactly what you ladies have been saying about me," he notes calmly. "Oh, certainly. I'm at your disposal, my lord. Relax. I'm not going to hurt anyone unless I'm forced to." "I'm not unreasonable," he says before turning to the dignitary and heaving a sigh. "You know, it seems to be the tragedy of Lochran that the people upon it all suffer from short-sightedness. There's an epidemic of it. The grand midwives have expressed their power far too fiercely and forced people to find new ways around them, both using up all of their political capital and tying their hands when ways were found around them. The mountain clans are reckless indulgers of their personal desire and seem to have only placed themselves in a position where things don't get any worse for them by accident. The Urthani tribes are too disunified and too timid to get anything done, dispelling their fear short-term and all but guaranteeing that they suffer more in the long term. The Miru Empire and Greenstone Alliance are two halves of the same coin, the type to cut off their noses to spite their faces. The Bright Dawn Archipelago is all but begging for attack even as they close the noose around their own neck. Jasper explains at length before sighing again. And now we come to you of the Goldlands, spiteful, insulting, and just as short-sighted as the rest of the idiots. You have insulted me on numerous occasions when the sum totality of my actions towards the Goldlands have been positive. I have undammed the Her River. I have conquered the short-sighted idiots who have treated you in horrible ways. I have come bearing treasure to pay for your goods. In return, you have twisted my words into a mockery. You have deliberately insulted me by forcing me to wait without cause. You have attempted to do me physical harm with poison, and now you think that you can worm out of the consequences of your actions. Now she's merely glaring at him. Whatever fear she had before has burned away into spiteful rage. Now, if you want me to be your enemy, fine. But I conquer my enemies, I don't ignore them. We can bargain as friends or foes. Please make your decision. You think I'm threatened by you? The dignitary demands, and Jasper quirks an eyebrow. I do not know many people on this world are completely irrational. Are you threatened by me? Jasper asks, not moving at all as he looks upon the petty dignitary. Do I make you feel unsafe? Lord Blue. The Nagasha midwife states, and he regards her. Perhaps we should take a short recess so we can all regain our tempers? I'd like to finish this negotiation during my lifetime. It took her 2.5 hours to merely speak with you. If I let her leave the room, she may very well never return. Jasper remarks before turning back to the dignitary. That is what is known as a consequence. It is when others, or even reality itself, reacts to your behavior. You have proven the sort to go wandering and waste my time when allowed out of sight, so we will be concluding our business as swiftly as practicality allows. And what will the consequences of your current acts be? The dignitary challenges. Seeing as how this planet appears addicted to short-term satisfaction over long-term stability, I presume that it will force negotiations to either end or even a war declared. However, such things will in fact not be a detriment to me. This is just the most straightforward way of breaking the growing famine in Miru. I have other, much more enjoyable methods. However, I'm already developing a bit too much of a divine reputation as it stands. I do not like the worship and conjuring foodstuffs from nowhere, and causing a dozen harvests within minutes will no doubt add to that reputation. To say nothing of the very entertaining option of simply hunting down some of the larger and more violent beasts upon the world and availing Miru of their flesh. With proper drying techniques that any half-trained water Araminta knows, it's trivial to preserve food over a very long period. Then why haven't you done that already? If dealing with me is such a chore, why haven't you simply done these miracles and ignored us? Because the reaction to my performing these miracles would be increasingly irritating over a longer period. So I avail myself of more tedious and inefficient mundane methods to avoid the useless adulation. This is me thinking long-term rather than short-term. It may be practical for me to lean into my growing reputation and use supposedly divine authority to get things done in a hurry, but the long-term consequences for when the truth comes out will be far, far worse. To say nothing if the religion actually takes off and becomes a force in its own right. Too many lives have been lost due to religious extremism, to say nothing of zealous cults. Oh, so the big moth is afraid of tomorrow. How precious! She mocks him, and he turns to the grand midwife still in the room. Are all Goldland dignitaries and diplomats like this, or do I just have really bad luck? He asks her plainly. I'm afraid Madame Gyre is fairly typical. The Nagasha says, and Jasper runs a hand over his head as he tries to process that, or even find something he can say in response to news like that. Then I must congratulate you and your order for being the sole force on this world that prevented the repeated sackings of the Goldlands. This country would not be standing if not for your tireless efforts. How are you making peace sound like a bad thing? Because Lakran is just magical like that. Jasper answers as he turns back towards Madame Gyre, a woman who had utterly failed to introduce herself to him. Another point against the Cretan. You truly think we're all too short-sighted for our own good? The midwife asks, and Jasper nods. Yes, but how this systemic madness started is, perhaps? Jasper cuts himself off and considers. This self-destructive attitude would almost certainly destroy any retention of technology and would slow down any attempt to build it back up again. But where did it start? Were the long-term planners and thinkers all killed off with the— No, not the thinkers. The adults. If the attacks on the nest were targeted, and the return fire targeted as well, then a large amount of the well-trained and well-reasoned kind of people would be wiped out, leaving the impulsive and rebellious behind. Shit, that would do it. Do what? The midwife asks, and he glances at her. Something I need to consider more and need to speak with my fellows for confirmation, he answers. Oh yes, please ignore me. That won't raise the price of the foodstuffs into the sky, I assure you. Madame Gyre states, and Jasper slowly turns to level a thoroughly unimpressed look at her. Out of Cruel Space, Part 286. A scion of many worlds. Stop staring at me. Madame Gyre states after a while. You wanted my attention? Now you have it. Jasper returns. He's emptied himself of emotion and chosen to approach this as a battle of another kind. She wants him to make a mistake. Her every action is designed to make him lose control. If he does, she wins. She will not win. I have several questions. First, assuming that I can get you to agree to sell me your food, how much is available for purchase that will not cause a famine in the Goldlands? He asks, and she seems taken aback. Well, Lady Midwife, if you would be so kind as to fetch someone who does know this information, I would be appreciative, Jasper says before turning back to Madame Gyre. Who knows this information? Well, a Miss Well, it seems. Jasper remarks, and to her credit, the midwife doesn't smirk at the awful joke. No, there's no one. I don't think there's anyone named Miss Well. You need— Madame Gyre cuts off the joke and starts snapping her fingers as she tries to remember. Isabella Slipway. She's a boring twerp that's damn near a midwife. She's such a pushover. After the rather insulted midwife leaves, Gyre leans back and tries to stare down the utterly impassive and completely unimpressed Jasper. Thankfully, that little slip told him something. Does the local culture really value intimidation and force that much? Perhaps it does. If they're on a high enough level for medieval society, they should have some grasp of law, but what if their axiom abilities accelerated it, or at least allowed them to subsist at an Iron Age level rather than a Stone Age level, as their planning abilities would suggest? You do realize that I will personally burn and scatter the ashes of anything you would dare to even think of stealing. I understand, Jasper says, and she glares at him for a time. The silence grows heavy between them as she tries to intimidate someone that's honestly contemplating personally fighting the entire country. Needless to say, she's not having much success. If she were human, she would be sweating by the time the midwife returns with a frazzled-looking fire Araminta holding a tome. While Miss Slipway consults her notes, could you do me the kindness of answering a technical question as to the nature of the grand midwife business? Jasper asks the Nagasha, who can do an amazing deer-in-the-headlights impersonation for someone who would only understand 2 words in 4 of that expression. Depending. I'm not going to ask for the hows, but related to the end results. Jasper says, and she nods. In what ways do children born of your methodology differ from their parents? Any child I help create is a hybrid between myself and the mother, taking what are hopefully more strengths than weaknesses from us both to form a new being entirely. Although there is a large element of randomness. You don't control what your child is? You are a savage, Madame Gyre says, and is thoroughly ignored as the midwife stares at Jasper for a few moments before shaking herself out of her stupor. Right. Well, the difference is that it exaggerates the traits of the parents at random. Beyond that, every child is her mother come again, but aspects of the body and personality are changed. Say each trait has a number from 1 to 3. The mother is considered a 2 in all traits, regardless of how she was compared to her mother. The daughter then has random numbers assigned, either being suppressed or enhanced. So there are some differences, but far less pronounced in the hybrids I create. Oh my yes, much less pronounced than a mating birth, the midwife says, and Jasper nods, meaning that in all likelihood, certain traits have been exaggerated to the point of parody by sheer dumb luck. Jasper notes and receives a nod. Do you know which ones and by how much? There's a census that I helped take, but I'm not privy to the wholeness of it. You would need to speak to the heads of the order to get a proper look at it. Although it is unlikely, the information is very personal, and she's cut off as Jasper holds up his claw. I understand, private records, but would general inquiries be allowed, such as asking what traits in general have been exaggerated? It would be an enormous boon to the efforts of the undaunted. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem. I can't guarantee it, I'm just the local midwife, but it should be doable. She answers, and he nods. Thank you very much. I have many jobs these days. Warlord, ambassador, scout, and archaeologist all at once, among many others. Would my work at the dam count me as an amateur architect or just a laborer? Did you have someone else telling you what to do? The Nagasha asks with a bit of a smile. He nods. Then you're a laborer as well. Good. I need some practical work to keep me grounded, says the Earthani. She asks incredulously. You may have noticed that I'm rather odd as Earthani go, with an incredible gift for understatement. She answers and Jasper starts thinking quickly. Ah, a bit more is clicking into place. Those that are more academically inclined. They almost all join the Grand Midwives or the Star Seekers, don't they? Hey, if you're done stating the screamingly obvious, I have the numbers here, Madame Gyre snaps. We have 5,000 zins of food in various grains and fruit, in total or for sale? Jasper asks, wondering what the hell a zin is. For sale, she says, and he nods. All right, after we agree upon a price, I will have a look at the supply so that there's no confusion between what you define a zin as and what I define a zin as. Do you think I would try to cheat you? She asks, and he gives her a flat look. She flutters her eyelids. Again, this is due to consequences. You tried to poison me. I think you duplicitous, so I'm going to make sure I get what I pay for. Jasper says slowly, and she scowls at him. Back to business. How much metal does the Goldlands require annually in order to produce as much food as it can? He's using simpler language than he would like, but you speak Spanish in Spain, French in France, and simple on Lacron. Otherwise, no one understands you. About 100. Miss Slipway begins before Madame Gyre snatches the book from her. The much more timid woman backs away with a squeak of distress. Jesus Christ, this planet needs fucking hall monitors. 100 zins of iron. Madame Gyre begins to the visible shock of Miss Slipway. 45 of copper, 15 of nickel, and some change. There's the very clear urge to simply grab the book out of the little idiot's hands and read it over himself. An urge that grows larger as she carelessly throws the handwritten, leather-bound record book at Miss Slipway's head. Thankfully, the woman ducks and Jasper, being himself, is fast enough to catch it with an aura of gentleness around his claws, and he hands the book back to the record keeper, one of the only intelligent people he's encountered in the Goldlands. Good. Now, Miss Slipway, how much excess food can the Goldlands produce with that entire allotment of metal and her river unblocked? There are a fair number of mines in Miru, and due to the local earth elementa being fairly good at what they do, there's a huge amount of metal. The only reason they're not in competition with the city-states is due to them being so far away from each other. Hey, you're dealing with me, Madame Gyre protests. Yes, but you're lying and doing a very bad job of it. Jasper chides her and turns back to Miss Slipway. She's not very good at her job, is she? The deer-in-the-headlights impression is uncanny. Well, we don't have a lot of good relations with other parties. We need someone who can insult other people back because nothing's happening anyways. Jasper muses as he glances from Gyre to Slipway. Anyways, how much excess food is grown in the Goldlands with that much metal and one of the rivers unblocked? 15,000 zins in spring, 25 in summer, 20 in fall, and only 5 in winter. Miss Slipway explains and Jasper nods. He crunches the math and nearly facepalms when his mind comes up with a repeating number. God damn, does he hate division. So roughly 65,000 zins of food out, and you need 300 to maintain it. He says, and he considers a little more thoroughly. He wants to use practical math, but the only way to get these people on board is to make them think they're cheating him. Fucking great. He hates this. He hates the idea of being cheated, and for a moment he entertains the thought of just taking over. These idiots need a strong hand. But he's one man and will need to really go through the Star Seekers if he's going to find someone he can trust to delegate a nation to. A tall order. There's no haggling. Nothing less than 300 zins of metal is needed for our harvest. Deal, he says, and she suddenly freezes. What? I said deal. But we will exchange the metals at the turning of the seasons in exchange for the food in the future. But this time you get the year's payment now to break the famine, and we will get those 5,000 zins. But I'm aware you're trying to cheat me, but you're worse at that than you are at lying. He says in his mind he wants to lecture the twerp, but she's the type to renege on a deal to spite someone. A vicious little bitch, and he needs that food. He's going to hunt to supplement it because he suspects they'll try to slip sawdust or something equally insane in. There's no way you just have that kind of metal, just lying around. No way. She protests and he grins at her. I've personally done away with the heads of the Lux Way. I then found their personal logs and looted every scrap of wealth they've hidden away. If I were to claim it as mine, then I would be the richest living soul on the continent. I can't speak for the empires across the sea, but you would have to look long and hard to find anyone with more wealth than I. Why would you spend it all? Why give it up for the sakes of others? Wealth is worthless alone. I can't eat gold. It's terrible company. Too soft to hold an edge for long or retain its shape without deforming as a weapon or armor. Besides, the idiots wanted the Goldlands desperate and ready for conquest. Since those fools are my vanquished enemies, it's in my interest to undo their work. So take your excess of metal, enjoy it. But remember that biting the hand that feeds you rarely ends well. But you're the one buying food? Wait, what? Madame Gyre asks. Do we have an agreement? Yes? Good. Can I hammer out the tedious details with Miss Slipway? He asks. Yes, excellent. Good day, madam. Jasper says, rising up and quickly gesturing for Miss Slipway to follow. There's a nearby room away from Madame Gyre and the guards where both of them sit down, and Miss Slipway opens up the book in front of him. She's really trying to cheat you. Our needs total less than 183 zins of metal. I know. But no one wants to break a deal when they're the ones that have a huge win. What Madame Gyre doesn't know is that we produce an obscene amount of metals between the mountain mines, the ferrous swamps and numerous hills bloated with minerals. It's why Meru has such a hard time growing food, too much metal in the ground. So we're exchanging what we both have in surplus for what we need. It's called a mutually beneficial agreement. With the bargain, we're about to sort out the details of both the Goldlands and Meru prosper. Everyone wins. Why didn't you just bring that up to Madame Gyre? You were in the room with me. Was she acting like someone who wanted me to get anything I wanted without a massive struggle? No. So let's hash out exactly what kind of metals you need and in what quantity. She only mentioned iron, copper, and tin by name. There are a fair few more, aren't they? Lead for weights, zinc for coatings, and some medicines, silver for some very delicate tools. We even need cobalt to scare scavengers away from some of our fields, she says, and he nods. She looks up at him and frowns a little, as she's clearly considering things. You really made it your goal to not talk to Madame Gyre, didn't you? She literally poisoned all my goodwill towards her. The moment I saw a chance to work around her, I started pushing for it. He admits, and she nods in appreciation of the wise move. Okay, that makes sense. You know, it's kind of weird for someone to not be, well, there are some things very wrong with Lochron and its people. You seem to have sidestepped much of it, and that's a blessing. But it's meant your life has been full of trials that are seemingly unrelenting. Yes. If it helps, think of yourself like a gemstone, slowly formed from base elements by enormous pressure and heat into something truly wondrous. He offers, and she blinks up at him in shock, then smiles. Thank you. That does help, she says before leaning into the book at an odd angle. He had noticed earlier that she had her nose literally in the books, but he assumed it was a nervous habit. She's fairly calm now. Why is she still doing it? Is there something wrong? Oh, well, if you're not comfortable sharing, that's fine. It's not that. It's, how do I explain this? I don't understand how people can interpret things that aren't this close so easily. Everyone's always guessing right, and I never can. She says, holding a hand right in front of her face. She then squints and adjusts the distance to turn and point at him, then suddenly has a look of shock as she seemingly sees him for the first time and is stunned by what she saw. Oh, I think you may be nearsighted. I'll have to ask my people, but I think I may be able to help you with that. Really? Yes, you're nearsighted, perhaps even myopic. Both of these are well understood by my people, so let me sweeten the pot a bit. You help me sort all this out, and I'll start bothering my brother and higher-ups to help you see better. What about my family? My sisters and mother are much the same. Them as well. Just help me end this famine. Help me help the Goldlands and Meru both, and then I shall help you personally. I swear it. He promises her, and she squints at him to get a good look at his face and try to find some hint of deception. Her face slackens after a short while, and she just stares at him for a bit. Why? Why what? Why are you doing this? I'm undaunted. I'm here to help, and nothing can stop me. Out of Cruel Space, Part 287. A scion of many worlds. It turns out that a zin is a ton. Hun. From what Miss Slipway explains, there were about 3 languages that died in the area, and zin was a leftover bit of it. There's a whole pidgin language that combines what's left of the 3. Zin is just one of the slang terms that have made their way into official documents. The local grain is effectively wheat and barley, and the fruits include those melons he had enjoyed at the Auritus Valley, and numerous forms of berries and some crabapple-like things. Apparently, they make great preserves. Thankfully, working in tons with the amount of metal that Meru produces is easy. It took just a day to gather everything up and start things being divvied up. A few scholars from the Starseekers and Grandmother Bell was enough logistical power to get everything moving. Miss Slipway was helping to handle things from the Goldlands end of things, and things should be finished in a few days. Thank God. With the people cheering his name, he returns to Aridus, and after some number-crunching and heads for the greenstone border to the north with a banner. His banner, the symbol of the undaunted on a starry sky. In sight of their first outpost, he touches down and presents the banner. They won't believe any straight-up overtures. They won't speak with ambassadors. They hate Miru, which is fair. But he now controls Miru, so he needs to twist this to his advantage. He needs that second river unleashed, the remains of the Luxway rooted out and nullified, a ceasefire and hopefully peace talks. After that, he needs to figure out where in flying hell that second shuttle is in the Bright Dawn archipelago, as well as broker what peace he can with them. There's talking to the scattered Earthani tribes, and then making official contact with the mountain clans. Those two are easy ones, though. The Earthani are very much peaceful, and the mountain clan's biggest issue will be stopping them from rallying behind him as a ready-made army. They like people like him. Then comes the city-states. He heaves a sigh at the mere thought of dealing with those self-destructive idiots. He understands that they're a quarrelsome bunch, but really? Really? Can't even organize an army to tell outsiders to fuck off? Even Scotland managed that, and they invented kilts so that they'd stop ripping their pants in random brawls. That's how he interprets it, and does not want to hear any arguments. After that, he has a second continent to start taking a look at, as well as the islands between. It takes roughly an hour before someone rides out to meet him. The local beasts of burden, the Olthara, come in several breeds. Pack Olthara, which are huge haunches of corded muscle, known for their patience and being tougher than hardwood to chew. Riding Olthara, which are considerably thinner and swifter, but also wilder and fierce enough to be taught to kick and gore. Finally, there's meat Olthara, who are fat and very placid beings. The creatures tended to numerous earth tones in their pelts and have thick hides resistant to damage. Their spiral horns are forward-pointed and grow endlessly, easily snapping off in an opponent's body without harming the Olthara, and due to its nature with numerous hollow points, sticking out the sides, bleeding out its opponent. Even a rake to the side can open someone up like a toy. The meat Olthara have their horns pared down regularly. All told, they would be nasty if they weren't easy enough to tame. Get them young, and you're the herd leader to them, allowing you to breed them and tame them with ease. Still, the Olthara equivalent of a war horse riding out with what appears to be a full-on knight shows that he's being taken seriously. Then out of nowhere, the knight suddenly rears back on the reins, and the beast gives out a screeching wail. Ah, so it has elk-like vocal cords. That's freaky as hell. As the knight collects herself in her shock, he regains his own attention as his mind tries to drift away at the fact that he's more intimidated by the local horses than of the heavily armed, armored, and trained warriors riding them. "You're a big one," the rider says. "I eat my Wheaties, I'm here to talk." Jasper says, "I don't recognize the banner. Are you from the Eurytus Valley?" The knight asks, and Jasper sort of shrugs. "It's complicated. I do have a great deal of support from the Star Seekers of Aridus, but I represent another force that is coming, the Undaunted." Jasper explains, and the knight flicks up the visor on her helm to examine him again. He can now get a good look at her, Ararumenta, distinctive scar across the face. Girl's been through some shit. "The Earthani go to war?" the knight asks incredulously. "I'm moderately certain I'm the only Earthani in the whole of the Undaunted. Consider me a forward scout that's called the rest here to effect a rescue." "A rescue? From what? Whom is in danger?" "Wait. Why are you standing on the Miru border?" "In order." "Yes, a rescue. From the loss of the Age of Miracles. All of you are in danger but don't know it. I stand on the Miru border because I conquered them." "You conquered Miru?" she asks, and he nods before pulling the crown out from where it was tied to his belt. "Took the crown, broke the throne, and sent the Empress to her room like a naughty child," he says before tucking the crown back into its place. She levels her spear at him. After the stunt he pulled with Lady Iridescent, he does not fear the pointy stick. "I will not allow you to add greenstone to your domain. We have worked too hard and too long to listen to anyone ever again. Relax, child. I am here to broker peace and trade, not conquest and bloodshed. I wish to talk, which is why I am approaching from the front with the truth, rather than sneaking in through the sides to whisper into the ears of others." Jasper explains, letting aside the small sticking point that if this starts to crash and burn, he'll be the one burning things down before they get out of hand. You think me a fool?" "Yes, but so is most everyone on this wretched ball of dirt known as Lockrun. I'm here to make sure Greenstone doesn't self-immolate before help arrives." "Help? You're here to help us? She demands. I am. You have lost your history, your language, and your knowledge. The undaunted are coming to return all these things to you. Our history is about being abused by the darkness and the light. We don't want it. We're heading for the future. And how will you reach it without learning from the past? He asks, and the spear is pressed against his breastplate in an attempt to intimidate him. Nothing from the past. Nothing to hold us back, she screams at him. The sheer stupidity of that creed actually leaves him flabbergasted. How the fuck does this woman even maintain her armor? He mutters under his breath. She catches it anyways, and the spear scraps up along his breastplate and skips off to poke him in the neck above both the gambeson and chainmail. You disgusting wretch. You're just the same as the rest, aren't you? She demands, and he grabs the spear, reinforces his skin and fur with axiom, and then snaps the weapon by driving it into his throat. She lets go of the shaft in shock, and he reduces it into wood chips between his claws. Let's start again. I am Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue. I have conquered Miru, formed a trade alliance with the Goldlands, have been named the Martial Master of the Star Seekers of Aridus Valley. I hold alliance with the Grand Midwives and their blessing to wage war. I am the forward scout and representative of the undaunted upon Lochran, and would treat with Greenstone or conquer it. Shall we speak or shall we slaughter? She just stares at him in shock. He holds her gaze and returns it as she gapes, and he eventually sighs. You know what? I'm just going to the capital. It's clear you have neither the training nor mental fortitude to deal with a situation like this, he says, holding out a claw, and the pieces of the shattered spear fly up to reform. He hands the weapon back and takes off into the sky as the knight stares in shock after him. It doesn't take long for him to arrive. The biggest concern is not tearing his banner as he moves. However, things still aren't going according to plan. The city is deserted when he arrives, overgrown with weeds growing up between the cobbles and vines covering the buildings, slowly tearing them down as nature inevitably wins, as it always does. It can't be. The knight on the border was in shining, polished armor. Vanity aside, that takes work and resources that have to come from somewhere. Also, their dam was erected over the Woe River, almost at the same time as the one over the Her River. There's the sound of something scuffling around, and he focuses on his antenna to notice that whatever it is, it's warm-blooded, fur-covered, and four-legged. Although with the way its tongue is hanging out, he turns and regards an animal that makes him smile to see. Local wolf equivalent. It's not afraid of him, though, which tells him a lot. It's tame. The creature walks up to him. It has much more prominent claws than a wolf or dog, so it's likely a digger of some kind. Its face is somewhat bulldog-like, and it's very forward-heavy. Still, the creature sniffs all over him, and he gives it a slight scratch behind the ears. It starts leaning into his claws and sucking up to him instantly. This thing is very, very tame, which means it's either been recently abandoned or not far from home. Either way, it will show him which way he needs to go to at least get some answers as to why the largest city in Greenstone is straight up empty. It takes the creature a few minutes of pampering before it runs off and pauses, clearly intending for him to follow. He smiles and walks after the clever beast. He's still concerned, though. Guards at the border, abandoned central city, but still active architectural ability and workforces. Something stinks, and for once it's not one of the medieval cities, a tribute to how long this place has been abandoned for. The beast leads him down a few blocks until it bounds into a maintained garden in the middle of what was once a city park of some kind. It lets out a bellowing bark that lets him know just how full of spit its jowls are. The sight of its long tongue makes him think, though. Is this some kind of anteater and wolf hybrid? It would explain the claws and tongue and why it hasn't licked him. Vasco, out of the garden. There's nothing in there for you to... That is a big Urthani. A woman shouts out before exiting the building and staring at him. Who are you and what are you doing here? My name is Jasper. I'm looking for the Greenstone Alliance. He says plainly, and she laughs. I take it I'm in the wrong neighborhood. By half a continent. Come on over, you gigantic lummox. We can't talk with my entire garden between us. She invites him, and he walks over with Vasco, bouncing from her and back to him to squeeze out as many ear scritches as possible. Well, if Vasco likes you then, you can't be all that bad. What is the biggest Earthani I've ever seen doing here looking ready for war? As I said, I'm looking for the Greenstone Alliance. I'm trying to work out a deal with them so that border tensions between them and Miru can die down a little and see what it takes for them to let me put holes into the Woe River Dam. Yay, none of those things are going to happen. She says, gesturing to a large, rounded, and flattened stone. It was likely once part of one of the larger buildings around here. He takes a seat on it, and she sits down near him, lavishing attention onto Vasco as she does. May I ask why none of these things are going to happen? The Greenstone Alliance follows the Greenstone Way. It's all about living without the past, by violence if you have to. They're only really organized enough to do things when it comes to spiting Miru and Bright Dawn. Their whole philosophy is, nothing from the past, nothing to hold us back. So it was a religious chant the night was barking. Great. So talking with them, and even just getting them to agree to stay on these sides of the mountains and let me put holes in that dam is too much, isn't it? You can try, but be ready to duck, big girl. They'll be throwing things at you. Guy, actually. I'm a male? Really? I didn't know thinking beings could have males. It was something lost in the age of miracles. But with me being here, it's a pattern that's slowly going to break. Jasper admits as Vasco jumps up on him to beg for more attention. The goofy beast gets it. Oh? Tall promises. Can you keep them, big guy, is it? I remember from my mother's language lesson something about that. Big guy works yes, he answers. So there's unlikely to be any negotiations with the Greenstone Alliance? Yes. Those that don't want to live like those idiots are like me, homesteaders, and farmers. Unfortunately, the rest of the so-called alliance keeps squeezing us for protection as if the thing we don't need the most protection from is them. I'm going to need to see this for myself, Miss Lear. Grace Leary. A pleasure. I am Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue. Jasper responds, holding his hand out to her. She shakes it, and he smiles. If you'd be so kind as to tell me where I can find the Greenstone Alliance, I'd be appreciative. I either talk some sense into them, or I get into a fight and leave them broken. Either way, it sounds like a win for you. It does. The place you're looking for is Girvan Lake. It has some of the purest water in the country and pours down from the border mountains. They're making a new city surrounding it, but not doing too well. Thank you. That helps me enormously. Out of Cruel Space, Part 288. A scion of many worlds. As the midday rolls around, the smoke from the cooking fires around the lake are actually visible, which is the only way he's finding the idiots. They've gotten all of nothing done in their attempt to make a new society. He swoops down and doesn't even have to dodge the arrows they launch his way. Their aim is just that bad. He can also hear someone swearing at the edge of his hearing. He assumes someone's bow broke due to a lack of maintenance or something. He swoops down over the lake and lands upon the stony shores. Now that he's under the tree line, he can see the many ramshackle, lean-to shelters and poorly made camps. Has the entire country been duped into living like savages? There must be something more. Someone, at least more someones than Lyrie, would have gone back to the city. Who? What are you? A water Araminta asks, backing away from him in horror. He was sent to destroy all we've built. A musical voice says, and for a moment Jasper has a sensation of vertigo as something wavers around his head. The words echo in his head as if he had thought them himself. Oh, the clever bitches? So would that be Jadzia Kindle? Or perhaps Blaze Path? Maybe Emberflow? He asks, naming 3 of the major subversive elements from the Lux Way. There are others, but these 3 had been named as the most important assets. An ability to fuck with someone's mind? Prime material for rabble-rousers and hell-raisers. Get the bitch. The woman screams with the same echoing effect, and an entire horde of screaming savages come pouring out of the forest and charges him as he simply grips the boulders he stands upon and focuses even as numerous Erumenta pile onto his legs and climb up to try and topple him. Hundreds of women are rushing right at him, maybe even thousands. But there is one that is not recklessly charging in response to the command. Got you, he mutters before suddenly vanishing from where he's standing. Before he even fully emerges, his swords are out, and he brings them down with enough force to crater the forest floor on impact. The fire Erumenta flickers back into reality in a shower of sparks and flame. Her eyes are wide with shock, even as she manifests a weapon from pure fire. He doesn't give her a moment to get her balance as he darts forward and brings his swords across in a slash. The crowd has reoriented to charge him again. He has to be careful. She shatters into embers and flames as she phases through the attack before jumping back, as he kicks forward to both close the distance and keep her on the defensive. She's got the dissolving into fire down to an instinct as his swords flash through the space she's occupying and even slice clean through the trees she's trying to duck behind. He rips at the water in the air mid-swing, and there's a blast of blinding steam and a scream. She falls to the ground and he rises his swords to slice her through the stomach and head. A pillar of fire erupts into the sky as he brings them down. The forest floor craters again as an inferno begins. The charred and trisected corpse is all that remains of the mindbender. The crowd's still rushing and the fires are growing. His wings snap out, and with a cold mist carried on a wave of powerful wind, the fire is snuffed out and the crowd is staggered. He sheathes the swords and simply stares at the mob as they regain their senses in more ways than one. "What the hell are you?" someone asks, and there's a huge clamor. "Ladies," he says, holding up his hands for attention. None of them hear him. So he tries again at a much, much louder level. "Ladies!" The babbling continues, and he pumps Axiom into the parts of his throat that lets out that strange noise. A staggeringly loud trill rings out like a fire alarm ringing in front of everyone's face. The entire mob flinches back. He waits a few moments to make sure he has their undivided attention. "I am Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue. I have recently conquered Miru and wish to establish proper peace with the Greenstone Alliance. I also came to help with infiltrators from the Lux Way who were sent to bring disunity and weakness to this country and its people. Name the one who oppressed you." "Miru," several girls shout. "No. Miru was merely run by fools until I took its crown and broke its throne." "Name the woman who placed chains in your minds, whose voice resonated in your head and poisoned your thoughts. Name the witch who was sent by the Lux Way who would have you all in chains." Emberflow. She was Emberflow, a known agent of the Lux Way, alongside Jadzia Kindle and Blaze Path, traitors to Greenstone all, subversives who would put chains in your very minds. Look at what she did to you. You've thrown away your history. You live in the forest like beasts, claiming to seek a future none of you have found. You cities rot. You clothing clings to you by threads. Rejecting the past has led you to ruin. Come with me. Back to the city, let a time of rebuilding begin. I will gather the scattered peoples. All I ask is your friendship. I have broken your greatest foe and freed your minds. Let there be growth and healing in Greenstone, he announces, and there's a cheer. He feels oddly reassured that there's actual malevolence in some of the world's problems and not just an endless cascade of stupidity. Hopefully this continues to be a pattern. He'd rather fight against an enemy than someone's incompetence. Without Ember to constantly tell people that they need to stay and things will be better soon, these girls are eager to leave and return to their cities and farms. A lot of them didn't even like hunting, but had spent years as hunters and gatherers, living in rude huts because she kept getting into their heads. He has 2 more of these lunatics to go after, and his biggest advantage appears to be surprise. It threw Ember off her game hard enough that what she did was really, really obvious to him, and he homed in on her like a heat-seeking missile, perhaps literally as she was a fire Erumenta. There are 2 more major encampments for this new philosophy. Apparently, the largest city was what was hit by these lunatics. The smaller farming towns and other producing places were left alone, and they were told to leave them alone. Jasper suspected that it was to keep Greenstone a place much more worth conquering, and a limitation to the brainwashing power as well, from what the crowds of people eager to explain their plight to him are saying. There was something up that no one could really put their hands on, and Ember had to constantly trumpet, "Come to me with your worries," in order to get them to submit for further brainwashing. Clever, but it still left a major point of failure. Her. Still, for short and medium-term population control, this could absolutely bring a nation to its knees, especially if this could somehow be broadcasted over radio waves. Hopefully it can't, but this is something to warn the undaunted about before they get here. It wouldn't do anyone for a soldier to be suddenly subverted or even convinced that they could trust someone they really shouldn't. However, first things must go first. Get these women marching back to the capital and get the other two groups as well. Once they get moving with the full understanding that there's going to be a lot of rebuilding and the few squatters in the city are to be respected for resisting the black magic of the Lux Way, he gets the information for where the other two portions went and takes off. They mostly stuck around water. The Lux Way thought this through. They didn't want to slaughter the populace they wanted as their serfs. They wanted them out of the main city. They wanted them poorly armed and mentally vulnerable. A vicious but effective tactic. It's down near the beginning of a boggy lowland that the second group is located. Again, he can only find them by the telltale trails of smoke rising from below. They are all under the trees to try and protect themselves from the elements without building anything. Of course, a philosophy this stupid would need constant brainwashing to enforce. Beware the stranger. He seeks to bring us down. The manipulator calls out and Jasper rolls his eyes. He was ready for it this time and just ignores the whispers in his mind. Yes, by all means, expose yourself. He calls out and charges with a teleport to appear beside the fire Arumenta, who belches a huge tongue of flame directly onto him. It does not stop him from literally nailing her onto the swampy terrain. Cease! He shouts out with enough force to almost slap people in the face. This place is so wet that there's no risk of fire spreading, so that's a relief. Which one of the mindbenders was she? Jadzia Kindle or Blaze Path? His question suddenly has the women looking around in shock. What? Which was she? Jadzia Kindle or Blaze Path? He asks again. Jadzia Kindle. Her name? Who are you? What are you? Wait, why are we even here? What? It was your idea. No, it wasn't. It was yours. Ina? Jasper bellows and the din dies down. Jadzia Kindle was a mindbender who was sent by the Luxway to weaken and divide the Greenstone Alliance. She is one of 3 known agents I'm after to return Greenstone to some semblance of sanity. Pack up your things and return to the main city. There is work to be done if there's to be a better tomorrow. He must have said something right because a cheer rings out. And people start moving. Many of them muttering about how they wanted out of this shithole weeks ago, but for some reason could never find a reason to leave. Everyone grabs their things, and when they're on the path, he takes off again and launches into the sky to find the third portion of the capital city population. This whole infiltration is a successful decapitation strike. The last one is nearby a large river. Thousands of stretched hide tents next to a river and a fire Arumenta holding audience from atop a boulder. He cannot hear her with the wind rushing by his ear holes, but he can almost hear the whisper in his mind. He snarls and slams down at the edge of the crowd. The stone shatters beneath him. 3 countries brought near to ruin and war because a small group of selfish whores. Disgusting. Blaze Path! He bellows loud and strong. The entire crowd turns to him as he draws a sword and points it right at her. Your mind-bending ways end today, witch. Dramatic announcement, given he teleports above her, with water gathering around his sword from the surrounding humidity as he brings it down. She's already gone because she's not an idiot, but he tracks the exit and senses where she emerges from. He throws the sword like a spear, and in a flash, she's ducked under the brutal weapon with a look of absolute terror. He has the axiom he imbued in the sword lash out as raw energy, and the electrical power arcs into her and brings out a scream. I surrender, she calls, and he stops. He shouldn't have. He really wants to continue, but she surrendered. I surrender. Please don't kill me like the others. I surrender. I surrender. I submit myself to your judgment and surrender. He openly sighs in disgust and teleports next to her. He then reaches down and instead of grabbing the cowering Arumenta, he pulls the blade out of the stone it was embedded in and sheathes it. I'd have preferred to have killed you, but I accept your surrender. Attempt to attack me or escape and there will be consequences. Understand? Yes, I understand. Please don't kill me. State your name, allegiance, and mission. Blaze Path. I'm a sister of the Luxborn. We're the hidden branch of the Lux Way, Fire Arumenta, all who cast light upon the world. I was sent alongside my sisters to destabilize Greenstone for its reintegration into Holy Miru. Then you conquered Miru. You felled the heads of the Order. You, you killed my sisters. She confesses everything, and the entire crowd is stunned silent. How do you know all this? You've been here in Greenstone when all these things happened. Jasper asks, and she fumbles around the pouches around her skirt. The woman's dressed in a long patchwork skirt and blouse. It's almost gypsy-like, and pulls out a shimmering gemstone. It's similar to the seeing orbs he spotted a few times, but it's made of cut emerald and not glass. There are numerous tiny markings on each facet that have tracings of Kutha in them to allow axiom retention. Clever. I should have looted the corpses of the other two. He says while noting to do just that after dealing with this woman. He pockets the stone. All right, Miss Path, you have been cooperative, and I will be taking you as my prisoner officially. Your rights as a prisoner of the Undaunted include life and freedom from unnecessary pain. You will not be starved, you will not be tortured, you will be detained in a safe place with adequate shelter, and you will not be abused by me or my allies. I will also convey any mail you wish to send to your loved ones to assure them of your continued survival and to assure them of your good health. Is this understood? She just stares at him, flabbergasted. Out of Cruel Space, Part 289. A Scion of Many Worlds. Blaze was completely cooperative and did not resist when he got everyone moving back to the capital, and he then personally carried her up high. There was some screaming, though. However, he was able to assure her that she was much more valuable alive and cooperative, and he was just taking a look at everyone's progress before getting more done. What more do you have to do? The Lux Way is crushed beneath you. My sister's slain, and I've surrendered. What else is there? Make sure that the Goldlands honor their agreement and pay the food in full to Miru. Ensure that Zavaya doesn't sneak out of her new education. Make sure the Miru armies are properly trained, and get someone with some kind of architectural knowledge to do something about the filth on the streets of the capital city. Organize the rebuilding of the Greenstone capital. Put a few holes in the Woe River Dam to let the waters flow. Ensure that no one in the Miru army is trying to do something sneaky. Contact all the villages and towns of Greenstone to ensure things aren't burning down. Check everyone's food supplies in Greenstone and Miru both. I need to contact my people for a status update. Get started on those glasses I promised the slipways. Put out any little fires and fuck-ups that flare up in the meantime. Head to the Bright Dawn Archipelago and try to stop the pirate raids. Failing that, I need to cripple their navy or conquer them outright. This is absurd. No mortal can do so much. Blaze states in shock as they swoop down over the capital. They land on the roof of the abandoned keep and he shrugs before setting her down. I'm not finished. I also need to make contact with the mountain clans and get them either neutral or on my side. Make at least some contact with all known Earthani tribes, and then systematically go through all of the eastern city-states and get something hashed out with all of them. Following that, I make my way across the Twin Chains, making contact with all the Jorgwa enclaves. I follow them all the way to the Empire of Chains and either burn it down or put my boot on their necks to stop the madness. Then I parley with the more distant empires, and if the opportunity arises, I will knock the marauder bands out of the sky. He explains, leaving out the personal projects. But that's too much. Nothing can... Are you a god? Better. He answers, stepping away and looking out over the city to get a good mental map of the layout. Now that he's taking a good look, there are several places where locals had decided to stay. He'll need to talk to them. What's greater than a god? The Undaunted. We answer the call for help. Stay here. He orders her before stepping off the room and flying in the more Earthani fashion and fluttering to the nearest little patch of home. It takes him an hour of fluttering around to tell everyone that the madness has passed and the people are returning. A lot of them are eager to see their former neighbors again, but there are concerns for food. He makes the promise to get some. He's got a mountain to do anyways. What's one more task? Actually, now that he thinks about it, he can combine a couple. Bring some manufactured weapons to the mountain clans in exchange for their help in hunting some larger beasts to deliver to Greenstone to bolster the food supplies. A perfect answer. It shows he respects the mountain clans, has them do something they already like doing, and doing it in a way that solves one of his major problems. Instead of flying back to Blaze, he teleports to the rooftop. The gasp of surprise lets him know that she didn't do anything stupid. I'm finished here for now. You will be detained at the Auritus Valley. There you will find your new home for the time being, as well as an opportunity for redemption. Redemption? You're still alive, which means you can grow into a better person. So yes, redemption. You have spent your time following a cruel master and manipulated others to ruin in their name. Now you will return to being a student and study from the Star Seekers. That's your great prison for me? A monastery? Yes, a place full of people who train all their lives to question things and try to understand their impulses. People who won't obey their first instinct. People who will recognize and despise your attempted manipulations nearly as much as me. He answers and her eyes go wide with understanding before she nods. I understand. Clever. How do you know I won't just set things on fire and run? She challenges and he leans down to glare at her. She tries to shrink back but loses her balance and falls onto her rear. Thankfully, the roof is flat on this part, so there's no chance of her tumbling off. Because if you do, I will find you and you will not have time to surrender. He growls down at her, and then she seems to shift as if suddenly extremely uncomfortable. Shortness of breath, flushed expression, a gaze wandering over him with an emphasis on his shoulders. He just found one of her turn-ons. Great, just what he needed. A psycho-stalker mind-bender. Dandy, just freaking dandy. All right, come on, Lusty. Let's get you and your animal urges to Auritus. He says, picking her up again, firmly but not in a way that could hurt her, and taking off into the sky. The flight is almost pleasant. She has nothing to say and is squirming uncomfortably, clearly wondering what he means by lusty or animal urges, while also fighting down admitting that she has the burning loins. The discomfort brings him some amusement. In just a few hours, they touch down in Auritus. He puts a claw on her head and guides her in, reminding her that he's in charge but not hurting her. Sister Coiltread, it's good to see you. I have a new student. Like the other, she's under parole for poor behavior. This one was more actively malicious, though. She used mind-bending arts to destabilize Greenstone and reduce many of its people to live like savages. Thankfully, the discipline of the Order should serve as a nigh-perfect deterrent, and I've let her know that there will be consequences to abusing the mercy I have shown her. Sister Coiltread looks from Blaze to Jasper in shock before turning fully to Jasper and gesturing to Blaze. If she's so dangerous, dangerous enough to destabilize a nation, why isn't she dead? I surrendered, and he then promised to treat me better than my own superiors would at times. I still don't understand. Blaze explains and Jasper gives her a little pat. I'm not a barbarian. I have rules and standards. Besides, treating those who surrender to me well encourages others to do the same, saves me cleaning the blood off my swords and claws. He says, well, that's one way of looking at it. I can get her started, but you need to see to the former Empress. That brat's throwing a fit of some kind and has vanished on us. We're positive she's still in the valley, but she's rendered herself invisible. Oh, for the love of... Thank you for telling me. I'll see to it. Jasper says before turning to Blaze, remember, this is your chance at redemption. I advise you to take it. He then turns to Sister Coiltread. Thank you for doing this. There are 1,010 things that need to be done, and every bit of help is a blessing. Then he leaves and starts his hunt for a brat. At least this wasn't high stakes, unless it took too long and detracted from the other things he has to do. It takes him far longer than he would like to find her sulking near the kitchens. He starts hauling her around like a sack of potatoes and only puts her down when she fades back into visibility. But she already ate up too much time and he needs to speak with the Undaunted. Apparently they wanted to talk with him. About 5 hours ago. Jasper here. He says into the radio. It's just a hunk of metal, there's no way. Zavia begins before Jasper is answered. This is the Dauntless. Jasper, do you read? I read. You said you had something for me? Information. We've been going over the records of the nest and there's no way in hell it could have done anywhere near the amount of damage you were implying happened to the defensive network. It had to be something else. What? But its weapons were rated for space combat only. It could shoot down a comet or meteor. It could slap away missiles and burn some nasty holes in enemy ships, but it was a colony vessel, not a warship. Whatever hit that defensive installation had much higher yield than the nest was capable of putting out mystery on mystery, and this one's defined by a strict absence of evidence. So, the colony ship came to this world. There was a defensive installation and unannounced residents already here. They must have surprised each other. Then something powerful surprised them both, then just left. Maybe with the men? It could have been a third party swooping in at the last moment to save the nest and tear a prize off it. That does make a lot of sense, and the only way to confirm it is if I find no evidence of male corpses on this world. Hard as hell after all the time that passed. Tell me about it. But it's nowhere near as long a shot as you guys somehow getting records from black markets 1,000 years ago. Yeesh. No kidding. That's a level of information gathering that Sir Philip would call bullshit on. Not exactly. A proper old British voice butts in. You must be joking. Jasper says, unsurprised the call was monitored but fascinated nonetheless. No, it's just difficult. There are some residents of the galaxy that live many thousands of years, and many of them have records from the time of their youth to remind them of events of the past. If we're allowed to examine a few such collections, there may be some clues. Either way, this is an excellent training opportunity. So, if you'll both kindly excuse me, I must see to setting up this new exercise as best I can. Well, if that isn't living up to the term undaunted, I don't know what is. I conquered a country, saved a second, and broke a drought while all technically less than a month old? Jasper asks, and there's a rueful chuckle on the other end. Show off. The man on the other end accuses him and Jasper chuckles. Right, well, I apparently have a 1,000-year-old criminal case to study, a teenager to wrangle, and nations to manage. You know, day-to-day stuff. Maybe I'll come across a challenge someday, Jasper says, and the other man chuckles. Is there anything else? Yes, it's being penned out now, but you should know about this. We're forming specialist forces. You, your brother, and much of the rescue operations heading for Lochran are going to be the founding members of Titan Squad. Basically the biggest, baddest soldiers we got mainlining Axiom to become our living siege weapons. Sound good? So I won't be the only 10-foot freak? Oh no, this is going to be the division of the big guys and all the Canaders and Lydris that are signing up. Our strongest and fastest brothers and sisters in the best armor we can find with weapons so strong, they're casually a threat to full-scale battleships. I like the sound of that. I take it there's going to be a fair amount of paperwork to fill in? Some, but don't worry. There's not too much, just a transfer form. You've already got a very full plate. Yes, I do. Still, Titan Squad, I like it. All right. Go forth and perform more miracles, my man. Can't? I have to deal with a sulky teenager I dethroned first? Oof. Best of luck, the officer says before pausing. Actually, if you have a few more miracles today, why not take her with you? Take your daughter to work day so she can learn just how hard you have to push to get things done. No, Zavia states sternly, and Jasper nods. Well, considering her record of good and bad ideas, her disapproval of that thought must mean it's a decent one. Thanks, Jasper says, and the call disconnects. He puts the radio down and considers. So there's a third party. Both sides of the conflict were destroyed, but it should have been a complete turkey shoot for one side. It also puts into doubt exactly what they were. A defensive formation of artillery batteries does not mean pirates. It means someone with resources and an awareness of the danger around them. So, was it even pirates? As always, they need more information. Much more information. But at the moment, his main focus is on the child who's been slowly bending light around herself to try and slip out of the room unseen, apparently unaware that his antennae allow him to perceive her even more clearly now, due to the extremely odd patterns that stunt creates. Her attempt at stealth is basically like trying to distract him by carrying a neon sign saying, "Look at me." Out of Cruel Space, Part 290. A Scion of Many Worlds. Hail, Lord Blue. Why are you holding your arm in such a way? The happy crowds ask him as he walks through the capital of Miru. Zavia is acting like a child. Until she allows herself to be seen, she will be carried like a sack of grain. Jasper answers the little heir Araminta. You're carrying the former empress? Someone asks. Yes, if she keeps acting like a child, I will treat her like one. He answers and gives a shrug, jostling the girl who lets out a scream and starts trying to beat on his back. She mostly gets cape and wing, but the few times she hits the armor, there's a ringing sound. Case in point, by the by, Magrica was last seen around here, wasn't she? I need to speak with her. That's the Metak, right? She was last seen in the Hanging Horn Tavern. Someone answers and Jasper nods and looks around to see the so-labeled building. Thank you. He says gently and flutters up a little to the protest of Zavia, who still refuses to fade into visibility and then fluttering down in front of the tavern. Too good to walk? Someone shouts. I'm too big to go through a crowded street at times. Couple that with my foot claws and I want to be careful, he answers back before crouching down and tapping on the door with a knuckle. After a bit, it's opened by an Earth Araminta, who looks shocked to see him. Hello. I was wondering if Magrica was inside. I need to speak with her. You mean the drunken Metak? Yes, she's here. Drunken? Jasper asks, leaning in and noticing that Magrica is hanging from the rafters like a bat, even as she guzzles something down. Hey, gorgeous, I got a plan that you're gonna love. They're monster hunting in it? Magrica asks after nearly snorting some of her drink. Yep. Also, I'm planning on getting the mountain clans in on it. So a big family reunion. And I need you to not only introduce us proper, but tell me what a proper payment for their expertise is. What's the job? Hunt big monsters that can be eaten and give the bodies to the peoples of Greenstone and Miru to really give the famines a kick in the pants. Wait, you've been to Greenstone! Someone demands. Yay. I've helped them pull themselves up out of savagery that spies from the Lux Way were forcing them into. They would never. Zavia shouts and he gives her a little shake. If you want to be in on this conversation, then make yourself visible. Jasper chides her. No, this is demeaning. The former empress snaps in a fury, and you acting like a child isn't. He demands her, and she does not respond. That's what I thought. You got the light brat with you? Yep. She won't sit down to listen to her tutors in Eritis, so instead she has the pleasure of joining me as I bounce from one end of the continent to the other. She refused to dress up, even though I told her we were going north, so she's just going to have to suck up the cold. It's not that bad. Throw some furs on and you're done. She's refusing anything but silken dresses and slippers. Oh, this is going to be good. You couldn't keep me out of this if you tried, you big dick. Was that an attempt at an insult or a request? Jasper volleys back and she snorts so hard she drops her mug. Aw, my booze. And yes, it was. Magrica notes, suddenly letting go of the rafters and flipping in midair to catch herself with ease and flapping over. She thunks into Jasper's head and holds on before tossing what he can sense are coins at the bartender. Sorry about this. Jasper apologizes, but between Magrica muffling him and the laughter of the bar, he can't be heard. He stands up next to the tavern and gently pulls Magrica off his face. She races down his arm and sits on his broad shoulder. You're having fun with this. Of course. Most of my drinks were free because every idiot thinks that they can win an arm wrestling contest with me. The coins were for the mess. I still have another 3 pints worth of wins in there. Lush. Zavia mutters and Magrica stands up, leans over Jasper's head and swats her on the rear. The cry of shock gets some laughter from the crowd, and her form wavers into visibility for a moment and then fades back out of sight. Jasper just rolls his eyes as Magrica sits back down. What's it called again? I'm a little drunk. What's the saying? Magrica asks Jasper, who snorts in amusement. Talk shit, get hit. Jasper answers. Anyways, I need your expert advice on what would be the best thing I could bring to the mountain clans to pay for their services. Do you prefer to forge your own weapons and just need materials? Perhaps some kind of exotic foods or wines? Finished weapons. Make a bunch of them like those swords of yours, like maybe 20 per encampment, and you'll have an army of monster hunters take to the air. Magrica answers simply. Those toys of yours are tough and brutal. It takes an Earth Araminta that... Wait, where the hell is she? I expected her to be bouncing around more. Terry Kata? Last I saw, she was gushing over the newest weapon designs she and the other girls made. She wants to make a full-on continental-scale artillery. I don't really understand that, but it sounds bad. I can be bad, but there's also the slight chance we might need a sucker punch like that, so it has my go-ahead, but they're not allowed to fire it without consulting me and the entire Star Seeker Council first. When that thing hits something, it's going to leave a mark you can build a town in, and if that mark is where a town is, no more town. Well, that sobered me up. Girl likes to play with the big toys, doesn't she? Magrica asks. Yep, Jasper says before nodding to the crowds and taking off with a squeal of protest from Zavia. There's also the fact we might need it. I don't want to start a panic, but there are a lot of oddities that make me think there's someone playing around in the shadows. If they're still around, then we're in trouble. The artillery will let us hit pretty hard, at least a couple of times, should the worst come to pass. You sense danger? I've been looking into the history of Lochran. There are pieces missing. A great number of pieces missing. However, what pieces are missing tell a pretty scary story. There were two peoples that were here initially. The one that was here first had massive weapons but were hidden. They never announced themselves. Then your ancestors came and they surprised each other. Yet your ancestors did not have the weapons needed to fight back, so something else did. And you think this other group or whatever might still be around? They would be thousands of years old. Magrica asks as she hops off his shoulder and starts flying just below him. He adjusts his grip on Zavia, who naturally protests, but he ignores it and they start to fly a little faster. That's not an issue in the galaxy at large. Not only are there several races that can live that long naturally, but the methods have been studied so any one of any race can live for millennia. Something hit what was on this planet hard and then left your ancestors here to rot. Whatever influenced events that day, it was not friendly, and the only thing we know about it is that it's maybe the only party without any trace of it. I found where the defenses on this world were, and a few pieces of tech from the nest, the ship that brought your bloodlines here, but not from this third party. Or if I have, it's easily mistaken for one of the other two. So your big bad revelation is that it took a lot of work and a nasty surprise to end the Age of Miracles. I could have told you that without spending days going around and figuring things out. Magrica mocks him as they descend next to the portal to Auritus. It cuts out a major part of their trip. Can you put me down now? Zavia demands. I could have sworn someone said something, but I don't see anyone who could have said it. Jasper replies, you know exactly where I am. I'm not hidden to you. Zavia shouts at him. You there, get this lunatic to put me down. I told you that you would be carried until you were visible. You are not visible, so you will be carried. Jasper remarks as he and Magrica walk a few steps through the military camp. Many of the girls openly snigger at the plight of the invisible former empress. Now this is your last chance to put on something actually warm. I'm going to be making the payment for services. We're leaving in a few hours. She lets out a huff and he rolls his eyes at this stupidity. Then Magrica speaks up. So the weapons aren't already made? I wasn't sure if bringing them completed weapons would be an insult. I keep running into odd peoples and have no idea what might set someone off these days. So it will take me a short while to put the weapons together. Jasper admits. Also, if you try and run while I'm making things, you're getting a spanking, Zavia. Thankfully, for her own sake, she's in more a sulking and seething bit of attitude than running away and hiding. Apparently, the refusing to be physically visible is hiding enough for her. He counts that as a blessing. Carrying the sheer amount of weapons and Zavia is going to be a huge hassle, especially if she gets squirmy. Zavia. He says to get her attention as the metal shifts and molds under his claws. What? She asks after heaving a sigh. I am not your enemy, nor am I unreasonable. Get yourself some warm clothing. We are going north. Not my enemy? You stole my crown and destroyed my throne, she snaps. And why does an uncomfortable hat or an old chair have any value to you? I wasn't done. You then humiliated me in front of my own people and made me a prisoner in my own home. You've taken everything from me. Why should you care about the opinions of complete strangers? Furthermore, from what I understand, you have been to more places and seen more new things since I have taken control of your life. My life in a cage. You were always in a cage, child. I just revealed the bars, Jasper replies. I was not in a cage as Empress. I ruled over all of Miru. I was the unquestioned ruler of all. And what did you do with it? He asks her, and he can clearly sense her outline, so he knows that he just shocked her hard enough to turn and stare at him. It's a simple question. With all that power, all that ability and authority, what did you do? How grand was your life when you were Empress? I ensured the peace and prosperity of my people. I led by example and showed the best path to the future. Your country was only at peace due to the threats from the grand midwives to end all lineages if anyone started something stupid. I'm currently working to break a growing famine and undo the incredible amount of damage that the Luxway did to the trust of the people. Jasper counters. You're lying. You're just making things up to look better. Declaring some terrible disaster to exist, then shifting around things that aren't yours to then claim that you've solved them. You're a monster, she rants at him, and he grins. You at least think through some things. Let me try another question so you can see what I'm trying to get at. Just tell me already. She huffs, already tired of his cryptic nonsense. If I tell you, you'll just say I'm lying. If I want you to understand, I have to show you how I came to the conclusions I have come to. Jasper explains as he finishes the last sword in his first bundle. Anyways, when you had an idea that wasn't first brought to you by your attendants or counselors, how easy was it to get them to go through? Trivial? I would scarcely finish speaking, and my servants would rush to make it happen. She answers with a sniff, fading into view with her nose in the air and a smug look on her face. And when it was this sort of scenario, how often did they succeed? Or did some incompetent always unfortunately mess things up? He asks, knowing the answer. He had spoken to a lot of people in the initial flurry of taking over. I fail to see what the incompetence of lesser elements has to do with me somehow being in a cage. There is saying among my people, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. Jasper says, emphasizing his words. It's not always accurate, but it's a good measure of when you should start getting suspicious. Pure nonsense. Zavia counters, but her nose isn't quite as high. Drowning in pride or not, the girl does have a functioning brain, and he just planted a fairly heavy seed of doubt. Out of Cruel Space, Part 291. A scion of many worlds. It's freezing, Zavia complains, and Jasper sighs. You'll live. This is torture. I told you to dress warm many times. Jasper remarks as he follows Magrica through the air. She's a tiny flappy thing up ahead as she leads him through a snowstorm and towards a vaguely visible mountain range. You're evil. You do know you can manifest heat and warmth around yourself, right? If you can bend light to the degree you do, then you can manifest a warming heat. Jasper returns. He can't really focus on babying the little idiot when he's also hauling the payment. Axiom use may let him reduce just how much space and weight it has, but he's not the best at the technique and can't just put 100 swords in his sleeves. So his right arm is completely occupied with the swords, and the left is busy with Zavia, the stubborn brat who still won't let herself be visible even if the snow is revealing her completely to even normal eyes. I hate you. If you would just shift your veil of invisibility even slightly, you would be nice and warm. Jasper returns as one of the indistinct mountains proves itself to be much closer than the others, as Magrica starts to dive to the somewhat more distinct, and he can spot some somewhat strange bumps on a plateau. He's kept Magrica about 10 to 20 meters ahead to give him plenty of warning, yet still be in yelling distance. Her dive widened the distance considerably, and he follows to Zavia's audible protest. His wings snap out to slow their descent like a parachute when they're close to the face of the mountain. Magrica is rushing through snow deep enough that she's more digging a tunnel than plowing through. He lands near her and finds it's up to his knees. He's 10 feet tall, and plopping Zavia in snow this deep would be a bit much. So instead of just setting her down, he adjusts her to be sitting on his shoulder instead of lying on it like a sack of potatoes. It's horrible here, she protests as he scans the area. Their snow is a hard blocker to his antenna, but the lack of humidity in the air means he's not being set off. Still, many of the nearby snowdrifts and bumps are likely some kind of settlement. Not too fond of the cold, I will admit that, but it's not too bad. Jasper responds as he trudges after Magrica. Who's there? A giant Earthani and someone in the snow? A voice asks. We have someone on my shoulder too, but she's being a brat and won't let herself be seen. Jasper answers the voice as one of the snowdrifts suddenly has a puff occur and something shifts a huge amount of snow. It's revealed to be a Metak woman covered in white furs. The left side of her face looks like she tried head-butting a chainsaw and won. Auntie, Magrica announces before popping out of the snow to swoop down on her relative and tackling her to the ground. Magrica, the woman responds happily. The call of Magrica is echoed around the mostly hidden village as all the surrounding bumps and drifts reveal themselves to be little houses partially sunk into the ground, or perhaps yurts or tents of some kind. Whoa, giant Earthani! What have you been eating, girl? Someone asks him as several Metaks start crowding around Jasper. You know, considering the way Magrica acts, I was expecting to be mobbed a little sooner. Jasper notes with a smile as tiny girls flutter around him like bats. We're old warriors and children around here. The young go out for fun. That may make things more difficult. I was hoping to hire mountain clan warriors for some monster hunting. Jasper says, and a cheer sounds out just as loud as the announcement. The younger Metak quickly scatter and talk to everyone they can, and there are dozens of blasts of snow around them as many more little homes are revealed. Well, you're a big one. Sharing a drink with you will need a whole pot. An older voice says, and Jasper looks down to see an older Metak woman with a shawl made of numerous animal faces stitched together. Sharing a drink? I'm afraid I don't understand. It's a way of saying you'll be peaceful. Hot soup between friends, Magrica calls out from the crowd nearby. Ah, that makes sense. I can sip, you don't need to worry too much about quantity. Jasper remarks, kneeling down to be closer to her level. Zavaya gives out a squeak of protest and smacks him in the head. He barely feels it. There's another with you? Zavaya, the deposed queen of Miru, now my ward. Your ward? She's a child who's been lied to her entire life, and I'm a believer in redemption. So I'm trying to teach her to be a better person, but she's throwing a snit fit. I am not throwing a fit, Zavaya snaps. She won't even admit that she's being childish or letting anyone see her. Jasper explains, and the old Metak just looks at him oddly before letting out a long snort of amusement. Oh, I need a proper story. Let's get some soup bubbling. I need to know what the hell Magrica just brought to us. Work! I have. Over the soup! We're talking over the soup! The older Metak says, grabbing onto his cape with something that flies out of her shawl and yanks him along. He follows, and the living darkness retracts under her shawl. It reveals itself as it snaps back into place. She's out of the snow and discernible to his antenna. She's missing her arms. Her wings are all she has to manipulate the world around her. It's part of a pattern for all older members of the community. Massive scars, missing limbs, missing eyes. The luckier ones are just down a few fingers or walk with a pronounced limp. Oddly enough, or perhaps not, none of them are missing wings. He had been told that their wings are reportedly indestructible and capable of shape-shifting. He'd seen them shift, but this is the first real evidence of them being indestructible. You've got a lot in your head, the armless Metak elder states. Yes. He admits, somewhat surprised she can read him with her back turned. Easy to tell with her Thani, the ringing noise changes. She states, speaking of what do you know about? Over the soup, Biggie. Over the soup, she announces. It's freezing, Zavaya complains. Use the energy around you and warm yourself. Stop focusing on your image and warm yourself. Jasper chides her. I will not use a lesser element, Zavaya snaps. How is heat an element? It's a byproduct of light, fire, and friction. It's not an element, Jasper argues. You're my enemy. Why would you? I am not your enemy, child. I'm the first ally you've had that didn't lie to you. Let yourself be warm. There's nothing strong or wise in endlessly hiding. Who here are you trying to impress? Who are you trying to hide from? I can see you easily. These people don't know you. What are you trying to do? She doesn't answer him. Fussy child? Yes, she can't find a good answer. So she's just clamming up, Jasper replies. What does that even mean? Zavaya demands. Clams are a type of shelled creature on Earth. They're characterized by holding their shells tight to keep themselves safe. So clamming up means keeping quiet because your mouth is as tightly closed as a clam shell. Earth? So they're in the... No! Over soup! We talk over soup! The armless Metak starts to ask before stopping herself. Jasper chuckles in amusement. She leads him to one of the partially unveiled little buildings and puffs out the entrance. The entrance is huge. Why? Over soup, she answers, and he just chuckles as he follows her in. Zavia is set down at last, and she darts over onto the pelts, still invisible and shivering. For God's sake, girl, warm yourself. Jasper scolds her, even as he closes the tent flap somewhat. It won't keep out the cold, but it will keep out the wind. The inside of these buildings are enormous, easily tall enough for him to stand up straight without issue. But it's clearly a Metak home. The furniture is tiny and quickly carved. A great deal of swooping lines are used to decorate most things, often moving in pairs in a design similar to wings. Sit down, she orders as she tosses a few small bricks of something into a pot before pouring out a large vase of water into it. She then puts her shape-shifted wings on the pot, and it starts to quickly heat up and is steaming in moments. A trinity of bowls are used to scoop out some of the stew, the brick being revealed to be a large mass of ingredients that were then pressed together for long-term storage. The smell is meaty and cheesy at the same time. Thank you, Jasper says as he takes the bowl offered to him. One is held out to where Zavia's teeth are audibly chattering. No move is made to the drink. Zavia, it is rude and undignified to refuse your host's generosity. Girl, I can hear that you're freezing from here. All who treat with the mountain clans do it over hot soup. Eat the soup. It will put warmth into you. The elder Metak says, and after a few moments, Zavia takes the bowl even as she fades into visibility. Then she goes still as Jasper drapes his cape over her for warmth. She looks at him oddly and stares for a few moments. I don't understand you. I'm trying to help you. You just refuse to see it. Jasper tells her, you came to us for a reason. No one brings their daughter, their wife, and an armory of weapons for no cause. How do you... Not everyone's forgotten the way things were. Magrica doesn't. She's young and unscarred. She thinks she's still invincible. She might even prove herself to be. The elder states before sipping her soup, something that Jasper does to his own. It's incredibly savory, and he has to resist just gulping it down. There are some that remember, and we of the mountains remember clearly, she says before pointing upwards. Jasper follows the wing hand and his jaw drops. There are numerous images of a hexagon within a hexagon and an X dead center, the exact pattern of the defensive array. Some of them show lighter hues on the fabric, crashing down into them to signify some kind of attack. Tiny figures flying away from the hexagons to what look like inverted V's or more likely mountains. There were no men on the outpost. We couldn't afford the distraction. And there have been none since. But we remembered. We kept it with the old to send the young to see the world with untainted eyes. Have them come back and then learn the tales of old. What was the outpost for? I assumed it was for pirates? Pirates? Was it not pirates that brought the other races? No, the Earthithani, Larak, Erumenta, Saramali, and Nagasha were part of a colony ship heading to this world to build homes. What was the outpost for? Jasper asks in near awe. Of course someone would keep a record. He's just been too busy to do some serious rooting around. No Metak knows. I've spoken to most elders. We don't know at all. We were hired to help protect the outpost. The Jorgwa and Fosa were working in it, but we were here to keep beasts away and often camped away from the outpost. Then the sky caught fire, and most of us were killed. The few survivors fled north to take shelter in the magnetic interference of these mountains. She explains, and Jasper nods. Did you actually understand that? Because I know the words but not the meaning. Do you know what a lodestone is? He asks after a moment of thought. A rock that sticks to metal. She answers right away, like that, but more subtle. These mountains are a type of lodestone that confuses technology that searches for things. The power of a lodestone is called magnetic force. If you use a magnetic force is used to hide something, deliberately or not, then it's magnetic interference. Understand? I think so. This is some kind of camouflage? She asks, and Jasper nods. She nods herself and takes a sip before suddenly sucking in a half lungful of the soup and choking for a moment. Are you all right? He asks, reaching around to pat her on the back gently. Names. We forgot to give names. She coughs. I am Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue. I'm a sergeant in the Titan Squad of the Undaunted, a military organization that's sending rescue to this world even as we speak. Really? The lost miracles are coming back? I'll get my arms and youth back? Likely. They're still weeks away, though. I'm 58 years old. I've dozed through longer, she declares before blinking. Also, my name is Bulkatha. I'm Magrika's great aunt and helped raise the little Hellion. I taught her just how many tricks with the wings there are. Neat. I take it you have some kind of historical record of what happened, only in the oldest caches and only elders are allowed in them. While my body is a few hundred years old, I think that rates as elderly. Jasper quips and gets a bit of a glare. Hun, sure thing, Junior. Bulkatha says before taking a gulp of her soup. I'll be honest with you. I don't trust what you have to say. You've shown up in fancy armor with my grandniece gushing about you. But you're the first man on this world in I don't know how long. So that means things are changing, and that means I can't trust old patterns. Now, I believe you when you say that there's help coming. There's a lot of value to a world like this, especially if someone wants to look like a big hero. Fair enough. So does that mean you believe me when I say I want to hire out members of your tribe to hunt monsters so we can feed Miru and Greenstone? What's in it for you? I've conquered Miru and am brokering peace with Greenstone. Feeding them helps me. Okay, and are those swords the pay? As many warriors as they'll get me. I need monsters killed and delivered to the capitals from there. Water Aramenta will dry out the meat for preservation and a lot of lives can be saved. Seems easy enough. What do you know about the other people? You say they were from something called a colony ship. How do you know? I've got a communication device, a radio. I was able to speak with other Undaunted, and they relayed the information to me. The colony ship was called the Nest. A lot of records are degraded, but a list of racial accommodations, a complete blueprint, and a passenger manifest are still available. So I have access to not only what the ship was built like, but who was on it and what little bits it had on it to keep everyone comfy. I see. So why did they shoot on the outpost? It wasn't them. The Nest did not have the kind of power needed to destroy the outpost as thoroughly as it's been destroyed. It might have roughed it up, but in a fight between the two, the outpost would have shredded the Nest. Unless it had no weapons but you girls. No, there were weapons. Big ones. They were apparently fired, shooting light into the sky. Then more light came down and burned the world away. Lasers then? Are you sure things were in that order? Yes, the outpost shot first. So it was an outpost and not a base? Was there any hint what it was about, what the outpost was doing? It used that symbol, but we do not know what it means anymore. She says, pointing to one of the posts that keep the roof up. Carved into it is a pair of squares one above the other. To their right is a triangle pointing away. It looks like a company logo. He notes putting it to memory. Not pirates. An outpost, though. A legal outpost, perhaps? Then why wasn't it registered? Why didn't the Nest know about them? Out of Cruel Space, Part 292. A scion of many worlds. It took 3 hours to actually get down to what he wanted out of the tribe. Bulkatha's the talkative type, and had also spent about a half hour huffing and fussing over Zavaya. She managed to get the silly girl to wrap up in furs and devour a few bowls of the soup. The sheer mom energy out of the old Metak actually rolled over the girl's pride like it owed her money. Clearly, he had a lot to learn about handling teenagers. Still, payment accepted and runners, flyers, sent to the neighboring tribes to let them know about the work. The mountain clans are odd in that it's all elders. Mothers growing into elders, the very young and visitors only. The youthful and strong of the tribes are all out wandering the world the way Magrika was. Apparently, Magrika was singularly skilled for finding trouble and getting stuck into odd situations. Of course, it comes out that he and Magrika have been having sex. And once the younger generation are shooed off him, as they all starts asking questions that they really shouldn't, Jasper manages to get a fairly straight-laced explanation out. The term mutual burning loins is still weird to him, but a small weird, considering he's in the tribe of Amazon midget imps and is merely 2 to 3 tiny bits of cultural knowledge away from being declared son-in-law. Thankfully, the representatives of other tribes arrive quickly enough, and with Bolkatha having effectively no patience for bullshit, things are hammered out quick. They do have a condition, though, one that they clearly thought was a deal breaker. He has to participate in the hunts. Apparently, his telling them that was the plan the whole damn time was not what they were expecting. At this rate, he's going to single-handedly give the Urthani a reputation as a warrior people. The swords are passed around, and in general, it turns out this is going to be the first real hunt for about a quarter of the warriors he's got. The weapons will be going to those ones so they can get good and blooded in the world outside, as there's an entire generation ready to kick off and go adventuring at this point. That's fine with him, especially as this is also a final party for a bunch of older metak as well. Most stop adventuring when they go out to get themselves pregnant due to the grand midwives. Their tendency for twins, triplets, and even quadruplets means that the population numbers are high despite their isolation. Of course, this leads to many of them feeling kind of empty when their daughters head out into the world, and by tradition, they have to stay home. Those that aren't down limbs or other such crippling wounds get very restless and work to keep the area surrounding the mountains completely clear of danger. Still, they can only talk for so long, and the sooner they start the hunt, the sooner it's finished, and the people of Miru and Greenstone are fed. With Zavaya in his arms, he leads the vast majority of the metak, with the younger and more energetic members zooming around to try and spot something. Bolkatha has insisted on coming and keeps pace beside him with ease. The plan is simple. He brought 10 bundles of swords, so each of the 10 clans contacted will bring 10 beasts of any type he helps hunt to Greenstone and Miru in his name. But he has to be the majority warrior for at least one of each type of beast. They're testing him, fair enough. This is Rippoil territory. Their hides are their greatest weapon, dagger-covered trunks of flexible hatred. These knife-scaled snakes grow fast and strong. Their eyes are a weakness, as is the mouth, but it only opens its mouth to eat or drink. She explains as she keeps pace with Jasper, who's joined the search pattern to find something to attack. When you say knife-scaled, does that mean they're merely really sharp? Or is there a ridge that makes it seem like a knife blade is sticking up through the scale? Jasper asks as he catches a twinge of something moving. Both. Really sharp at all edges and an extra edge. Bolkatha answers before Jasper swoops down to find an odd pattern in stone. He gathers flame in his mouth and spits it out. The entire pattern flinches away as a serpent so huge that if it were lying down would be as tall as he is, hisses in outrage and rears up high enough to take a snap at them. He launches away even as Zavaya reflexively blasts it, with a pummeling of light right to the eyes. The monster flinches back. "Good instincts, girl," Bolkatha says, and Jasper nods. "I'm going to set you down some distance away as I kill the thing. Bolkatha, can you watch her?" "Easily enough," Bolkatha remarks, and he dives to the ground not too far away and sets down Zavaya. "But what are you?" "I'll be back," he answers, launching himself at the Rippoil so fast his eyes reflexively close. Thankfully, his antennae still work perfectly fine at great speed, and he brings out his swords to slash the beast even as he dodges a lunge. The wave-bladed weapons skid off the scales of the monster, and the entire creature shifts to attack again. He janks to the side in order to dodge even as his eyes open. The enormous creature isn't looking at him. He can see the slits in the armor where the eyes would be, but they're closed as it's wisely protecting itself. A series of tiny holes in the forwardmost scales lets him know how it's finding him without sticking its tongue out to taste the air. It's heat sensitive. No wonder it jerked back so hard at the fire. He lets out a tongue of flame, and it jerks around to try and understand what's going on. The sudden spikes in temperature are clearly like setting off a flashbang in its face. The thing's lower body starts shifting around as it prepares for something as the metak descend upon it, and near the back of its head, its scales are struck again and again by the monster hunters. They fly out of range before the serpent can react, but it does react and turn away from Jasper, who charges and aims for the scuffed scales the girls have been working on. He can see the plan. If the armor has no chink, make one. It turns back around in a hurry to try and bash him with its bladed body. He dips back a little, moving in ways his wings don't normally allow, but he has axiom, so fuck physics. He does, however, dive after it and force its momentum against it to keep it moving in a certain direction. The Metak are relentless. Numerous flyby attacks as they chip away at the scales over and over. Everyone knows what to do, and they're more like a flying chainsaw than anything else as they rip out the scales. The monster tries to turn to attack, but Jasper just won't get out of its face and refuses to let it even perceive them until they rip at its protective scales more and more. Then, with an audible crack, one of the scales is shattered and there's a slight cheer from the flight of Metak. "Kill the beast," one of them shouts, and it quickly grows into a chant as the tribal women scream for blood. Jasper sheathes the left sword and seemingly vanishes from in front of the serpent before reappearing with his claws grabbing onto the blades and then jamming his sword right into the weak point. Axiom is running fast and hard through his extremities in order to stop his claws from being cut into even as he plunges the sword right into the brainstem of the beast. Its eyes open for the first time, and they're purely golden orbs with a black slit in the middle. It unveils enormous fangs as the serpent tries to scream before the light fades from its eyes. It collapses to the ground. Jasper's wings flare out and he remains in the air and lets the monster slide off his sword. Tiny white lines trace along his foot claws and left-hand claws to show that even with Axiom, that creature's scales scratched him hard. "Snaker Rider," someone shouts. "Knife Walker" is the answering call. Still just Jasper. He replies, running some Axiom down his sword to clean it off and sheathing it as he dives down alongside the Metak to examine the corpse. Many of the small girls are already ripping off scales and tossing them into pouches. Trophies are fine, but the meat needs to get to Greenstone and Miru. The people there are staring down a famine. We know. A lot of the girls chime out, and there's a huge flurry of movements as they use their wings to rip the scales off. He can sense Bolkatha carrying Zavia close, and he glances backwards to her. Zavia says nothing as she looks over the flurry. "We're going on several more hunts. You've helped with this one, even if only by reflex. Would you like to participate in the others?" Why would I want to do that? There are several types of leaders in the galaxy. Some lead by example, others by command, some by intimidation or affection. There is no best way. Those that lead by fear are usually in a situation where legal authority, sterling example, or love are not available. Those with official authority only are usually new to their command and unable to do more. Those who lead by example open themselves up to danger and can be struck down at a terrible moment. Finally, love can be a tenuous thing in those you lead. Today's champion can be cast out tomorrow. Jasper explains. "Why are you telling me this?" Zavia asks, and Jasper smiles. "You are a leader. You were groomed to be one since birth, born to be in command. I have no doubt that someday you will find yourself in control of the fates of others. Once again, I have taken command of Miru by necessity, not desire. Perhaps it will be Miru again. Perhaps all of Lakran. Perhaps even more. More? Lakran is a single island in an endless ocean. You will never rule all, for there are unending places to rule, but I do not doubt you will rule again. Perhaps he's been using too much of the stick and needs some proper carrot. She's tasted discipline. Now she needs ambition. What? Be it a town, a nation, or a world. I know you will once again reach for power, and no matter how far you reach, you will get at least some. So I will teach you. But you! Zavia trails off and looks upward to where the sun is hidden by a thin layer of clouds, her mind clearly churning. Fine. All right then. Does this mean you're going to listen now? That it's understood that I'm not your enemy? If you are an enemy, then you have the strangest way of showing it. You humiliate me without end, then offer much over and over again. It makes so little sense, but it shows no sign of stopping. So I'll participate in this and see if there's some method to the madness. She explains, and he smiles. Is something funny? Only that you speak very formally for a child your age. I'm not a child. By undaunted standards you are. Granted, by the standards of others, the undaunted are nothing but children playing at being heroes. By those standards, you're newborn. Granted, by the standards of people like that, I shouldn't even be off the tip myself. What? When you look up at the night sky, you see countless stars, do you not? Yes. Understand then that there are more you cannot see, and many of them hold worlds around them. So much so that if every soul on Lochran were counted, they could be lost in a rounding error for the person trying to figure how many live. We are a tiny piece of something much greater, whole in and of ourselves, but still part of a still greater whole. Like how a person is whole unto themselves, but part of a family, which is in turn part of a community, which in turn is part of a province, then a kingdom, then a continent, then a world. And what is the most important part? Zavia asks and Jasper considers. That is a question I have no answer to. Philosophers and thinkers of all stripes have argued the merits of each without end or conclusion. Of course, a larger structure could be easily argued to be well shot of a troublemaking smaller element. But at the same time, you cannot forget that the larger ones are made of the smaller ones. If there is a single criminal lunatic in a family, it is entirely reasonable to exile or even kill them if they're dangerous enough. But where is the line drawn? Where is the limit? If you must kill off the entire family to protect the family, then there is nothing to protect, and all there was destruction. I think I see. Perhaps that family was simply awful, though. But by what standard do you hold them to? A community may very well be justified in shunning a family of madwomen. However, a community that shuns those it deems unacceptable might find itself shunned in turn. Is that wise in a province? To push away a large part of itself? Perhaps that community was an important supplier that causes the province to lose too much tax revenue. Perhaps then the kingdom decides that this province that's clearly cheating them must be put to the sword. Mayhaps then that the other kingdoms upon the continent see this and decide to do away with the place run by lunatics. Outside forces then see a world wrap itself into war and decide that it is to be shunned. You keep saying kingdom. Am I to assume it's like a queendom? Pardon, yes, I meant queendom. It's best described as an accent slipping through. I apologize for the confusion. And what are you trying to teach me? All things are made of smaller things. It may be wise to cut away parts that are harming the rest, but you must always bear in mind that there's only so much that can be cut without destroying the whole. You're going to tell me the shunning of darker Amenta was a bad idea, aren't you? I'm afraid so. They are a full sixth of the population of Miru. They have unique abilities and perspectives that can contribute to the betterment of the kingdom and are still of Miru. I understand that much of what I'm running on is gratitude for helping them, but they have been very eager to prove themselves. This is important to consider. Gratitude comes with its own reward. Even if you care nothing for another person, having them feel they owe you a debt can pay in incredible ways. Such as, the Dusk family have an incredible aptitude for finance and logistics. With me to put them where they can work their magic, they've quickly given me a complete picture on many of Miru's problems, and with that in hand, I've been able to work at fixing them. So the dark does have use. Well, you don't fall asleep staring at the sun, do you? Jasper jokes. But to be more practical, it wasn't their element that interested me. It was their aptitude as merchants and traders. There is use in many places and in many things beyond your first. Hey, enough with the queen lessons! We're on a hunt out here! One of the younger warriors protests. Most of the activity had died down in that many of the warriors had gathered all the trophies that they wanted. All right, we carry this to the capital of Greenstone and then head off for the next type of beast. What do you girls recommend? Jasper asks, and there's some muttering. The three-horn. One of them announces, and Jasper starts to wonder if maybe this world was technically Jurassic, or was it Cretaceous? He doesn't really know the dinosaur eras. Out of Cruel Space, Part 293. A scion of many worlds. She's not sure what to think when they descend upon the capital of Greenstone. The enormous snake monster is being held by the medic and the moth and slowly brought down to the central square. The moth is greeted warmly, recognized by the people as she steps away from the rest, more invisible for the furs that are wrapped around her than any amount of bending light. Thankfully, the furs aren't touching her directly and resting atop the silks for the most part. Then she pauses as she senses the older Metak, Bulkatha, behind her. "Show an old woman around, won't you, dearie?" she asks, and Zavia blinks. "But I've never been here before," she protests, and the old Metak snorts in amusement. "Then show me around as you show yourself around. Big boy over there is going to be busy divvying up the prize and getting it properly stored." She answers with a wave of her cape towards the towering Earthani. "Why do they trust him?" Zavia asks, and the old Metak lets out a huff. "That's not an answer. Why do you not? He had every advantage to and many reasons to take your life. Don't think I haven't puzzled out the situation. You should be dead. If it were you that had conquered Miru while he ruled, then he would have died. But he conquered you and you live. That's exactly it, though. That thing. It, whatever. Jasper is not acting like anything I know of. No one and nothing acts the way he does. Who conquers a country to immediately turn around and claim to save it? I mean, that's probably a good way to justify your invasion, but he shouldn't be fooling people this easily. Even the lower elements aren't so. I mean, you believe your people wiser than to be tricked?" Bolkatha asks, and Zavia nods. "Do you not trust them?" You were Queen of Miru, yes?" Bolkatha asks and receives another nod. "If your people were not trustworthy, not wise enough to follow the commands of you and your family, then why would you rule them? How would you rule them? We wouldn't. Having the sense to follow proper rule also means that they'd at least have some dissenting voices when they're being tricked, wouldn't they? Someone would see through it. They should. Unless, of course, his big trick is to be exactly what he appears to be. No better way to get power than to convince everyone that you deserve it." "What? That's absurd. It would take an obscene amount of energy and focus to be such a thing. No one would have the energy, the time, or the knowledge. Perhaps. Or perhaps different beings find different things challenging. That ripcoil was an all-right combatant, but it was easily outsmarted with the moth playing distraction, wasn't it? So you're saying he's just fit to rule?" "Maybe not rule. At least I don't know for certain." "You don't know. Aren't you supposed to be giving me answers?" "Oh, dear me, dearie. No one has all the answers. You just can't live long enough to learn them all. And if what the big bug is telling us about the lands beyond Lochran, then it's not that you can't live long enough. It's that there's too much to learn." "You believe his story?" "Wait, what am I asking?" "You confirmed part of it. Those drawings and symbols, some people remember the Age of Miracles more clearly than others. Mine have a very clear memory. I know. I'm not an idiot. I've been paying attention, but I need time to think. I need to figure out some way to make this work. I don't know what to do, I don't know how to move forward, and I'm not being given time to think. None of this. I don't know him. I don't trust him. He resembles a demon out of nightmarish stories. Of some twisted false thing that is like something but not. A monster, but he's not acting like one, but is acting like one. The Luxway demons aren't known to the mountain clans. Tell me of them." Bolkatha asks, and Zavia thinks on how best to explain, unaware that she and Bolkatha have an audience. "To explain the demons, you need to understand the Luxway. You have my attention, child. Fine. The Luxway is about purity of purpose and use. Aramenta are blessed and superior to other races. We manipulate the elements directly while others are forced to use tools to gain even a slight amount of power over the environment around them. We have no stonecutters because stone obeys. We need no forger workers because fire works for us. No need to form bridges because the waters part before, the winds blow at our whim, and we need neither fans nor mills to harvest its power. Darkness descends when we call for it, curtains or not, and light erupts where we will it. No need for candles or torches. All elements have their place, all elements have their power, and with the Aramenta alone they are pure, untainted by the touch of rude tools. Every element has its place. The earth builds, be it food or tools or homes. The fire refines, turning base vegetation and meat into feasts, crude ore into gleaming metal. The water molds, shifting the weather above and the waters below to reshape the world around us, remolding the bodies of those around them as doctors and healers as well. The air moves, carrying message and song and goods to where they must be. The darkness brings safety and comfort. You sleep in darkness and keep your secrets within it. A pantry is dark for a reason. Light leads, it shows the way and literally illuminates the path ahead. And if someone goes against this, Bolkatha asks, quite aware of the growing crowd, then they have tainted themselves and must be stepped away from. It's part of why the Dusk family, that he's so fond of, were shunned. They stepped into the ways of air to gain their wealth and sullied themselves. It must make it even more frustrating that Jasper finds their greatest value in their mercantile skills. It is. It really is. But that's what demons do. They pull people from their greatest paths and lead them to ruin. They are tempters, offering everything if you would just step away from where you were best placed and then leaving you to rot. Yet he pushes and pushes himself to ensure everyone is fed. He does not deny your calling to lead. He has not pulled anyone from their path, but permitted them all to stray and rewarded those who have. Yes, it's maddening. Earthani, but not. Demon, but not. I do not know what he is, only what he is not. Yet also is. I know he's someone my niece really likes. I know he fights like he's one of us, perhaps a little like one of your Erminenta as well. I know he's a male, something that this world never had. Maybe the ship that brought the other races had men on it, but they never made it to the surface. He's literally unlike anything on this world. Wait, hold on. Someone from the crowd says before stomping forward and ripping off the warm hood that was over Zavia's head, revealing the iridescent hair. You're one of them. I am. Get her! Someone shouts and Zavia gathers light in her hands to blast back at Cease! The command hits like a punch to the face and the fight stops before it can begin. Jasper slowly walks over, his steps, normally somewhat padded, are now crisp and firm. The closer they draw, the more people let their conjured elements drop. Swirling winds are dispelled. Stones drop to the ground along with water, and fire snuffs out as the crowd parts to allow him there. What is the meaning of this? She's a follower of the Lux Way, the same bitches that messed with our minds and led us into the wild. I was eating bugs and worms because of them. They made me sleep in the dirt. One of the greenstone Aramenta screams in a fury. Zavia flinches back from the furious air Aramenta. She's not even denying it. Look at her. She was one of their victims. Her entire family manipulated to serve as their pawns. She was raised on the Lux Way and has only had any cause to look beyond it in the last few weeks. Her world is still spinning and she's trying to find her footing. She thinks you're a demon. Considering the things I've done to her, I'm glad she doesn't think me the source of all evil. She has to pay. For what? For driving us into the wilderness and forcing us to live as savages. I didn't know. It's a betrayal of the Lux Way to do that. There is a place for everyone, and savagery is not the place for anyone. Zavia protests and Jasper nods. She's someone else who has been lied to. The lies were certainly different, but still terrible for their intention and effect, Jasper says. But she's also horrified at what the Lux Way has done here, despite being reared by the very people that nearly drove you to ruin. What does that tell you? Jasper asks, and there's silence. Well, it tells me that the ones that were actually out to harm others was a small group and their minions. The rest are far from being beyond redemption, if they even require it. But I know you're angry. It's easy to get angry. Anger is a natural and normal thing to feel when you've been wronged. But what good does indulging it do? Jasper asks. It makes me feel better? Someone asks, unsure of where he's going. And does it actually make things better? Sure, letting it out can feel great, but does it do anything else? Does it solve the problem? Does it heal the wounded? Does it somehow undo what's already been done? Jasper asks, and there's a pause. But it's not right. No, what happened to you isn't right, and hurting Zavia for being another victim would just make it worse, just make more pain. There's a time to fight and a time to build. This is a time to build, to create and use the passions that drive you to make things better for yourself, not worse for others. That seems to be the last of it, for now at least, and the crowd slowly disperses. Jasper kneels down to Zavia's level and puts a hand on her shoulders. Are you all right? She looks up at him and tries to find some kind of lie, tries to find something to justify things and just can't. She looks down, unable to keep his gaze. He pulls her into a hug, and she finds herself even less able to find words. There's a layer of axiom to blunt the edges of his claws, so he doesn't hurt her as he gently pats her on the back. You'll be okay, all right? Just take it one step at a time and you'll get to a better place. Why? Someone asks, and Jasper turns to face a fire Aramenta woman. Why what? I can't read minds, Jasper replies. Why is she getting so much attention? Why is she getting so much care? The fire Ermunetta asks. Because she's someone I took everything from. I thought I was dealing with an indulgent monster, and instead found a confused child. I ripped everything from her personally, and then was offered a chance to blunt the impact. So I have. If I set her aside, she has nothing. If I set you aside, you have a home, you have family and friends. You need so very little help, and she needs so much, and that witch, that mind-bending horror, does she get another chance? She asked for mercy. I understand it's wrong, she screams at him, and he pauses. He just watches her huff and puff for a moment. Do you feel better now? He asks her, and she rears back as if struck. Don't treat me like a child. Tell me why. Why that brain-fucking whore gets to live. She protests, and he reaches out to put a hand on her shoulder. Because redemption is important, he says before thinking. On Earth, the world from where my memories hail, there is a prize. The Nobel Peace Prize. It's a grant of wealth and a symbol of prestige for those who have made the world a better place through wisdom and science. Through art and advancement, it was started by a man known as the Merchant of Death, Alfred Nobel, a man who saw in a moment of clarity the impact he had upon the world and then changed it for the better. He had never intended to hurt people, but his creations led to the destruction and doom of many, yet he turned it around. He changed for the better and made the world a better place for it. And you think she'll be the next Nobel? Please. Maybe not, but there is a chance, a hope. Hope for a better tomorrow, but that tomorrow won't ever come if we don't try to make a better today. If we don't have the ability to forgive each other, or the drive to improve ourselves and our lot in life, then how will anything get any better? I don't know, she admits. Neither do I, Jasper replies. Out of Cruel Space, Part 294. Full shelves. What a wonderful day for a left shift on topic. Young lady, get back here. The opening credits instantly crash into Sasha Chrome running fast out of her home with a splattering of paint across her and holding a can of spray paint. Good afternoon, neighbor. Kitty's causing trouble? Sarge asks as Jenny grabs Sasha and starts heading back inside. To say the least, why is your left arm covered in linen bands soaked in flammable levels of alcohol? She asks, and he regards his bandaged hand before chuckling. Difficulties at work, nothing to be worried about, he replies with a grin. Will those be following you? We were very thorough. If they manage to follow me after all that, then, well, let's just say they'll have earned their, I should stop talking. Good day, ma'am. Sarge remarks, giving her a cheery wave with his bandaged arm and heading inside his home. Mom, should we be scared of Mr. Thomas? Sasha asks, and there's light studio laughter. No, he just has a dangerous job. Nothing to worry about, Jenny replies, hugging Sasha close. I'm not stupid, Mom. Whatever conversation is about to happen is cut off by them seeing the silhouette of a man falling down onto something through his windows. It's shortly followed by the sound of loud snoring. He's loud. More canned laughter greets this observation. Yes, he is now. It's time you get to cleaning up the mess you made. Jenny remarks as she starts to head back inside with the little troublemaker. It's not a mess, it's art. Sasha protests and the audience laughter is back. The show then heads into Sasha getting a talking to from her father Lyle as she cleans up the large neon splotches of color. It then fades to commercial. Have you ever found yourself pressed in by arcologies and city spires? The commercial shows a Lidris with all of her 9 bodies looking up at the city towering above her and seeming to shrink down on herself. Do you want to see a clear horizon? The commercial continues as the Lidris pushes her way through debris and suddenly sees a sunrise. Find all the space you need in the Ethan system. Nova Homesteads can take you to where you can stretch out and relax. Prices start at 50,000 credits. Transport and building not included. The next commercial begins. Hey girls, ever wonder how to meet men without being the creep? Register at the Bachelor Barn and find out. Our facilities take the pain of seeking away by providing a controlled environment for men to approach women instead. Once you're registered, every call from us is nothing but good news for your dating life. Sign up today. After a commercial for something that's either yogurt or porridge, the show then resumes itself. The second little arc of the episode has kicked off. Sasha is sulking because she was made to clean up the paint. Apparently, half the episode is going to be a little girl throwing a fit. Sasha? What's going on? Mojo asks her, and she doesn't answer him either. Why aren't you saying anything? It takes him all of a minute to realize he can have fun with this. Say something if you don't want me to eat all your flavored ice. Oh, no, you don't, she shouts as the audience laugh track kicks off. A chase begins, and Mojo is a spry little fellow, to say the least. It takes them around the house with the speakers built into the walls, telling them to stop messing around before they hurt themselves. Eventually, Betty, one of the secondary wives, steps out of where she's integrated into the house and catches Mojo. All right, that's enough out of both of you. Time for standby mode. We're not synth, Mom. Mojo protests while wriggling around. She lets him loose somewhat, and he climbs around until he's on her back. When's Dad coming home? It's an emergency at work, my little spark. It could be a long while. Betty replies warmly. But that's boring. That's life. Sometimes you have to do things you don't want in order to get to the things you want to do. Betty replies, giving Mojo a little tickle. Now, if the little sulk is over, apparently it's not over despite Mojo's interference as Sasha crosses her arms and immediately re-engages sulk mode. Seeing this, Betty sighs and quickly puts on an educational bit of VR entertainment for Mojo. He's quickly banging away at simulated instruments that only he can hear. The invisible sound baffling surrounding him makes it so no one else is bothered by the sheer racket caused by his wild flailing. Sasha, dear, do you want to talk? Betty asks and gets a little huff as she turns away. Oh dear, this is going to be a thing today, isn't it? You all made me destroy my art. Sasha grunts out and Betty sighs. Sasha, there's a time and place for things, and overscanning apertures with toxic paints while your brother is still young enough to taste things. No, I'm not. Mojo protests and the audience laughter kicks off as both Betty and Sasha look off screen in surprise. They then sit back. Is not the place or time. Betty finishes lamely. But it was beautiful, and it wasn't done yet. Sasha protests. It looked like you tried to swallow it all, and it all came back up. Mojo shouts from the side, and the laughter is back. Sasha takes off, and there's a squeal of fear from Mojo as Betty sighs in frustration. There's a banging sound from next door, and her current body's internal lighting goes dim. The camera cuts to a wall on the outside of the house that rotates to show another of Betty's bodies, which steps out and then looks over the fence to see Sarge rushing around while carrying a large black weapon on his back, racing out his front door and then signaling for a hoverbike to zip up. He jumps on it and takes off. Hun, I really want to know, but I also really don't want to know. She mutters before walking back to the slot in the wall, and this body slots itself in. The camera then cuts to an internal wall of the house that rotates to show her stepping out again, and she steps out in time to catch both Mojo and Sasha. No running in the house, you two. Can I fly then? Mojo asks cheekily and gets a narrowed eye look from Betty as the audience's giggles. Do you know why I won't let you run in the house? You don't like fun? Mojo asks, and there's cheering from the audience at his cheek. No, it's because you have a hard time not running into things while running. Flying is even faster and harder to stop. Betty replies with the patience of a saint. Hey, do you know what the emergency that Dad's dealing with? Mojo asks for a change of subject, and Betty considers. Well, he's a cargo inspector, and apparently there was an unexpected delivery. Oh, that's boring. Mojo notes. The image cuts to a large warehouse with numerous fires and smoke, as plasma shots and lasers fly every which way. A sudden explosion in the roof sends down a shaft of light that illuminates the terrified Lyle, who wisely has a cargo pallet between himself and the weapon fire. Yee-haw! Sarge calls out as he pilots his bike through the hole and jumps off it just in time so that it crashes into several of the laser-firing lunatics. He rolls with the landing and brings up the weapon on his back before firing. The scene then crashes back to the Chrome family home. Well, your father never really liked looking for trouble. He's very dependable that way. He's a little non-traditional on his insistence on paying for so much. But that's just sweet. But it's boring. Why would you do boring things for a living? It's like being stuck in school for your whole life. Mojo protests. You don't like school? It's boring. They want us to read only the most boring things, and they keep saying, show your work with math. It's so stupid. I know the answer. Why should I need to show every little step? They happen too fast for me to write them down. Mojo complains and Betty giggles. You need to slow down then. Learn to enjoy life. But life is slow, very slow. Mojo protests and Betty just shakes her head in amusement. Oh, don't you worry. Before you know it, you'll be wishing for days as slow as these. Trust me. Betty assures him, and he just looks confused at the very idea. That's when things fade to commercial again, and it starts with the brand of frozen treats Mojo and Sasha had gotten into an argument over earlier. For some reason, they think that skiing down a mountain of the stuff will make someone want more. The next commercial begins with the sound of an explosion and a pummeling of laser fire. It cuts off to reveal a tiny metak taking shelter behind a ruined air car. Are you outnumbered? The tiny metak nods. Are you outranged by a bevy of unlawful lunatics with an unfair amount of firepower? There's another nod from the tiny woman. Then come on down to Canned Solutions. Try our 100 Answers weapon line. There's no problem in the galaxy that can't be solved by overwhelming firepower, including an overabundance of firepower. It now shows the tiny metak with a power pack on her back and plasma cannon bombarding the enemy lines. Canned Solutions. Because being outnumbered does not have to mean outmatched. The next commercial starts with some kind of tribal chanting and something hollow being beaten on rhythmically with a stick. It shows a sunrise with a large insectoid creature with a rainbow pattern shell greeting the sun. In an increasingly industrialized galaxy, it is more important than ever to preserve the natural wonders of nature. From the great beasts of singular wonder to the simpler times still enjoyed by our more primitive brethren. It says showing a colony of what appears to be some kind of simian species with a clear prevalence towards females, but they're also right in the Stone Age, with fire being the new fad. We at the Galactic Preservation Organization are dedicated to ensuring the primal parts of the galaxy are protected from poacher and slaver both. Let the wild places stay wild, lest we lose what makes them so special. The commercial then cuts to the logo of the corporation, a pair of squares one over the other triangle to the side and pointing away. Galactic Preservation, a worthy call for all. The commercials end with Sarge being let out of the passenger seat of Lyle's vehicle form before the man transforms back to normal. Thanks for the ride, big man. Perhaps you should be a little more careful with your vehicles in the future? It's not my fault. It was a mechanical defect. Sarge answers glibly, and Lyle stares at him. A mechanical defect? Sure. If it can't do double duty as a bludgeon, it's clearly not tough enough. He replies, and the audience laughter is back. That's a fairly severe defect. I'm going to have to see about reinforcing it after fixing it. I really don't understand you. Fair enough. I don't understand myself half the time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm running on only a few hours of sleep and badly need a recharge and defrag. You're a little organic to do that? Maybe. But that's what I'm doing when in bed. Good night. It's still afternoon. It's what you say before sleeping. I see. Well, thankfully, I now have a much less stressful problem to deal with. Oh? Maybe I can help? You've done enough for me today. That's your opinion. What's the problem? He asks, and the scene fades away. Dad. Mojo says, running up and then flapping a bit to give his father a hug as he walks in. Hello, little flyer. Did you miss me? He asks hypothetically, but the nodding from Mojo is anything but hypothetical. You gave our neighbor a ride home, Betty asks. He had some vehicle troubles, so I did the neighborly thing. Lyle answers before turning to where Sasha's back to sulking. Ah, so I'm needed. Excuse me. He kisses Betty on the forehead and then walks over to his daughter and eldest child before hugging her. Ew! Dad! Hey, little lady. So, your passion for art's causing a little trouble, is it? He asks her, and she huffs while looking away. Your mother sent me a message about times and places. Luckily, I've had a bit of a chat with our neighbor. If you want to practice painting walls, then use the fence. Really. There's nothing important on it, and Sarge doesn't mind. Just not on the house, okay? What if I run out of fence? Paint over the old stuff? Make art out of art? He asks, and her eyes light up and she slips out of his grip. I'm gonna start right now, she declares. Are you sure that's a good idea, Lyle? Rewarding bad behavior just leads to more of it. And pressing down too harshly just brings about resentment. She has a talent and needs an outlet. If we give her one, then most of the problems go out that way. Lyle replies before shrugging. Besides, it's just a cheap wooden fence. Much easier to replace or clean than the more delicate equipment incorporated into the house. Just take a pressure washer to it if things are bad, or even a laser sweep if really bad. The audience laughter closes out the episode. As the credits play, it shows Sasha painting the fences with garish colors and little, if any, really recognizable patterns beyond a few attempts at making her own name a signature. Her signature gets increasingly fancy as it goes down the fence until it's massively stylized and artistically tilted with a preference for neon pink and dark purple. Out of Cruel Space, Part 295. A scion of many worlds. It charges the moment he's low enough to be in range. Three massive spiral horns backed by a huge, thick skull. It's almost like a Rex, but its grasping limbs are a lot stronger and larger to assist in grabbing food. He shifts to the side and it slams into a massive tree horns first, which then detonates as a huge flow of axiom flies through its horns. Explosive touch on the horns. Interesting. Hun. The enormous thing screams, and he teleports away to avoid the clubbed tail. This thing is dangerous at both ends, and the crater that follows a burst of axiom lets him know that this thing is beyond brutish. Front and back are deadly, and it's hyper-aggressive. Not scared, are you? Magrica asks him, and he snorts. Just making sure I see all its tricks first. No reason to fear what you understand, Jasper replies. Although I think this three-horned beast is badly named, what about that club tail? It could crater a mountainside with that. They favor the horns, always the horns. The tails are only of use if you dodge. She answers, and he gives her an odd look. Right. Well, I need to experiment with this creature a little. Excuse me a minute. He says, holding out a hand, and several sticks and stones flow up into his hand before he flies up a little and then charges the creature. It lets out a barking sort of sound and tries to weave away. What he does confuses the beast further, as the handful of stones and sticks is launched into its face. The impact on the horns and following cluster explosions startles the creature, and it starts thrashing around in a panic. So the horns are a massive threat even from the sides. Jasper notes as he rises into the air with a few flaps to get out of its range. Then it jumps, and he jerks backwards with a flap in order to avoid those detonating horns. It lets out a deafening roar in its frustration, and the comparatively bite-sized Jasper just shakes his head. Animals are animals, even if they're one of those stupid breeds that always chooses violence. Maybe its squinty little eyes has something to do with that? The coloration patches of white on black give it the appearance of eyes just under the horns. But tricks like that don't belong to predators. Its evolution is trying to bait something into attacking just under the horns where the creature is at its most obscenely dangerous. But what would attack this thing? It's 5 stories tall and roars like a jet engine. He thinks for a moment as the thing jumps at him again. It's not trying to eat him, it just wants him dead and done. So he teleports behind it and latches onto the back of its neck to see what it does. The answer is freak the fuck out as it thrashes so hard it nearly throws him off. But this thing isn't armor-plated despite its thick hide, so he holds one easily as his foot claws sink into the skin and blood flows. He draws a sword and feels out where the veins are until he finds the big awn in the neck. The Flamberge-style blade goes in with ease and tears it open, and a torrent of blood answers the moment he pulls it out. The bestial bellows turns to screaming as the creature understands it's mortally wounded, but for all its thrashing, mostly side to side, it doesn't think to buck or roll to try and get him off. It takes about a minute for it to finally collapse of blood loss, and he rides it all the way down. He stands up and looks upwards to the Metak watching from above. They haven't moved yet. Something's up. A cascade of roars rolls over him, and the trees around him suddenly detonate into splinters as if the whole forest was rigged with C4. He goes low rather than high as the splinters reduce the area above him into a shrapnel-filled hellscape. The jagged shards of wood crash to the ground to reveal nearly a dozen of the gigantic creatures. They're herd animals? Interesting. He teleports up high before a trinity of tail clubs slam into the ground next to him and onto the corpse. From high above, he notes that the corpse of the slain beast resists the axiom-fueled detonation. It doesn't even look distorted. Why was this one alone? So how do you like the three horns? I think I'm confused. Herd behaviors and protective coloration like those eye spots means that something is willing to attack these monsters. What hunts them? Ripcoils do sometimes, as do a few other things like grand gliders. Grand gliders. He asks and she points upwards and into the distance. Its moth-like silhouette makes him feel momentarily self-conscious, but he puts it aside. Is it good eating? No. The meat is always disgusting, and the bodily fluids smell like a cesspit. No part of it can be used for anything. It rots too fast, smells awful, and attracts all sorts of terrible little biters. Magrica answers and he nods. So how do they attack the three horns below us? You know that thing you've got instead of a tongue? The proboscis, he answers. Yay, that thing. You said before you could probably stab someone with it, right? Right. They do that. Theirs stretches out like a bit spear and are strong enough to drag up the three horns to drink their fluids. Scary, are they interested in attacking something our size? My size? No? Yours? Maybe? She answers, and he gives her an odd look before shrugging. He looks down just in time to see several of the metak dive onto the backs of the three horns, and then the beasts scream as the wings of the small warriors pierce deeply and rip out huge gashes. So I attacked the right way? Yes, you did. I'm so proud of you. Magrica teases, gushes as she ruffles his hair and antenna a little in a mocking manner before diving down onto one of the beast's necks so hard that she snaps it. The piercing of its major veins is more of an afterthought, following up. That. Hey, grab your kill and start carrying. One of the metak below shouts up at him as they start lifting the massive corpses into the air. Jasper dives down on his now thoroughly blood-drenched specimen and runs axiom to reinforce its hide as he grabs on and starts to lift. It's strange to lift something so massive with axiom. Not only does he have to reduce its weight, but also make himself stronger, make the wind flow around it more easily, so it doesn't blow every which way imaginable. Once he gets into the flow of it, it gets easier. Most of this ease comes from both his own experimentation and his observations of the nearby metak. He briefly wonders at what would cause this kind of knowledge to be widespread, then nearly kicks himself when the obvious nearly makes a whizzing noise as it passes him by. So what do you all do to learn how to lift things like this? You all work very well together for such a group of old and young at once. Jasper calls out, and there's some laughter. Slide swipe, swoop and loop. Many of the games we teach our daughters encourage teamwork and how to use magic to become really strong, really fast. Our little girls grow up with games where you rearrange a field of boulders as someone counts and then hide in it. They're only allowed to lift up the boulders as they seek for you directly. That's slide swipe. Slide the stones, then swipe them up as you search. And what's swoop and loop? Jasper asks, and she laughs. It's slide swipe, but you can only move the boulders during the count if you're flying. You leave no trails, and to avoid hitting each other, a lot of girls try to loop around. The older metak notes before suddenly letting out what's likely a curse in her language. At least the laughter and shocked gasps of her fellows tells him such. Hey, Mothman, deal with your cousin. It wants the three horns. Someone shouts, and Jasper turns to look back. Sure enough, the grand glider that was spotted in the distance is coming for them. It sees an easy meal. All right, someone grab my three horn and keep it moving while I explain to the stupid thing why stealing someone's kill is bad manners. Magrica, want to kill a grand glider? Jasper calls out, and there's some cheering as they clearly like the way he's handling things. An older metak with an eye patch, and on whose body is covered in bright white scars, fly over and grab his load from him. Without any difficulty, they take the weight, and he flutters back before turning. Magrica zooms up beside him, and he smiles at her. I did promise fun fighting monsters. Ripcoils, three horns, grand gliders. Lots of fun to be had. She notes cheerfully before rubbing her chin. Think it'll attack you? You're a lot bigger than me, and your wings make you look bigger still. They're known to eat their own at times. I suppose it's a little late for the Mothman to not look like a moth monster, so let's find out the fun way. He proposes and she lets out a cackle. I like it. Charge, she says before blurring forward. She's using his trick for supersonic flight. He hadn't taught it to her, but she picked it up anyways. He angles his wings and follows, the air tearing around him, and he feels it compress in front of him. He has a shocking amount of time to accelerate and then stop to let the wake of his movement slam into the beast. The beast that's much, much larger than he assumed. Grand Glider is too small a name for this city-sized horror. Its body is maybe the size of a single block, but its wings are exponentially huge. Each flap must take a huge amount of energy, and he can feel it pull on the local axiom. He has to flap a little harder to stay airborne. Its mere presence is disrupting things that much. He lets out a whistle as he looks for a weak point, then he jolts backwards and barely avoids a massive spear shooting down nearly the size of his head. His latest addition to his body decides to wake up, and adrenaline flows. The color bleeds away, and time flows. He doesn't think. He acts. He zips forward and grabs the still extending proboscis before closing his claws, turning their edges into industrial-strength scissors to slice clean through. He vaguely registers something foul from his nose, but the focus is on the thrashing beast above. He rises with a brutal rip at the local axiom, and the entire creature shudders as Magrica slams along a wing and then dives away from a huge amount of dust. He holds out a claw to her, and she grabs it, be as a blade. He says, and her eyes widen momentarily before she grins wildly. He hurls her at the segment where head meets body on the glider, and Magrica's wings cover her as she spins before flattening out and forming a brutal edge. She's moving so fast that she more resembles a pitch-black buzzsaw that passes through the glider without slowing down in the slightest, and the unfolds to soar up and above the now falling and dead creature to tumble into Jasper. He catches her and holds her gently. Fun, but my head's spinning. Sorry about that. Don't apologize. That was hilarious. We need to find another and do it again. I'll keep my eyes open, he says as he lets the axiom wash away the exhaustion of an adrenaline crash, his first hit of the good stuff. It felt amazing. Then the smell hits him and his face wrinkles. Magrica laughs. Just noticing? Yes. Think they'll mind if we pause to clean ourselves off? He asks. They'll mind if we don't, she says with a giggle before rising out of his embrace. Grand gliders are fun to fight, but you need to clean up after. Sorbus leaf is best for it. Follow me. She dives down to the forest below and begins a clear search pattern, searching and searching until she comes across a pond surrounded by pale yellow flowers. Flowers that he starts gathering at her signal. He decides to put a couple into her hair, and she gives him an odd look. What? He asks, and her head tilts to the side. Is this a human thing? She asks while deliberately mangling the pronunciation. Human, and yes, I'm flirting with you, he says, and she smiles shyly with a slight giggle. It's adorable. She's a gore-drenched warrior fresh from battle, and it's all he can do to not sweep her up in a hug and kiss her silly. Out of Cruel Space, Part 296. A scion of many worlds. So no kidding? That symbol is currently in use by a conservation-focused organization? Jasper asks into the radio as he reads through a book on the making of glasses and optometry. He has a debt to repay. The slipways need glasses. All of them. He's not certain about the legality or morality of altering another's body short of an emergency. Glasses will tide them over until professional doctors can take a look at them. Furthermore, he can teach them how to do it themselves. The books, the feeling of shifting sand and carbon into glass and shaping that glass as it forms into a lens, these are all parts of his payment to them. Generosity often returns, especially in a world where so many have so little. Setting up optometrists will be a gift that will keep on giving. Keep things mundane to keep the cults a bit more grounded. If he's just a figurehead to emulate rather than a figure to worship, then the whole cult issue could be easily sidestepped. Yes, they're actually in contact with Escobar Bridger's growing family to set up a few controlled sanctuaries for the animals. Wasn't he one of the Gurkha-trained men? One of them. Those boys are scary, Command replied, and Jasper chuckles. Yeah, thankfully I've gotten pretty scary myself. What about when the clusterfuck, that Tatald Lachran happened? Were they using the symbol then? Yes. So it was likely a research and conservation outpost. Jasper considers, and it's shot first. Command states clearly trying to put things together themselves. So did it mistake the nest for something else? Perhaps something that then slagged the facility? That seems to be the series of events. If it was a group of slavers, they would have grabbed the men and run. Jasper notes as he resists heaving a sigh of pity for the poor souls. But why wouldn't they come back? Male slaves may be more valuable, but an entire colony is worth a pretty significant payday. Why leave that much money just left lying around? Command asks, and Jasper does sigh as he ruffles his hair in frustration. Still missing pieces. This world would be a great spot for a conservation organization as well as poachers, hunters, or exotic animal trappers. The creatures here are unusual and huge. They'd make amazing trophies and centerpieces to zoos. Jasper considers, wondering if the theoretical third-party pirates would be there for the animals and then saw a chance for men. A bombardment of the facilities after getting the prize to both trap people and prevent them from either calling for help or fighting back, or the super dangerous pet of some warlord or crime boss. Status symbols are important. And now I've got Jabba the Hutt as a moth woman feeding people to her grand glider. That's going to get free rent in my head for far too long. Jasper groans. There are about a dozen people already freaking out over this recent revelation and starting to research. We've formally requested official files, and several others are trying to hack. These events might become public, though. That's bad. I was thinking that it was good. There's a good chance we'll get some support in helping lift up Lachran out of its dark ages. Command states, maybe, but then we'll also have a lot of other people running around here, and this world is just not safe for civilians. We've got serious racial divisions, enormously dangerous animals, and outright barbarity around here. Little Sally Civilian is just going to get herself killed. Maybe, but they have money in their pockets, so donations and volunteers of the less fragile types can seriously help out. Command replies and Jasper sighs. Fine, fine. It would be unreasonable to expect this world to remain out of the highlight. I may have to speed up. You've broken a drought, conquered one country, and come to the aid of another, while making peaceful contact with a major tribal society. Are you trying to conquer the planet before reinforcements even arrive? That might make things easier. If I'm in charge, I might be able to smooth over everything in a hurry. The scary thing is that I know you're serious. Crossing the planet in the span of time it would take for reinforcements to arrive would be impressive for any human. But you got your hands on a pair of wings. Knowledge about how jet engines work, an axiom to bullshit your way across the world faster than sound itself. Yay. Don't get yourself killed. Do remember that you're our primary target in this rescue operation. I'm trying not to, but I do need to lead by example around here. You're our man on the ground. We have to trust you with this. Command sighs and there's a slight cough into the microphone. And who else is on this call? I beg your pardon, but I couldn't help but overhear. A female voice adds in, and it takes Jasper a moment to place the name.
Cornflower, good evening.
Jasper states morning where I am.
Cornflower answers. Ma'am, this is a private. Command begins in an angry huff. And what's caught your interest so much that you just had to speak up? Jasper asks. Also, Command Honey and Vinegar. Honey and Vinegar. You're really opening up a lost colony to be resettled? Cornflower asks. Command says. Of course, these people deserve a chance. Right. It's not official, but you're in an area where behemoths were spotted. Cornflower says with a slight waver in her voice. Behemoths? Jasper asks. If this is big enough for a medical student to be this worried, it must be bad. Void-dwelling entities. They're not always hostile, but if something evolves in space, it ends up big. Hence the name, Cornflower states. Why have we found nothing of the sort on any form of record? Because behemoth movements are a scientific curiosity and not normally a matter of public concern. They're driven out of places with heavy infrastructure and generally stay away from civilization. Cornflower supplies. I see. Is it possible that one could have attacked a colony and destroyed part of it? As in melting armored structures to slag level of melting? Jasper asks, and there's a slight giggle. Is that a no? It's a no. But there are poachers who hunt behemoths down. Remember, they're fairly harmless, but can retaliate. I'm sorry. I should have been clearer earlier. Lochran is in an area where illegal hunters and opportunists are often found due to the sheer amount of easy targets in the behemoth-class life forms. Is that better? Considerably. Thank you for the warning, madam. Command says, and there's a strange interference that sounds like she's hanging up. Well, that's interesting. We were vaguely aware of void-born life forms, but they're incredibly rare and generally harmless. In fact, they're usually protected the galaxy over. Accepting some black market trade, I'm assuming? Jasper asks, and Command sighs. Yes. Apparently, some people are of the belief that having pieces of them around is good luck for a spaceship. The general consensus is that this might work, but it's barbaric, meaning people do it and no one will admit it. Great. So it might not have been deliberate slavers, but poachers instead. They see the ground defenses take a shot on a colony ship and hear all the chatter between the two panicking sides. Then they open fire on the facility and slag it, shoot the already wounded nest, and either kill all the men by accident or run off with them as slaves. Perhaps they assumed there was going to be a police presence here or that no one would survive impact. That does seem to be the likeliest chain of events, and it relies on an unknown third party committing massively immoral and dangerous acts. God damn it. Even our best theories are weak. Jasper groans in frustration. Why are you getting pissed off? You have so many more answers now. There's so much I'm dealing with that I just want something to be simple and easy. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to add optometrist to my growing list of professions. Deal with a teenager that's walking into an existential crisis. Make sure that diplomacy between three prickly, proud, and pissed-off nations doesn't devolve. Run interference on a tribe of boisterous warriors high on victory. Confer with my local researchers about the items I found. Read the report for my traveling hospital and find some place and some time to fall down and sleep before the real work kicks off tomorrow. Dude, delegate. I have. The scary part is I already have, Jasper replies. Delegate harder. I'm trying. After setting up the Slipway family with glasses, I'm going to give them the option of taking on that kind of duty. If they say yes, I have that bit successfully delegated. Unfortunately, I can't delegate diplomatic talks as I'm the only party speaking to Miru, Greenstone, and the Goldlands. They won't talk to anyone else. The mountain clans don't respect non-warriors, and since I've proven myself, they listen to me. The other two are the results of delegation and being reported in on. All right, I won't take up more of your time then. Get to your issues and solve them, man, solve them. Command orders. Sir. Yes, sir. Jasper says, and the call disconnects. He just stares at the radio for a moment. I'm in the middle of the Here Be Dragons part of the map, and my problem isn't the fucking dragons surrounding my island, it's the asshole dragon slayers. Damn. He puts the radio down and rolls his shoulders as he puts a bookmark into the textbook. Food crises are resolved, the dams are draining safely, and he pauses and looks around listening for rushing footsteps and raises an eyebrow when nothing comes. Apparently, Murphy's Law isn't about to hit him like a ton of bricks. Time to finish things up, he says out loud and then pauses to listen again. Nothing. Well, how about that? 10 minutes later, he's listening to Zavia rant as she paces back and forth. He's got his textbook open again and is starting to manipulate the axiom around him to mimic the shapes. Are you even listening to me? You cannot believe the squalor in which other peoples live, nor can you believe the high standards in which people you thought were savage monks manage. You suspect conspiracy at all sides, but can't find any proof, and it's driving you to distraction, because in the event that events have occurred in the way I described, you can't find a proper reason why. Jasper remarks as he looks up at her and she just nods. Yes, that's it, exactly. Not every plan goes according to plan, and not all plans are good, which in this context means well thought out to begin with. Perhaps things were a power grab to quell chaos and rebuild things later. I would even say that to be likely. However, if that is what happened in Miru, then the rebuilding was pushed back due to one reason or another so many times that it was eventually forgotten and became about nothing more than maintaining the power. A motivation can devolve quite quickly. There are many cases where people who set out to war to defend their homelands and ideals end up becoming monsters because they get caught up in fighting and destroying their enemies that they forget they went out to become shields and not swords. History is full to the breaking point of such tragedies, so this isn't even special. Just normal, regular awful. Zavia says, sitting down. She's never even bothered to take off the furs. The hood was down as she thought, slumped over and despairing. She then takes a deep breath and sits up straight. What do I need to do to wipe away the weakness and stupidity of the past to bring about a shining future? She asks him after a moment of consideration. Jasper's eyebrows go up. Apparently the mental turmoil had been a bit heavier than he thought. This was fast though, too fast. Stop looking at me like that, I'm not an idiot. You move fast and physical. You've blasted from one end of the continent to the other to gather food for Greenstone and Miru, and they love you for it. I don't know if it's going to stick around, but they love you now and you're just stalling for time until the rest of your kind arrive. But you've been trying to convince me you're the hero. So fine, Mr. Hero. What do I do? Ah, she's challenging him. There is no one guaranteed path. There are too many hundreds of thousands of considerations for there to be just one set way to accomplish things. Being well-intentioned isn't enough, for that often leads to weakness that the cruel and short-sighted will exploit. Wisdom is needed, but not enough either. You also need force, the ability to dissuade bad actors that would take advantage of someone who merely offers good and well-intentioned advice. So trust no one? Zavia asks before considering. Is that why you do so much yourself? I do so much myself because there's a great deal to do, and I can get much of it started quickly and effectively. As to what I'm saying, my advice is that you remember that in each and every person is both a hero and a villain, a monster and a messiah simultaneously. We all have the capacity to great and terrible things in equal measure. So as a leader, it is best if you minimize the opportunity for the terrible to happen, to not give monsters a chance, but allow heroes and the well-intentioned to act. Most everyone seeks for purpose, and tying themselves to something good and constructive will give them a sense of purpose. Is that why you're so insistent on redemption and mercy? Because you think they can do better? We can all do better, Zavia. Perfection is impossible, but it is a worthy goal. And what is perfect? She asks him. He smiles. That, my dear, is the right question, he answers serenely. She frowns at him. He holds his wise, serene look for a moment before chuckling. But in all seriousness, perfect is an ever-changing goal and ideal. What's perfect in one place is stupid in the next. Part of what makes it impossible, you see. So yes, striving for improvement should be the main goal, for there's always room to do a little better. We all fall, we all fail, and it's how we deal with it that determines what caliber of person we are. You haven't, she mutters, and he snorts. I consider my own existence a testament of failure. The Undaunted's failure to protect its soldiers, my brother's failure to defend his own mind from being copied and stolen, Dr. Morgana Skitterway's failure to protect her son or move on from his death. I am failure given flesh, so I must be better. Is that why you've been doing so well? You're so drenched in failure that they're all out of the way, so you have nothing but success left? Zavia mocks. Shh, don't jinx it. Jasper jokes and she can't help but snort. Out of Cruel Space, Part 297. A Scion of Many Worlds. IEIFBCTD. Jasper could only smile as Isabella slowly went through most of the eye test with her face relaxed and not bunched up in a giant squint. Better could be done, but laser precision would be needed. This was good. This was very good. The fact he had to use boron, lead, silica, and skip the sodium to make the glass heat resistant on a scale it could be used in kitchenware, but not so easily melted. Lime, magnesium, and aluminum to really reinforce it against heat. Sand, shale, lead ore, limestone, dolomite, and bauxite. A big pile of ingredients to get all the chemicals and minerals involved. But worth it. The axiom allowed him to mold it together into a singular, perfectly clear circle of glass. It allowed him to reshape it to modify how it refracted the light. Sure, there was axiom bullshit going on, but all it did was skip the heating and setting process. All it did was shape things. The goal was to create a more mundane miracle, something repeatable and teachable. All right, I just need a moment to... Jasper trails off as Isabella had grabbed the lens and was refusing to let it be taken away. She turns to him and looks at him through it. "Don't take this from me," she begs quietly. "I'm making more of it, so you have many instead of one." He assures her and her grip slowly relaxes. "You'll be all right. The world has been hidden from you and your family for far too long as is. I won't have it stay hidden much longer. Your eyes are many smaller eyes working together," she says in an odd tone. "Compound eyes, many insects have them. Earthani are just really big bugs," he says as he places a hand over a small box full of his ingredients. The lens in his claws is perfect, and the stones rise up and begin to meld together, smoothing over and turning transparent. It's mostly the silica and the sand as two lenses pour out. The iron next to the box shifts and melds against the two circular lenses and join with a little bridge bump. He hands her back the lens and has tiny sheaths of leather along the ear portions and little pads to the sides of the nose for comfort. "I do not recommend setting them on fire, but most of these are heat-resistant," he says, gently putting the glasses on her. She blinks once, twice, and puts down the lens as she starts to look around in wonder. She looks up at him again and slowly lifts her hand to his head. He kneels down to accommodate whatever she's going to do, and a shiver runs down his spine as she gently pinches his antenna and runs her hand up it to watch the hairs shift back up. "Try looking out the window to the left," he suggests, and she turns to behold the splash of colors beyond. She stands up and walks towards it to look into one of the central gardens. He slowly stands with as little noise as possible as she starts to sob. He walks up to stand behind her and places a gentle claw on her shoulder. She turns around to hug him as the weeping grows stronger. She starts to babble. "And there's just so much in so many different colors and hues, Isabella." He tries. "So much was just not there, Isabella," he says a little louder. "You're not taking them away, are you? I'd like to teach you how to make more yourself," he says gently, and she stares up at him, her eyes huge behind her glasses. "Would you like to learn?" The scream of yes was unnecessary and over the top, but he can forgive the enthusiasm and eagerness. With the 3 country-wide crises solved, Jasper has a couple of days to sort things out and relax. And sitting down to walk someone through some textbooks and show off some axiom tricks that he had to master and remaster a few times is downright restful. Keeps him busy without much to worry about. The flying hospital was doing well. With the rich and powerful forcing their way to the front, they were inadvertently getting themselves tested and assuring the lower classes, and less fortunate that the hospital was something they could trust. So when it moved to the poorer areas to help out there was far less hesitation than would be expected. A blessing. Most of what was going on was a purging process to clear out infections and the cleaning of old wounds so they could heal properly. But there were still the occasional soul rushed in at a dead sprint due to a recent injury. The teaching goes well. He explains not only what the glass is made of, but what each piece does. How the trace amounts of other things in the melted sand makes the resulting glass stronger and clearer. How shaping it bends the light to accommodate her eyes. How it's normally done without axiom and how to do it with it. She pays near manic attention to things, and he has to remind her to calm down at many points. The books and supplies are hers to do with as she wishes. She tucks the books away like holy artifacts and quickly starts to work at copying her own lenses. His budding optometrist, eager to help her family, and then make good money selling glasses to those who need it. Also, apparently, crystal clear glass is very rare, so the closest she's seen to glasses like the ones she now has are polished crystals or gems. A clever but expensive and labor-intensive solution. The Goldlands will have another export. Or they would if the Undaunted weren't coming. Still, she has had an emotional day and confides in him that she honestly hadn't expected him to follow through on his promise. That it was just empty platitudes from someone speaking grandly and not bothering to keep track of their vows. Apparently, it was a fairly common problem with her family They could barely see, and as such, people thought they could get away with far more than they should have even considered. His open distaste for how badly she's been treated brought about a fresh bout of tears, and she finally wore herself out. He tucks her into bed and ensures that the glasses are on the table beside her for when she wakes up. Is it all like that? Zavia asks him as he leaves Isabella's guest room. Interestingly, she's more subtle to his senses when she's not actively invisible, something she had clearly noticed as she popped into his testing and making the glasses more than once. She was still testing him, but the hostility had faded away for the most part. Not always. Not everyone has a hard life where they feel like they've been ground into the dirt. Some people thrive under the pressure and do well for themselves. But life has a tendency to grind people down. You seem all right? Some people prefer to take it as a challenge than a burden, which means that the endless grind is less an inevitable fate than an obstacle to overcome. So the world is what you make of it. Exactly. The worst day of your life can break you or make you into something better. A failure can crush you or can excite you as another way to achieve your goals. Is that what your Undaunted are about? Mostly, the core of the Undaunted is about looking at an impossible problem, at a challenge that all sense and reason says cannot be done, and facing it regardless. How so? The Undaunted are small, very, very small, yet refuses to back down. Really? Most armies on this world could easily outnumber the Undaunted. But you've seen what I, a single Undaunted, am capable of a challenge. She mutters to herself as she considers. She straightens up a little, and her expression shifts. She just came to a fairly powerful conclusion. So is this whole world? Is all of Lochran just a test for you? Somewhat. I have explained my entire origin to you, haven't I? He asks her, and she sighs. It's nonsense, though. There's so much that doesn't make sense. I'm aware. What kind of grieving mother puts the mind of a total stranger into a copy of her dead child and launches them onto another world? It's madness. As far as I can tell, it is. Stop being so blasé about this. It's weird. I've long moved past the sheer need to figure it out and am just taking it as it comes now. I have more to worry about than the pointless what was of the past. Nonsense. You've been looking into the sources of Lochran up and down, writing it all down and conferring with everyone you think might be able to help figure it out. Lost colonies, pirates and monsters, and mistaken identities. It goes every which way that it does. It's more of a curiosity. I want to solve Lochran's problems, and learning where they were all born from might help with that. But it's of less importance than outright going out to solve problems, like breaking the drought by opening the dams and negotiating all the food deliveries in Greenstone and Miru. The payments of metals to the Goldlands and giving the mountain clans direction so they're not causing problems. Things are stable, for now. Jasper says, cracking his neck. There's only a short while until something happens, so I'm relaxing while I can. Relaxing? You just taught someone how to craft delicate glass lenses to a master's degree after crafting them yourself to effectively cure a woman of blindness. All I did was follow written instructions and then show someone the same. A very easy and rewarding task. Still, you are right. For now, things are stable and comparatively relaxing. A bit of exercise and good eating and rest, and these will be a good few. He pauses and looks around to see if Murphy's taking the bait. Why are you doing that? Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and at the worst possible moment. It can also be very dramatic, just waiting for you to open your mouth and screw things up. Zavia outright scoffs at the idea. Where did the big scary moth monster go? Why are you quivering at a harmless little... She begins before one, the star seeker, Nagasha, comes tearing around the corner at fast but silent slither. Her face is a textbook definition of terrified. Right. I was listening for footsteps. My mistake. Jasper realizes with a snap of his claws. He then shakes out his hand as snapping claws really, really hurts. They're a lot harder and sharper than fingers. You really think that... Lord Blue! Lord Blue! There's danger! Told you. Jasper notes patting Zavia on the shoulder before facing the Nagasha. Where am I needed? The Grand Midwives have come to us for support. They need you. Odd that it wasn't Lady Ayler who came to find me. She's looking for you in the sky. The Bright Dawn Archipelago is consuming itself in civil war. There's rumors of beams of burning light, and the midwives there have all been taken hostage, likely under interrogation. Shit, those idiots are just off the coast of the mainland. If we let this spread, then all the work I've done in Miru, Greenstone, and the Goldlands will be for nothing. Jasper curses before thinking. The carving of the portal pillars, what's the progress? We've finished the first half of 2 sets and nearly finished the second. It will take another day though, shit. All right. So those green gems I got off the bodies of the Lux infiltrators, are they fully understood? Yes, we can communicate with them over a great distance. Our study of radios made it very easy to understand and even improve upon. Okay, I'm going to take one of them with me and use it to stay in contact with you girls. I'm heading out with Lady Ayler and her retinue to rush to the islands and either reinforce whatever efforts the midwives already have up and running or effect a rescue. If anyone wants to know where I am, use the green stones to speak with me. Jasper explains before turning to Zavaya. Sorry, little lady. Daddy has to go to work. What did you call yourself? She demands. Daddy, one of the many titles for the male parental figure. Excuse me. He says, giving her a slight hug and a kiss on the brow before rushing off, leaving a rather surprised Zavaya behind him. Daddy? She asks, somewhat confused, but not protesting it. Out of Cruel Space, Part 298. A scion of many worlds. What's our situation? Jasper demands as he swoops up to Lady Ayler's level, and she levels out to hover with Axiom assistance. We're 3,000 kilometers away, 56 women need rescue, and a nation is burning itself alive. All right, let's get moving. You can tell me more on the way, he says, and she nods before pulling a horn off her belt and letting out a loud and carrying bugle. Her squires quickly fly up to her. Lead the way! We go fast! Lady Ayler shouts, and she tears off, using his jet technique, and he actually struggles to catch up. They go up high, above the clouds themselves, to where the air is slightly thinner. No risk of running into things at this absurd pace, but he's forced to dip more into the local axiom to keep himself going. There's little air to breathe. Breathing is hard, flying is harder, and the pace they're setting is nothing short of insane. Hopefully there will be a minute for them to catch their breath and get some details beyond the number of people in need of rescue. They're moving just shy of supersonic speeds, so it shouldn't take too long to arrive. It takes 3 hours. The halt in the air is sudden, and Jasper will forever refuse to admit he nearly careened into the entire group when they suddenly snapped their wings out. He takes in a deep, nourishing breath as he sees the damage already happening below. We're going to have to split up. Do we have a meeting point for allied rescuers? Yes, the main midwife temple is to be taken back first. We use that as a beachhead to knock back the offending parties and get our girls out alive. Understood. What's our opinion on the people in the way? We going in lethal or not? Lethal. If they're crazy enough to ignore the threat of death, then they won't stop until they're dead. All right. You know the terrain, Jasper says, and Lady Ayler leads them all in a dive. As they approach the capital city, his eyes narrow to see beams of burning red light. Lasers. Too thick to be basic pistol or rifle lasers either, full-on cannons. That's a lot of firepower. Those weapons, are you familiar with them? Somewhat. I didn't get a lot of practice, but what I do know let me make myself almost immune to light Erumenta abilities. It is based on light, but it will burn brutally. These ones have a thick beam, meaning they're cannons. A laser cannon hits the hardest short of it being mounted on a ship, but unless it has a big battery pack, it won't have a lot of shots. 2 or 3 then, it will need some time to gather more energy. Doesn't sound too bad. It hits hard enough that I'm not going to try to block or deflect. Also, any idiot can use them. If a child gets their hands on a cannon, they can use it just the same as an adult, height and accuracy aside. Jasper warns them, and there are some glances back at him. Technology makes killing far too easy. One of the squires notes. Technology makes most things easy, Jasper replies as they swoop down through burning streets. There's our temple. Clear out the rioters. Support the guardians. We are the Grand Paladins. We do not fail. Lady Ayler shouts, drawing her two-handed sword and swooping in, All of her squires roar in response as they follow. And Jasper, rather than sassing the fact that against him she has failed, lets out the loudest trill he can and draws both his blades and lands on top of someone about to set fire to a pile of books. He turns to the crowd and adds a roar to his trill. Nagasha, Jorgwa, some Larak, and a lot of water aramenta. It's just an Earthani weekend. A Jorgwa that resembles more a horned T-Rex with enough muscles for Jasper to appreciate starts to sass him. He buries his sword through her chest. He then boots her in the stomach and launches the corpse off his blade and into the crowd. A small amount of the rioting dies off. Rejoice, an undaunted titan has arrived. Flee and survive, surrender and live. He bellows, and there's a roar from inside the crowd. Apparently someone does not want to be intimidated. She's half again as tall as he is and comes down at him, with what looks like a two-headed glaive made out of a plow blade on one side for an axe head and ship's anchor on the other head for either a hammer or a counterweight. The first attack has the crazy bitch bury the plow into the cobbles he was standing in and cratering the street. She presses in hard and brings down the anchor. He catches it and holds fast. She buries him into the cobbles up to his ankles. Wow, that hurt. He mutters even as he stacks more and more reinforcement from the local axiom onto himself. She tries to pull back her impromptu polearm, but he does not let go of the anchor. His strength increases further and further as his claw starts to close around the metal, and it starts to creak in protest. The Jorgwa snorts down at him. Bugs should be squashed, little Earthani. Let go and live. Funny. I was about to say that, Madam Compensation, Jasper replies. He is fully aware of the irony of a man who's basically on all the steroids calling someone else out for overcompensation. Wait, you were about to call her an Earthani? One of the stupider rioters asks before the big girl rips her weapon back hard. This tears Jasper out of the ground as he does not let go in the slightest. His claw closes completely and he breaks off a chunk of the anchor with an audible clang as he's hurled upwards by the momentum. A quick blast of reinforcement to his arm, and he launches the piece back down on the Jorgwa, who dodges, but he buries the foot-long chunk of iron meters deep into the cobbles. The crowd scream as things get a little too real for him. A glance back tells him that this entire approach to the temple is being stopped by this fight, so he's doing his job this way. If your friends come, it just gives me more targets. She growls up at him. I was just making sure they didn't need help. I'm going to enjoy this, he replies slowly, drawing his second sword. He blasts down so hard he's nothing but a streak as he brings down both weapons. She both dodges and parries, deflecting him away and avoiding damage, but he gets something as the shaft of her weapon gets a chunk sliced out of it that falls to the ground between them. She slowly shifts her grip to hold the two halves of her broken weapon like two one-handed weapons instead. The first swing is across from the side, with the plow that he deflects away before she tries to bring the hammer down on him. He steps forward to get under her reach. Her size turns against her and takes a swing. She pulls back without input from her legs. He glimpses a large and powerful tail that she used to pull backwards with. Not unlike, but very unlike a Nagasha. She then instantly comes back onto him with a double swing of the weapons, and they're low, so he jumps up before launching forwards with his swords ready to impale her. She falls backwards, literally, and partially dodges as she pulls her arms around for a backswing. He's forced to abandon the charge after the butt of her right-handed weapon rams into his side, and he needs to shift or be thrown into a nearby building. As it is, he lands on the side instead, reorients his wings and launches once more. Her response is to roll to the side and bring out a tail full of spikes. So reinforced is the skin and bone that as he cuts it for a harsh parry, he doesn't slice it off, only cuts to nigh impenetrable bone. She pulls on the tail brutally hard, and he's taken for a ride and slammed to the ground. He skids backwards, with his claws digging shattered trenches through the stones. A roll of his shoulders, and he charges before vanishing in a teleport. She's not stupid, and he only opens a thin line in her skin as she rolls away, the tail coming back, and he vanishes again. This time, he reappears just outside of her swinging distance, as he builds up a huge amount of axiom in his throat. His fire breath is met with a roar as she actually mimics part of what he's doing to blow the flames and heat back. It roils in the middle and quickly reaches critical mass. The explosion rocks them both, and as the smoke clears, Jasper's eyes narrow at his opponent, as hers narrow at him. The woman is every inch what the dinosaurs could have been. He respects that, but he has a damn job to do. What tribe spat you out? I can't imagine someone half as vicious wiggling out of an Earthani cocoon. She asks evenly, as she takes a wide stance to either charge him down with a singular leap or defend from his next attack. Earthani come out of cocoons? Interesting. Jasper notes out loud and her eye ridges go up. You're not Earthani? Makes sense. Am and not. This body I am in was fully grown but empty for centuries. Then my brother's mind was copied and placed within it. Making, who does that? How does one do that? What's a brother? She asks, looking for some kind of angle to try and get into his head. A brother is a male version of a sister. My mother, Morgana Skitterway, did it, and no, I don't know why. The how is simple. There is a tool designed to preserve memories. Toy with it, so it holds the memories longer, and place it upon another. Interesting. I will be pondering your life for a time after your death, strange Earthani. I am Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue. Jasper will do. Morticia Thagomizer. Most go with Thag, she says, and he nods. Very well then, Thag. Shall we continue? He asks, shifting his left sword into a reverse grip. He'll lead right and follow up with left, or spin the other way to do a buzzsaw impression. He needs her guessing and unsure where the pain comes from. She snorts and slides her grip up the plow weapon. A snap of her jaws and it's shortened entirely. That sucker is going to be so much faster now. He'll have to avoid it, or maybe he blurs forward and primes a teleport, but refuses to go along with it. He axe slams into the gathering energy and her eyes widen as she feels the sword start to sink in. One last trick, one final bluff, and it's over. She looks down at him, his sword's halfway into her intestines, and he looks up. Sorry, but I have a job to do. Her response is to nearly cleave him in half with the axe. His retreat is met by the anchor coming down at him. He deflects but mostly dodges the blow, and then his every danger sense screams and he ducks. A burning red line scorches the air just above his antenna. Someone's got a laser on him. He ignores Thag as he scans the crowd beyond her. She just became the less dangerous option. A slight red glow in the distance is all the warning he gets. 30 meters, second story. Someone's trying to snipe. Badly. He fades to the side of the second attack and blasts forward, teleporting most of the way to get around Thag as he reappears right outside. He crashes through the wall in a fury, and the Nagasha with the cannon screams loud as her next shot charges. A kick sends the beam pointing upwards and opens her for a quick chop to take her life with ease. He sheathes his left sword, grabs the weapon, and slips through space and time to reappear down the street and closer to the temple. In the distance, Thag just body-checked the building. He got the cannon from like a wrecking ball. He warps down the street and sees that some of the midwives apparently were able to stay out of captivity. Here, I just got this off one of the enemies. It's a light weapon. The hole is where the pain comes from. Treat it like a crossbow otherwise. Weapon handed off, he blurs out of the temple and makes it barely 30 meters until he and Thag meet each other again. His sudden charge caught her somewhat off guard, and she can't properly bring her weapons in and his own catch them. He kicks her right in the collar and pumps a huge amount of axiom in to send her tumbling. Her anchor slams into the street, and she stops her tumbling momentum. She rises up with a snarl, her hackles raised as she breathes deeply and fully as Jasper does the same. This fight's barely begun. Out of Cruel Space, Part 299. Elsewhere, with others. Many years ago. Benazia Thagomizer, you have served the Bright Dawn as an example of good judgment and power for your entire life. Some of your crews claim that any ship you set foot on will shatter any shoal it runs against rather than be broken against it. You are the rock that many anchor themselves against, and you have led us to triumph. A voice says over the kneeling Jorgwa, thank you, honored elder. And so today we honor you with some of our greatest secrets, secrets known only to the elders of the Bright Dawn, secrets of power that keep us apart and just as strong as any empire or kingdom upon this world. We are few, but we are mighty. Saints, Child, years have passed since you have come into my crew. My faith has been earned, and I have chosen you to share the secrets of the elders. Morticia says to one of her captains, she has been entrusted to swear in new elders. Perhaps not the highest office, but the baser secrets are hers to share. Perhaps in time she will be entrusted with more. Times since then. Why do we not use them? We have the knowledge and weapons to take either continent in a fortnight. We have the Great Mother to lead us. We can remake this world. Enough. Thagomizer, you are a warrior, not a thinker. This world is on a delicate balance. We have only a single point of power, a single grand treasure, our vault and its treasure with a Great Mother to guide us. But the Great Mother has taught us strategy and granted us the tools we need to take entire kingdoms. Why do we not? Enough! You may have been entrusted with some of our secrets, but it is clear you are not worthy of them all. Begun from this chamber, Thagomizer, you are no longer one of us. Times, Morticia mutters to herself as she drinks deeply. The elders are fools, Morticia mutters to herself as she drinks deeply. Her life has changed in the years, Miser, but she is one of her own innumerable granddaughters. Her own abilities as Yorgwa and the secrets she still held from her time as an elder served to remake her entirely. The elders are not fooled, she knows this, but they do not care. Her head is down, so they do not bother to look. Another way in which they are foolish. How strange that some people so skilled at piercing deceptions are so equally terrible at seeing their own advantage. How strange that she had such a hard time seeing it when she was one of them. Fools, I. A new voice says to her side, you've fallen far, lady. Her arm snaps out and brutally strong muscles start cording. The crushing force is enough to cause bones to audibly creak, to say nothing of the brutal bruising of skin as she draws the idiot closer. Aphosa, she's certainly out of place here. You life hangs by a thread. You'll find my bones and flesh rather resilient to your trick screamer. Choose your words wisely, she whispers to the woman vaguely smelling of distant scents. This girl's from one of the empires. Her clothes have been changed, but the smell hasn't been washed away by the ocean brine just yet. The foreign stranger staggers back but quickly regains her footing and brushes off her robe. The pale gray fur and glowing green highlights are extremely exotic in bright dawn. This woman has the subtlety of those new-fangled cannons that Miru is so proud of. Very well. You and I share many enemies. I don't have the forces here to deal with them, but you do. I can give you information and weapons to better equip you against them. Fair? She asks, and it's all Morticia can do to no laugh openly in her face. They won't compare to what's in the Elder's vault, you idiot. Unless you have some kind of lance of great light that... She trails off to see the Fosa heft a silken bag with ornate designs and slide it down partway to show the unmistakable handle of one of the sacred weapons. How? We have our own secrets, Elder. Though they will not be shared, the succulent fruits they provide can be. The Fosa says, and Morticia's mind churns. A simple rebellion will not be enough. She will need her own access restored to gain control of the vault. For that, she needs deception. She needs cunning. She needs them to trust her again, if only for a minute. She needs chaos. Time offer, a skein of many worlds. She brings down her weapons with a scream. Her form starting to contort and shift even as she swings. He tries to dodge, but her reach is suddenly different between 1 microsecond and the next, and he can't adjust in time. The plow sends him crashing back with his breastplate torn open like tissue paper. Wretched abomination! I will not allow a mutant Earthani, eager to put the chains of the treacherous midwives upon us, to win, Thag shouts out as she stands as tall as a telephone pole. Cute, you're trying to cast me as the villain. That's adorable. Jasper replies with a touch of axiom to carry it further than her shout. You are the monster, Thag shouts. I've been called to rescue kidnapped women who've dedicated their lives to creating life. My oddities aside, there are few causes more pure. Jasper keeps his answer calm. With nothing but chaos around, people will flock to the calm in the storm. Death to the outsider, she screams as she gathers energy in her mouth. Justice for all, he shouts back as he reshapes his ruined breastplate with a pulse of axiom and charges straight at her. He knows exactly what she's doing. He's felt this before. He felt this done better, Zavia did it better. The darkness of the early night becomes the brightness of day as a beam of pure power erupts from Thag's mouth. The axiom he surrounds himself with deflects it easily. There's nowhere near the mechanical precision of the laser cannons in this attack. He slices and cuts into her tongue, and she whiplashes back with a roar of pain. He jolts to the side as her flailing nearly swats him out of the air. She turns. Her size has given her a lot of strength and leverage at the sacrifice of mobility. Wetch Fing, my ton, my ton, Thag roars, her sudden speech impediment a result of his attack. You're the fool that started roaring in the middle of a fight. Are all your plans so well thought out? Jasper asks as he lands on a nearby building. She brings her claw down and demolishes it, but he blasts off again. She's sent staggering from an axiom-powered kick to the side. Return to a smaller size. You're too clumsy for a proper fight like this. Fug you, wetched moth monster, she roars as she staggers back. You're the imbecile that had their tongue out in the open and flapping around. Now return to a smaller size. You're merely embarrassing yourself. He tells her, and she moves. He hits the ground to try and dodge the swipe, and her foot is already coming for him. It appears the woman is as contrarian as someone can get as she's growing larger even as she fights him. Disgusting little Earthani mutant. I will see you reduced to paste before this night is over. See me, shall you? Jasper asks as the now 40-foot-tall woman just brings down a fist laced with axiom. He outright teleports away from this one as the fur on the back of his neck sticks straight up. The street he was standing in outright detonates. There's a moment of stillness as she tries to find him in the corpse she's sure about. She looks up and sees him looking down at her. You wretch! You smash our city, and for what? You manipulations are as pathetic as they are transparent. Put on your big girl pants and put some actual effort in. Jasper's response is carried just as far on the axiom, and she roars in frustration. Whatever her goals are, he's being an enormous frustration. She twists into a larger size to have a better reach on him, and he swoops in mid-morph. As her body bulges and shifts, he slams down onto her shoulder and stabs. The scales make his sword skip, but they skip up and along the ridge. He gets her right eye. Her scream of rage is enormous and her hand comes up. He tries to teleport away, but there's something that's disrupting his ability. It feels like the world's been dropped on him, and everything goes black for a moment. He's in a white and chrome room with soft black floors. He's studying the anatomy of reptilian-based sentient life. The room is bare, so it provides no distraction from his studies, but the floor is soft, so he doesn't even bother with chairs. His senses return, and he finds himself buried in rubble. The sounds of the riot and a loud roar from that bitch Thag let him know that he was out for maybe 10 seconds. With a bit of axiom to help, he shoulders aside the ruins of the building that he had apparently been slapped into, and the roar of triumph cuts short. Bit early to celebrate big girl. I'm not done yet. Jasper snarls. Don't you even fucking die? She snarls, and his response is to hurl one of the load-bearing pillars of the building right at her face. She flinches away, and the wood shatters against her scales. The second is all he needs. He's on her already and slamming into her stomach. His swords are gone, but he still has his claws. The axiom flows more easily though them as he plunges his left arm into her stomach and she screams. He has to abandon the attack as her claws come for him, but she's catching wise to fighting someone considerably smaller now and grabs him out of the air. Her hands are around his torso, and she brings down her maw to bite off his head. Thankfully, his arms are free and he can hold her jaws back, but the woman has the strength and leverage advantage. In a game of pure power, she wins. So he changes the game. His claws sink into the flesh around her jaws. She ignores it and keeps pressing. She cannot, however, ignore the electrical current that suddenly springs from his claws and directly into her blood and nerves. Her grip crumples his breastplate as her entire body twitches and jerks as he starts screwing with the electrical currents to eat through her nervous system, and her entire body jerks around. There's a massive sudden jolt and she seizes up, cutting off his air supply, and he teleports out of her grip. He takes a few shallow breaths before focusing a bit of axiom and allowing his breastplate to reinflate. Dealing with it was a pain, but his armor just saved his life twice. He doesn't even turn to look as the gigantic corpse of Thag hits the ground, smoking ever so slightly. How did he know how many amps he needed to kill her? He used just enough. Later, he'll sort the vision and the knowledge later. Now there are lives on the line. People of bright dawn, return to your homes. I am here merely to aid the grand midwives. The women each and every one of you owes not only your life to, but your mother's life and your daughter's as well. They are friend to all, but are being attacked by those who would seek war rather than discourse. Return home and bar the doors. All you will achieve by rioting is destroying your own cities and burning down your own history. Who the tides are you? I am Jasper Emmanuel Skitterway Blue. I am the conqueror of Miru, drought ender of the Goldlands and savior of Greenstone. I am the martial master of the Star Seekers and ally to both the Grand Midwives and the Mountain Clans. I am a titan of the Undaunted and son of the Spider. Who are you to question me? He announces, and there's a lull in the rioting. Return to your homes. Defend your loved ones and your treasures. Chaos this night will only lead to destruction and pain. He orders, and a fair amount of the rioters start to drift away. This leads to the others starting to try and sidle off, thankfully revealing where his fallen swords are embedded partially into the surroundings, riots partially quelled, and this approach to the temple no longer under siege. He's nearly been killed twice, maybe 3 times, and the night has barely begun. He cannot keep the eager smile off his face as he retrieves his swords and heads to the temple. Out of Cruel Space, Part 300. A scion of many worlds. He's troubled as he gets back to the temple. The 10 seconds it took was just enough time for the rush of battle to die off and get him thinking. He knows too much. That flash of insight, that memory, it fits perfectly. It's supposed to be there. He's not an idiot. He knows whose memory it was, but that person is dead. Dead and gone. He can still remember being Emmanuel for a single moment. He has never been Emmanuel in his entire life. The 2 contrarian facts boil in his mind, and he shakes his head to clear them. At the moment, they'll only screw things up and around. He can have himself a nice and comfy existential crisis when there isn't a city burning to the ground around him. He'll figure out where that flash of memory came from later. If it were the result of a botched or perhaps incomplete attempt to bring him back from death, then it would explain a fair amount. He presses it down entirely as Lady Aylar approaches. Not all of us were so lucky as to find a champion to fight. Most of our forces will be needed to keep the temple in our hands. That's fine. I can move fast, and so long as I have a safe place to bring them, I can get them out pretty quickly. Good. There's another matter of concern. Tell me, the weapon you retrieved, it's new. Pardon? The weapon is not an ancient relic. We thought we were among the most advanced, being able to access and preserve our artifacts. But this one is newly made. Oh, fuck. Are they handmade or machined? Pardon? Lady Aylar asks. The word sounded like trade, but she doesn't recognize it. Does it have the markings of a craftswoman at every piece? Or is there the sort of unfeeling precision you normally only get from a machine? There are small markings, craftswoman signs on almost every piece. Little flares showing that many craftswomen came together to make this. The midwife he handed the weapon off to says, and he breathes a sigh of relief. Okay, so that means they're being slowly produced and we won't be walking into a wall of them. Still, we're going to need to track down the source. If someone's handing these out to anarchists and criminals, then we have a very, very big problem, Jasper says, and there are grim faces all around. All right, as for countering them, remember it takes a moment for the shot to go off. If you see the barrel start to glow move, do not try to block it, do not try to deflect it. This is in a league well and truly beyond what any Erumenta on this world can do. They train to burn through stone. This treats metal like tinder. Noted. We will exercise all caution. She says, holding the weapon a little more carefully. It does have weaknesses. Greatest is that it can only be used a few times every minute. After that is the limit of range. There's no time to explain in full, but the further you are, the weaker the blow will be, just like any other ranged weapon. I understand. Good. Do we have any ideas where the captured midwives are? I have a map. Lady Aylar says, pulling out a scroll and unfurling it. The locations with red markings are where our women were last seen. How good is your perception through those antennae? Do Earthani truly have a second sight? In a sense, I detect energies that are often intrinsic to life itself. I can sense around corners, through thin walls and doors, but not through water, and the wetter the air, the worse the range, and the greater my distraction. Distract? Oh, right, raining seasons. The only time most Earthani are aggressive. She begins to ask before cutting herself off. The only time Earthani have the burning loins. Jasper clarifies, and there's a sudden look of understanding among many of the midwives. That explains something I thought I saw some time ago. One mutters, is there a priority? Is there a single or several of these markings in particular you're concerned about? Or should I just hurry? Hurry, Lady Ayler says, and he blurs out of the building and into the sky. He examines the map while soaring upwards to get a proper view. The city is huge. The whole of Bright Dawn is a singular city-state that crosses several islands with massive ports built into each of them, ports that have expanded outwards as more and more people lived on the docks. Each island is a district, and this is the central one, with the majority of the midwives, medieval, magical Venice in the midst of a brutal riot, with laser cannons. He scans the map and quickly finds where he's hovering over. A beam of light cuts the air below, not too far away from where one of the midwives had gone missing. He tucks the map away and dives. He has no idea what the midwife will look like, but he guesses that she'll be either hiding or held prisoner. Either way, it's a rescue mission. He lands on a rooftop and is silhouetted by the partially clouded moon as he looks down. He focuses more on his antenna as he frowns downwards. There's a buildup of nearby energy and he smirks. He aimed it just right. The laser wielder is right below him. Furthermore, the energy shows him something else. The destructive light blasts out of the window and into the crowd below. Several lives are lost as the killer smirks. She thinks things are going perfectly, unaware that right behind her is the looming form of Jasper. Then, she turns as her instincts jangle and tries to scream before his claw clamps around the barrel of the cannon and her mouth at the same time. He separates both with ease and breathes out a tiny tongue of bright flame to illuminate the room to get a good look at the terrified lyric woman staring up at him while hogtied and gagged. He steps up to her and sets aside the weapon before gently snipping the ropes and letting her wrestle the gag off. She stares up at him in shock, and he looks her over for injuries. The robes are very much of the Grand Midwives. Are you Jasper Blue? The Earthani from beyond the stars? She asks slowly. He nods. Are you here to help me? He nods again in response. The main temple is mostly safe. Grab this weapon, I will take you there. You can also have time to interrogate this fool to try and understand what's going on. Jasper says, ignoring the laser gunner, trying and failing to stab him. He can't keep a smirk off his face as her rusted knife just plain snaps against his arm. Right, I need to stay calm, she says, grabbing the laser cannon and standing up next to him. He nods and sweeps her up in his unoccupied arm. That's the spirit, he says gently and quickly flies outside, rescued girl in one hand, and the woman she needed rescuing from dangling from the other. She lets out a small scream as he gets her to the temple in less than a minute. Malaya. His entrance is greeted by the name of the woman he rescued. This one was holding her hostage. She held the weapon and was firing into the peoples. Jasper says, tossing the gunner at the feet of the midwives. He then turns and takes off again into the sky to head to the next marker. The next four are just hiding, slipped away from the crowds and hiding on the top of buildings. There are not a lot of flight-capable peoples in Bright Dawn, so it's a decent way to hide. But as the last one of the bundle is trapped by a fire, not a flawless method, thankfully the robes of the Order are very distinctive in Bright Dawn, so he can easily spot them. Then he runs into a small group of them, a full 10 tending to the injured and running out of safety. At first, they refuse to move, so he has to get Lady Ayler to gather her squires and takes their place in protecting the temple as they organize the evacuation of the group. The routine is a little complicated in that there isn't some champion on the Eastern approach that he can just duel and scare off the rest. So he has to improvise, which he does, with fire. There may not be a grand duel, but he can send people running with the threat of literal fire from the sky. Flee! Flee, you wretched monsters. Return to your homes and quell the pointless wrath. There is no prize beyond pain to be earned. Flee. He commands them as the crowds scream and conveniently miss that he hasn't actually set any of them on fire. As he stands guard and several people are brought to the temple for shelter, reinforcements arrive in the form of a series of nagasha that seem to fall out of the sky. He actually sees their bodies go from a flattened gliding state to a more rounding slithering one. The cloud nagasha at first give him a bit of stink eye, but then have things explained to him, and he has them as reinforcements rather than another problem. The evacuation isn't without issues as two of the Saramali squires get injured in the process. But with the reinforcing nagasha, Jasper heads out again to find more. There are still 41 women that need saving. Lord Blue! Lord Blue! One of them shouts as he turns to leave. Yes? You need to head out to the most distant island. Many are being held there or are being brought there. She explains to him, and he nods as he pulls out his map and she indicates the area. Most of the problems are there. With the nagasha to help guard the temple, the paladins are going to fly out and help the rescue. All right, so we have priority. Got it, he says before glancing at her. She gestures for him to go and he takes off into the sky. It takes him a few moments to cross the city and find himself above the area in question. If he didn't know that he needed to come here, he would have avoided this part of the city. It's peaceful compared to the rest. The riots aren't here. He lands in the middle of a courtyard of a square building and starts pacing around. This is the building indicated, but he can't sense anything. Then it clicks. His senses are muffling in a certain direction. There's somewhere with unusually humid air in it, blocking his antenna's range. He uses a touch of axiom to turn the tumblers of the lock and creeps into the building, immediately bonking his shin against a chair he had no way of telling was there. He sets it back up and creeps into the room where the higher humidity is. It appears to be a sitting room, numerous chairs and couches, and a definite briny stench. He senses around and finds where the humidity is pouring out from. The carved wooden mural is easily moved aside, and he finds a thin stairwell going down. Of course, it takes him a moment and he churns at the problem. Wait, knowledge came to him when his defenses were down. What if it can be brought up while he's awake and aware? All right, I don't have time to bargain, but I need knowledge. Lives are at stake and I need to fit through a tiny area. Do you have anything for me? He asks himself and nothing answers. Of course. He grunts in frustration, then grins as an idea comes to him. He focuses axiom into his ear holes and taps the wall. There's an opening far below. He focuses his axiom and vanishes far below. He immediately has to dodge a laser blast. Ah, there you are. He remarks calmly as he sees the barrel warm up again. He blurs forward and then teleports as the cannon goes off again. You're going to drop the building on us doing that, he says, appearing beside the Jorgwa woman and grabbing the weapon. He then catches the tail spikes in the side of his breastplate. They then wedge themselves there, and there's a moment's pause. Do you really truly think this is a good idea? She at first seems to hold her hands up in surrender, then grabs his wrists and lunges for his face with an expanding maw where the teeth are growing into knives. His proboscis is shortly buried in her neck.